Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiobook Chapter 41, Genes Engraved in Our Bones. This is the restaurant, right? A man of medium build, wearing a gray coat, holding a pistol, with sloppy hair and beard, and thick lips staggered in. He walked to an empty table and sat down, putting his legs on the table, as if this action took all his strength. Anything is fine, give me something to eat. Agent spoke weakly. Sir, this restaurant does not welcome poor people. May I ask if you have any money? Paddy walked towards Akin with an exaggerated smile on his face, rubbing his hands together. If this is a restaurant, bring the food up quickly. Do you want to eat bullets? Agent's face looked very ugly and he pointed the gun at Paddy. No money, huh? Paddy's smile suddenly disappeared. Bang! Paddy crossed his hands into fists and smashed Akin and the table together. If you're not a guest, get out of here right now. Then he punched and kicked Agent wildly. When the guests around saw that the chef of this restaurant beat the member of the Krieg pirates like this, they immediately burst into cheers. I've had enough. What the hell is wrong with this restaurant? I will never come here again. Finbooty, who was lying on the ground, saw Agent, whom he was very afraid of, being beaten like this by a chef, and cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. Then I wanted to leave the restaurant. However, when he crawled to the door of the restaurant, Finbooty felt a terrifying aura locking onto him, and he swallowed hard. That is, from Uranus, Luen. Finbooty immediately left behind all the money he had and then crawled away. This guy is quite rich. Nami put the money away and smiled sweetly. You guys have to pay for it yourselves. I'll only pay for me and Luen. Nami then looked at Zoro and Usopp. The expressions of Zoro and Usopp, who were originally watching the fun, suddenly froze. Isn't this the money that Luen got? How did it become Nami's? But looking at Luen with a smile on his face, Zoro and Usopp decided that they should find a way to pay for it themselves. Looking at Nami, Luen smiled lovingly. But Luen also knew that Nami often said this, but would still pay when the critical moment came. Luffy noticed that the chef called Sanji walked silently to the kitchen alone. Guests, please continue your meal. After teaching Agent a lesson, Paddy put on an exaggerated smile again, winning cheers from the guests present. Then Paddy threw Akin straight out the back door of the restaurant. Don't let me see you again. Paddy snorted and slammed the door shut. Hey, are you hungry? Luffy came out and stood at the fence on the second floor of the restaurant. He looked at Agent who was dying on the deck and spoke. Shut up, I'm not hungry. Although Agent was dying, he still had a lot of courage. But his rumbling stomach betrayed him. Crack. The back door of the restaurant suddenly opened. Sanji brought a plate of fried rice and placed it in front of Jin. Eat it. Sanji lit a cigarette and looked up at the sky, not looking at Jin's current state of distress. Quick, take it away. I won't eat charity. Agent looked at the fragrant fried rice and swallowed hard. It's up to you to decide whether to eat or not, but to me, anyone who is hungry is a guest. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. No one knows better than me how terrible it is to be at sea without food and water. Sanji's eyes were complicated. He and the boss here, Zapu, who was a member of the pirates at the time, were once trapped on an isolated rock in the sea. It took them 48 days to be rescued. No one could understand the horror of hunger more personally than Sanji, so from then on, for Sanji, anyone who was hungry, no matter who they were, was his guest and he would cook for them. Even if there are grudges, they should be resolved after eating. I understand if you don't want to eat these for the sake of your dignity, but if you eat them, you can survive, right? Sanji turned to look at Jin, the corner of his mouth curled up. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The next moment, Agent picked up the plate and started eating with big mouthfuls. It's delicious. It's so delicious. I thought I was going to die. Agent ate while crying. Is it the most delicious in the world? Sanji showed a smile that was typical of Sanji. Whenever he saw the expressions of hungry people after they finished eating his food, Sanji could remember the excitement he felt when he took the first bite of food after being rescued. That was the hope of life. Crack. Found a suitable chef. Luffy. At this time, Luen opened the door, walked to Luffy's side, looked at Luffy and smiled. Yes, I found a good cook. Luffy grinned. Hey, cook. Come and be the cook for my pirates group. Luffy then laughed at Sanji. Ha. Sanji looked up at this point, and saw Luffy, looking confused. You are the man chosen by that beautiful lady, so you are pirates. Sanji then saw Luen next to Luffy and his expression froze. Yes, my name is Luen, and I'm Luffy's partner. How about joining us? Luen looked at Sanji and smiled. Looking at Sanji, Luen not only did not think it was stupid, but admired his behavior of cooking for Sanji first. As long as they were hungry, they were all guests, even if they might bring greater threats. As a chef, the most important thing is to feed people. This is the duty of this position. Even if they are strangers or even possible enemies, as long as the other party is hungry, he will cook for them. This is Sanji's magnanimity. To survive in this ocean, everyone has different persistence. Maybe some of it may seem stupid to others, but as long as you have your own capacity and keep persisting, you can become a strong person. Moreover, although Luen, who came from the Blue Star Dragon country, had not experienced the famine years, when she was a child, the supplies were not so abundant. Wanting to eat the food you want is also an occasional luxury. The obsession with having enough food seems to be engraved in the genes of every dragon citizen. Whenever I meet someone I know, the first thing I ask after greeting them is, "Have you eaten?" If not, go eat. Even if you encounter a big problem, you have to wait until you have filled your stomach before doing anything. Even if there was a life or death battle ahead, they had to eat their fill first. Just like what Luffy yelled in the original story. When you're hungry, eat. Chapter 42. Go with them. Luen. This name sounds familiar. Sanji first murmured when he heard Luen's name. I seem to have heard some guests discussing this name. But for Sanji, the only things that interested him were beauties and food. He didn't care at all at that time. Sanji was also not interested in whether Luen had other identities. Compared to other identities, what Sanji envied most was that Luen was chosen by that beautiful lady. I refuse. Then, Sanji rejected Luffy's invitation. I refuse. I didn't expect Luffy to be more excited than Sanji. Reject what? Sanji was a little confused. I refuse you to refuse me. You are a good cook, so just be a pirate with me. Luffy said seriously. Can you please listen to what others say? Sanji immediately couldn't help himself and transformed into a fanged image. What's going on in the mind of this guy in the straw hat? Are you also pirates? Why are you gathering your companions? At this moment, Agent seemed to have thought of some painful memories, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Yes, we are going to the Grand Line. Luffy raised his head and said loudly. Quote. Agent's face turned extremely pale, even uglier than when he was hungry just now. Since you're still looking for a cook, there aren't enough people to go to the Grand Line. Agent said suddenly. This guy is the sixth one. Luffy pointed at Sanji and smiled. Why include me? Sanji takes on the image of fangs. I'm a kin from the Krieg pirates. I don't think you are bad people. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to go to the Grand Line. You are still young and there is no need to rush. The Grand Line is just a stretch of sea after all. How can pirates stop being pirates? Quote. Akin looked at Luffy and Luen. You went to the Grand Line, and you got scared. Luen looked at Ajin. This is not a mockery, but rather a bit of pity. The Krieg pirates were also unlucky. As soon as they entered the Grand Line, they ran into one of the top fighters in the pirates' world. 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Dracul Mahawk. I still don't know why he could be chased all the way to East Blue by a figure of Hawkeye's level. Quote. Faced with Luen's words, Ajin had no way to refute. He was, indeed, frightened. That man is not human. Have you been to the Grand Line? Do you know anything about it? Luffy looked at Ajin with great interest. No, I don't know anything and I don't understand anything. That's why it's scary. Ajin covered his forehead in pain. They really hadn't even seen much of the Grand Line before the huge fleet was completely destroyed by that man. Well, never mind. I'm definitely going to the Grand Line anyway. Luffy looked at Akin's painful expression and didn't intend to ask any more questions, just grinned. Anyway, I'm just giving you some advice. Ajin smiled helplessly and then stood up. Well, goodbye, Mr. Sanji, thank you so much, you are my savior. This fried rice is the best meal I have ever had in my life. Can I come next time? Jin jumped onto the raft he came from and looked at Sanji with a grateful smile. You can come anytime you're hungry. Sanji smiled. Hey, the odd job boy. At this moment, a loud shout was heard. Uncle. Luffy looked at Zeph who appeared behind them, with cold sweat on his forehead. Luffy was poor and had low aspirations. He owed the other party money, so he was very afraid to face Zeph at this time. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sanji, you'll be scolded for letting someone like me eat for free. Ajin looked at Sanji, his face full of apology. What are you talking about? Sanji calmly threw the plate and spoon that Jin had eaten from into the sea. This way, there will be no more evidence or reason to be scolded. Let's go, Jin. Sanji's mouth curled up. He. Luffy grinned, he wanted Sanji to board his ship more and more. And Zep just watched coldly. The relationship between him and Sanji is like that of father and son, and as a chef, his philosophy is the same as Sanji's. How could he be mad at Sanji for letting these pirates eat for free? Sanji, that brat, was just trying to make that freeloading pirates feel at ease. Don't get caught by Marine again, Jin. Looking at Jin, who was spreading the sail and preparing to leave, Sanji smiled. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanji. I will never forget your kindness. Jin knelt on the raft and bowed to Sanji. Then the sail sailed away. Come to think of it, you've been invited by them, right? Sanji, why don't you just follow them and become pirates? You are not needed here anyway. At this time, Zapu suddenly spoke. Huh, what did you say, old man? Sanji frowned when he heard this. That's great, we got permission, so you can be a pirate with us. Luffy was overjoyed. I'll say it again, I'm not going to be a pirate. You old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Sanji yelled with a twitching eye. Zapu said nothing, but just glanced at Luen. When he saw Luen, Zapu didn't recognize her. After all, a photo is just a photo. Combined with simple photos, even if the real person appears in front of you, not many people can recognize him, her immediately at first glance. But the moment he heard Luen's name, Zapu recognized it. East Blue's new super rookie, the owner of Conqueror's Hockey, Uranus, Luen. Although with Zeph's strength and experience, even after sailing on the Grand Line for a year, he still doesn't know what kind of power Conqueror's Hockey is. But in the era when Zapu sailed, the sea had not yet completely formed the current balance of power between the three major forces of naval headquarters, Shichibukai, and four emperors, and was in great chaos. Moreover, the strong men of the older generation have not yet completely died out, and there are a lot of various news. During his sailing days, what impressed him most was the legendary Great Pirates, the Golden Lion's jailbreak. Rumor has it that the legendary Great Pirate, Golden Lion, possesses the power of Conqueror's Hockey. If this is the case, then it is understandable that the World Economic Times commented on this young man, that the future king of the ocean is about to be born. A captain recognized by such a man, this silly-looking boy named Luffy should not be a simple person. Even though they have only been together for a short time, Zeph can see that Luffy is different from the ordinary villain pirates and is a pirate with dreams. Zeph felt relieved to leave Sanji to such a guy. Sanji should not bear the guilt and gratitude of leaving the food for Sanji when he cut off his feet and ate them due to food shortage when they were trapped, and waste his time here with this old man. Sanji should pursue his dream. Only Grand Line can realize Sanji's dream. No matter what you say, I will be a chef in this restaurant until you die. Sanji and Zeph finished arguing and finally yelled. I won't die. I'll live another 100 years. Zeph turned and walked into the restaurant. Knowing Sanji's personality, Zapu knew that his words would not make Sanji leave. He said this just to tell Luffy and Luen to take Sanji away, he had no problem with that. Whether they can take Sanji away depends on their ability. Looking at Luffy who continued to invite Sanji, Luen turned his head and looked at the sea. Ajin's raft gradually disappeared from sight. But Luen knew that soon, he would arrive here with his captain, Krieg. Along with it came the man. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mahawk. Not only Zoro needs to find Hawkeye, I also have something to ask Hawkeye. Luen, the corners of her mouth curled up. ... Exclamation mark. Chapter 43. Hawkeye Mahawk. Today, it is foggy. 4 days have passed. When can we set off? Do we really have to stay here for a year? On the Mary, Usopp looked helpless. Who knows? Look, Luen isn't in a hurry. Zoro wiped the Japanese words and said nothing. Luen, think about the force method. Usopp looked at Luen, who was leaning against the fence, closing her eyes and enjoying the sea breeze, and put her hands together and said begging. As the captain, Luffy will have to deal with any trouble he gets into, and the chef hasn't confirmed he'll join yet. Luen, who was raising his haki through Born for the Sea, Super Gold, opened his eyes, looked at Usopp and smiled. Hawkeye is coming. Luen must seize every moment to improve hockey. For my own plan. Hearing Luen's words, Usopp was like a deflated ball. Hey! Just at this moment, Luffy walked out of the restaurant holding a pile of food waste. Hey, Luffy, when can we set off? Usopp shouted. Wait for me a moment, I'll ask the uncle to try again. Luffy poked his head out from the pile of garbage. Just as he finished speaking, Luffy heard something and looked towards the sea in the distance. A huge ship slowly appeared in the fog. There is an hourglass on the bow of the Black Panther and next to the fat skull face on the pirate's flag. Everyone in East Blue knows this flag. Yes, it's the Krieg pirates. Why would the East Blue overlord come here? The guests in the restaurant suddenly fell into panic. Hey, Patty, Krieg is really here. You're going to chase him away. A chef looked at Patty with cold sweat on his face and yelled. Why? He is the leader of the pirates with 5,000 subordinates. Why would he come here to seek revenge for just one of his subordinates? Patty thought of Akin, who had been taught a lesson by him, and held his head and yelled. Hey, this is not good, run away. Usopp looked at the huge sailboat, holding his head and screaming. How come this sailboat is so big? Nami was also shocked. But when Nami saw Luen walking up to her, her heart warmed up, and her timid nature was immediately replaced by warmth. What a big ship! Luffy looked at the ship and exclaimed. Is it that guy Agent who came to you to repay his kindness? Luffy grinned as he looked at Sanji who had heard the noise and walked over to him. I don't think so, but it's a little strange. Sanji's eyes fixed. Luffy was a little confused. But the next moment, the huge ship completely emerged from the fog and was exposed to everyone. What a shabby boat he was on. 873 Luffy, look at this scarred ship. It doesn't look like a cannon attack, but it doesn't look like human damage either. Looking at the scar in the middle of the ship, which is the most conspicuous part, Sanji analyzed. Zoro, does that crack look like it was cut by a knife? Luen looked at the most conspicuous horizontal crack on the ship, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haki, his heart began to boil. Cut out with a knife. How is that possible? Zoro retorted subconsciously. How could a knife cut open such a large sailboat? But looking closely, Zoro was somewhat silent. Because that crack really looked like it was cut by a knife. Could it be that this swordsman is able to do such a thing? Thinking of what Johnny said, that there is news about the man with eagle eyes that he has been looking for, Zoro held the Deutschemanji even tighter. At this moment, two figures came down from the huge sailboat. One of them was Ajin, who was rescued by Sanji 4 days ago. At this time, Ajin was carrying a tall but weak figure. It is the so-called East Blue Overlord, Krieg. Please, give me food and water, I have money. As soon as he entered the restaurant, Krieg spoke weakly. After learning that Krieg had not eaten for many days and had no strength left. Patty, who was terrified just now, suddenly changed his expression and yelled at him to get out. Let this guy eat his fill, and I don't know what will happen. But then, Sanji took a portion of fried rice from the kitchen and placed it in front of Krieg. Sanji proved his magnanimity with his actions. Anyone who is hungry is his customer. But after eating, Krieg. Bang! A hard elbow hit the unprepared Sanji's throat, causing him to fall heavily to the ground. Chief. This is different from what we agreed. Mr. Sanji is my savior. Crack. Ajin, who tried to stop him, also had his arm broken by Krieg. The guests in the restaurant screamed and ran away, but Krieg did not stop them. The chefs, led by Patty, wanted to defeat Krieg, but were defeated in an instant. Prepare 100 servings of food for me. I still have hungry subordinates on my ship. Krieg shouted coldly. Delusional. The chefs at Barati certainly didn't want to. But then, Sanji, who was knocked to the ground by Krieg, stood up and walked towards the kitchen. What are you going to do? Sanji. Patty roared. I don't have time to chat with you here, I still have to cook for 100 people. Sanji wiped the bloodline from the corner of his mouth. Red. CDDA, the chefs pointed their sharp kitchen utensils at Sanji. Are you a spy for the Krieg pirates, Sanji? A chef roared. Of course I know that the other person is a hopeless B*******************, D, but I'm a chef, and as long as someone is hungry, I have to cook for him. The rest is not something I consider. Even if they come to attack here, I will defeat these bastards who have had enough food. Sanji said calmly. Take it. It should be enough for 100 people. As Sanji and the chefs were confronting each other, Zeph placed a large package on the ground. You are Redfoot Zeph. Krieg recognized Zeph's identity and immediately saw Zeph's prosthetic limb. However, you no longer have that kind of skills. Hand over your 1-year logbook of sailing on the Grand Line. With the Grand Line's logbook, I will gather my men again, enter the Grand Line, and seize One Piece. Dominate this sea. Krieg looked at Zeph and shouted. Wait a minute, I'm the one who's going to be the king of pirates. Luffy, who had just been watching, immediately stepped forward upon hearing this and followed Krieg's lead. Get out of here, you idiot, you are no match for him. Paddy said quickly. I can't back down. That's the only thing. Luffy showed a smile that was typical of his generosity. I can't pretend I didn't hear you, kid, this isn't just a game. Krieg said solemnly. I'm serious. Luffy and Krieg confront each other. That's the Devil's Sea where even my 5,000-man pirates fleet was destroyed in just 7 days. How can a brat like you survive there? Krieg roared. Since you want to die, why don't you let me kill you here? Krieg's shoulder armor opened, revealing the cannon inside. Luffy also rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight Krieg. Want to fight, Luffy? Zoro's voice came. Do you need help, Luffy? Luen raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Krieg. I don't know what this guy did to cause Hawkeye to chase him here. Luen, you guys are here. No need, just watch from there. Luffy looked at Luen and the others and refused. Luffy must defeat anyone who claims to be the king of pirates. Krieg looked at Zoro, then at Zeph. Finally, he looked at Luen. This guy has a completely different aura from the kid in front of him. Just standing there, I felt that this guy was very strong. Krieg's mouth twitched, and then he put away his weapon. Wait until your subordinates have recovered their combat effectiveness, and then use your absolute numerical advantage to kill these guys. I'll fight you later, I have to go feed my subordinates first. Krieg carried the food and said, if you want to escape, do it now. My goal is the Grand Line's logbook and this ship. Krieg turned and walked towards the huge ship outside the door. I'm so sorry, Mr. Sanji, I really didn't want it to turn out like this. After Krieg left, Ajin fell to his knees. No need for your apology, kid, the chef in our restaurant just acts according to his own wishes. Before Sanji could say anything, Zeph spoke up. Boss, why are you still protecting Sanji at this time? Sanji is going to ruin this store. If you don't feed Krieg, then nothing will happen, right? The chef's present shouted continuously. Shut up. Do you know what it feels like to be nearly starving to death? Think about the difference between you and Sanji as a chef. Zep roared. Many chefs were confused and didn't know what the boss was talking about. If you have time to complain, you might as well leave this restaurant through the back door. Zeph pointed to the back door of the restaurant. This is the store where we work. We have nowhere else to go anyway. Although they didn't know what the boss meant by the difference between them and Sanji, many chefs still took up arms. Hey, you have just witnessed the leader's power. Why are you going to die? Ah Jin shouted with cold sweat on his forehead. Hey, Jin. At this time, Sanji came over and kicked a fallen table to make it stand up. Let me make it clear to you first. It is my duty as a chef to feed the hungry people. However, the next ones are the well-fed invaders. Even if I defeat all your companions later, you can't complain. Sanji stepped on the table, raised his head, and his eyes were gloomy. If you want to take this store away, even if it's you, I will kill you without hesitation. Ajin swallowed hard. Humph, you saved the person, but in the end you have to kill him. I really admire you, Sanji. Paddy didn't understand Sanji's behavior and said sarcastically. Stop talking nonsense, you stinky cook. Sanji lit a cigarette. I told you this guy is pretty good. Luffy pointed at Sanji and smiled at Luen and the others. Who cares if he's good or not? We need to escape quickly. Usopp's timid gene kicked in and his legs were shaking. Calm down, you guy, in Zailuobu village, I was just named Luen. Great, and you are still proudly shouting that you want to be a warrior on the sea. Zoro hit Usopp on the head with the scabbard. Of course I will take action at the critical moment. Usopp said with trembling legs, it seemed unbelievable. Then I'll leave it to you, Usopp. But Luen patted Usopp on the shoulder and said with a smile. Usopp is not weak at all at the critical moment. Leave it to me. Usopp saw that the real pirates he admired so much, Luen had said so he could only stand firm and cry. Hey, Jin, what on earth did you encounter on the Grand Line? Luffy looked at Jin who had not left yet. When I think back on what happened on the 7th day after entering Grand Line, I can't tell whether it was real or a dream. Ajin's sweat couldn't stop flowing down. It's incredible that just one man could defeat a fleet of 50 ships. What? Except for Luen, everyone showed a shocked expression. Even the thick-skinned Luffy opened his mouth wide. With the appearance of that man, the fleet's ships sank one after another. If we hadn't been lucky enough to encounter a storm, I'm afraid even the main ship would have sunk completely. Jin covered his forehead and closed his eyes in pain. That man with eagle eyes who can kill with his eyes. What did you say? Zoro's pupils suddenly shrank and he reacted greatly. The one who can do this must be the Hawkeye man. Zeph said solemnly. Mahawk. Zoro was holding the Wado Ikimonji, and his whole body was shaking. Do you know him, Zoro? Luffy looked up at Zoro. It was the first time he saw Zoro react so strongly. He is the man I went to sea to find. Zoro rode. But one person can defeat an entire fleet. Isn't that too much, Luen? Usopp looked to Luen, who had the most experience, for help, hoping to get some comfort. Grand Line is a place where nothing is strange. Luen said, red and black flickering in his eyes. I have a disease that will kill me if I go to the Grand Line. Usopp clutched his heart in pain. And, at this time, Luffy lowered his head and his whole body was trembling. Hey, Luffy, do you also think we shouldn't go there? Usopp looked at Luffy and thought he got his approval, but it really makes me excited, this is the way to go. Luffy shouted excitedly. You should at least consider your own safety. Usopp incarnates the image of fangs. But now, my target is completely locked on Grand Line. Just like you said, Luen, only in Grand Line can I realize my ambition. There, you can meet the man named Hawkeye. Zoro smiled like an animal. Isn't that stupid? Sanji suddenly spoke up. For some reason, he felt a little displeased with this green algae-headed guy. I think you are the type to die first. Sanji rode. That's true, but the word stupid is redundant. Zoro's mouth turned down. He also felt inexplicably displeased with the man with curly eyebrows. When I decided to become the world's greatest swordsman, I had already put life and death aside. The only person who can say this decision is stupid is me. Zoro rode. Me too. Luffy immediately raised his hand. As a brave warrior on the sea, I am certainly one of them. Usopp said, trembling all over. You're lying again. Zoro looked at Usopp helplessly. It's really stupid. Sanji lowered his head and said. Snort. Zeph smiled. Zeph could see that Sanji wanted to join them. Do you know what's going on right now? The ship parked at the door is the huge sailing ship of the pirates' fleet admiral, the leader of Krieg. Paddy yelled. Is now the time to talk about dreams. Meanwhile, Krieg, who had fed and watered his men and given them a new lease of life, was ordering his men to seize Barati. Next second, boom, Krieg's ship was completely cut in two. The sinking of the huge sailing ship caused huge waves, which made Barati shake violently. Here I come. Luen, the corners of her mouth curled up. When I walked out of the restaurant, I saw a man sitting elegantly on a boat that looked like a coffin. They chased me all the way from the Grand Line to here. Krieg looked at the man and roared uncontrollably. That man is. Zapu's pupils shrank. One of the 7 warlords of the sea, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mahawk. Luen's mouth curled up. Check the entry. Chapter 44. No need to say more. King vs. King. Entries: Hawkeye, Armament Hockey, Super Gold, Observation Hockey, Super Gold, World's Greatest Swordsman, Super Gold, Conquerors Hockey, Super Gold. Armament Hockey, Super Gold, Hockey that can increase its own defense and attack power, and can capture the entity of the ability user. Observation Hockey, Super Gold, it can sharpen one's 5 senses and develop super senses. One can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. Hockey can also be used to predict and avoid danger. When trained to ultimate, one can briefly see the future. The world's greatest swordsman, Super Gold, no need to say more. In this sea, anyone who uses a sword is the strongest. Conqueror's Hockey, Super Gold, fully master Conqueror's Hockey Tangle, and possess the power to be the king of this sea. This is the strongest person who truly stands at the top of this ocean. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Dracul Mahawk has an entry. Looking at the golden color, Luen raised the corners of his mouth with a hint of excitement. There is no doubt that Hawkeye is at the peak of the general level. Sure enough, this man has completely mastered the power of dominance. In the original novel, the main reason why Buggy was able to become the 4 emperors was because of the man in front of him. Mihawk the Hawkeye is the only man in the Four Emperors Pirates who is not a Four Emperor but has a bounty higher than that of the Four Emperors themselves. As for Buggy's so-called second, royal father, Crocodile, it can be seen from his later bounty which was much lower than Hawkeye's that in Marine's eyes, his strength was not strong and was far from reaching the level of the top strong men in this sea. Marine also made it clear that he offered the bounty because he recognized Crocodile's strategy. Based on his strength alone, even if he made it to the finals, Crocodile wouldn't even get a bounty of 1.9 billion. It can be said that the reason why the Cross Guild in the original work can be identified as the Four Emperors Pirates is because of Hawkeye, Inricor Mihawk. Without a peak Emperor level warrior, no matter how lucky Buggy is, he can't become a Four Emperor. Coming to this world, he finally met the strongest man in this ocean. At this moment, the Conqueror's haki in Luen's body was boiling. Mihawk. Zoro walked quickly to Luen's side, his body trembling slightly. This is not fear, but excitement. And, nervous. After all, Zoro at this time had just set out to sea and did not have the magnanimity that he had later in the original book. Facing the strongest in the world, even if it was his goal to challenge by going out to sea, he couldn't control the nervousness in his heart. Luen, I've brought the boat to a safe place. At this time, Nami was driving a small boat and Luen jumped onto the boat. Thanks for your hard work. Luen suppressed the boiling Conqueror's haki in his body, looked at Nami and smiled. Nami, as expected, did not choose to leave at this time like in the original novel and face Arlong and his gang alone. What hatred do we have against you? Why are you attacking us like this? At this moment, a member of the Krieg Pirates group broke down and yelled at Hawkeye. Just to kill time, Hawkeye said calmly. Don't be ridiculous. The minion roared and shot at Hawkeye with both hands. The black knife behind Hawkeye was suddenly pulled out. It was obviously a heavy blade, but in Hawkeye's hand, it seemed so soft. The two bullets' trajectories were changed instantly. Luen's eyes narrowed. Hawkeye's swordsmanship, unlike Zoro's bold and aggressive one, is a combination of hardness and softness. The bullets without haki in Hawkeye's hand, which is known as the world's strongest black sword and one of the 12 supreme swords, are as fragile as dust in front of the night. Especially, this strongest black sword is in the hands of the world's greatest swordsman. But Hawkeye is able to change the trajectory of the bullet with the sharpest blade without cutting it. It can be said that Hawkeye has the ultimate control over every part of the sword, which can split mountains and rocks, and can also move 1,000 pounds with a little effort. This combination of hardness and softness in swordsmanship is definitely a nightmare for other swordsmen and strong men in close combat. A swordsman, even a great swordsman, can make terrifying flying slashes, but the real killer move is close combat. After all, haki and physical energy are limited, even for the peak emperor. How much haki and physical energy would be consumed if it were to be entangled in a large-scale flying slash? This is why Hawkeye's slash in Summit War was blocked by Diamond Joe's. Because there was no haki on it at all, it was just a tentative attack from Hawkeye. And the flying slash is, after all, a long-range attack that is separated from the body, and its power is still not as strong as the power of a swordsman swinging his sword directly. Seeing Hawkeye show off just a few of his skills was enough to highlight the terrifying nature of his swordsmanship. Luen pulled Nami behind him, and the red and black in his eyes began to boil faintly. I clearly aimed. The minion's face was full of disbelief. He caused the bullet to miss, and he used the blade of his knife to slightly change its trajectory. Zoro stepped forward and said solemnly. Then, Zoro walked towards Hawkeye without further ado. Hey, who are you? The henchman who shot Hawkeye yelled. Crack. Zoro held the Wado Ikimonji on his waist in his hand. The 3 knives on his waist attracted the attention of everyone present. 3 knives, could it be? Some of the Krieg pirates' minions had cold sweat on their foreheads. I have never seen such a soft sword. Zoro looked at Hawkeye, a beast-like smile on his face. A sword with only power has no strength. Hawkeye turned to look at Zoro and said calmly. Was that ship also cut open with this sword? Zoro looked at the huge ship that had been completely cut apart. Exactly. Hawkeye spoke calmly. I see, he is indeed the strongest. Zoro smiled excitedly. I went out to sea to see you. Zoro tied the scarf on his shoulders on his head, representing Zoro's full strength. What is the goal? Hawkeye became interested. The strongest. Zoro gave a generous smile. Huh, that's stupid. Hawkeye smiled a little. You are free, come and compete with me. Wado Ikimonji unsheathed and pointed at Hawkeye. This guy is Roronoa Zoro, the three-sword master. A member of the Krieg Pirates group yelled. He is Zoro. Sanji was a little surprised. This green algae head is actually the famous pirates hunter from East Blue. Pirates hunter. Krieg's eyes are fixed on something. There are guys like this on that brat's ship. But the feeling that man gave him was stronger than Zoro. Krieg looked at Luen, and sweat began to form on his forehead. What's going on? Why does it feel like this man is even stronger now than before? Just standing there, the feeling is terrifying. Especially when he saw the red and black flashes in the man's eyes from time to time, Krieg subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. How is it possible? Krieg gasped for breath, veins popping out on his forehead. He is the overlord of East Blue. When I saw that man, I unexpectedly had an absurd feeling in my heart that I was not qualified to look directly at that man, as if I was looking up at an existence in the sky. Competition. What a pathetic weakling. Swish. There was no sign of Hawkeye's movement. The next moment, Hawkeye disappeared from the coffin-shaped ship and appeared in front of Zoro. If you were a first-rate swordsman, even without fighting, you would be able to see the difference in strength between you and me. Should I say that you are brave enough to draw your sword against me, or is it because of your ignorance? There was no emotion in Hawkeye's eyes. Ignorance and disparity. Zoro held the Wado Ikimonji in his hand and smiled like a wild beast. Maybe I was a little ignorant before I met Luen, but now I have a rough idea of what is in this ocean. Luffy, Luen, I'm so sorry, I have to act on my own and compete with this man before going to the Grand Line. Zoro looked at Luen and Luffy with eyes emitting a beast-like light. Just follow the path you have chosen, Zoro. The corners of Luen's mouth curled up into a hockey arc. As the captain, I will support any decision my partners make. I'm right here watching you, Zoro. Luffy yelled. Luen, could it be that Uranus, Luen? When Zoro called out the name, everyone's eyes turned to Luen. Uranus is Luen, it's this man. Krieg's mouth twitched. Krieg naturally knew about the super newcomer who appeared in East Blue some time ago. But I didn't expect to meet you in this way. I thought he was just a guy with a name but no substance, but when facing this man, I didn't even have the courage to look him in the face. Damn, he is the overlord of East Blue. Krieg was breathing heavily. Reading. Hawkeye looked at Luen with his sharp eyes, and felt the momentum that was about to explode from Luen, and his eyes fixed. Conqueror's Haki. It's interesting that in this weakest sea, there is a man with this level of Conqueror's Haki. Then, Hawkeye saw Luffy's hat again. This is the red-haired one. So that's how it is. Did the red-haired guy put his left arm on this kid? There was nothing unusual on Hawkeye's face, but there was a wave of turmoil in his heart. When Red Hair lost his left arm in East Blue, it caused a big stir in New World. It is also a huge regret for Hawkeye. Red Hair is a left-handed swordsman. After losing his left hand, Hawkeye no longer has the fun of practicing swordsmanship with Red Hair. What Red Hair said at the beginning was that his left arm was pressed against the new era. Unexpectedly, the burden fell on such an unprepossessing boy. But, looking at the red and black flashing in Luen's eyes, Hawkeye's eyes fixed. Being recognized by such a Conqueror's Haki owner, and with Red Hair's bet, this kid's future is really worth looking forward to. Well, for the sake of the red-haired guy, let this swordsman know a little bit how vast this sea is. Requesting flowers. DFT. With Zoro's ugly face, Hawkeye pulled out a small knife that looked like a fruit knife from the cross on his chest. I am different from those stupid beasts. I have to use all my strength to hunt a rabbit. I'm sorry, I don't have a knife smaller than this. Hawkeye frowned, as if he was a little dissatisfied with taking out such a small knife to deal with Zoro. There should be a limit to looking down on others. Zoro was completely enraged. With the Wado Ikimonji in his mouth and two knives in his hands, he rushed towards Hawkeye. Three swords style, demon slash. Clang. The next moment, Zoro's three sword style secret technique was easily blocked by Hawkeye using this small knife. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Everyone present, except Luen, was completely stunned. The pirate's hunter was actually blocked by a knife. I can't move. What on earth happened? How is it possible? It's so far away. The sweat on the forehead kept dripping. It was clearly just one move that was blocked, but his body was unable to move. Zoro, who learned about Haki from Luen, anticipated a battle with Hawkeye. Perhaps, If the opponent used hockey, he might be in a difficult situation. But I never expected that the gap would be so big. Forget hockey, the other party just took out a knife. The world can't be that far away. Zoro roared, his heart completely confused, and launched a crazy attack on Hawkeye. But these chaotic attacks were all blocked by Hawkeye with the knife, walking in the garden with ease. Afterwards, Zoro was completely fooled by Hawkeye until he had no strength left. Weak. What do you carry? At the end of being strong, what do you desire? Hawkeye said calmly as he looked at Zoro, who had no strength left but still swung his sword at him, and finally collapsed due to exhaustion. Zero. You actually said that Big Brother is weak. You be asterisk 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 D. That man is our big brother. Seeing Zoro being teased like this, Johnny and Joseph couldn't help but rush up to fight Hawkeye. But Luffy caught him back using the ability of the rubber fruit and pinned him to the ground. Don't interfere, Johnny, Joseph, just hold on, this is Zoro's battle. Luffy also endured it with a grin, veins bulging all over his body. Take a good look at this. Men like Johnny, Joseph, and Zoro don't need sympathy. Luen, the Conqueror's hockey in his eyes was almost overflowing. I absolutely cannot lose. In Zoro's mind, the agreement with Kuina, as well as the agreement with Luffy, Luen and others appeared like a revolving lantern. Then, the ambition is to become the world's greatest swordsman. Tiger hunt. Zoro growled. Puff. The knife pierced into Zoro's chest. Why don't you retreat? Do you want to be stabbed through the heart? Hawkeye's eyes narrowed. He held back, and Zoro only needed to step back to avoid being hurt. I don't know either, but I feel that if I step back, all the vows and promises we made will disappear. Zoro looked at Hawkeye. Yes, this is called defeat. Hawkeye said. Then you can't retreat. Zoro smiled. You won't retreat even if you die. Hawkeye's gaze narrowed. It might be better to die here. Zoro showed a generous smile. How strong is your heart? Can you die compared to defeat? Hawkeye's eyes flashed with admiration. He put away the knife and pulled out the black knife. Knight. Kid, tell me your name. Roronoa Zoro. Zoro placed the 3 knives in a ring, with a beast-like smile on his face. I will remember this, my long-lost warrior. As a swordsman's etiquette, I will use this strongest black sword to bury you in the sea. Hawkeye smiled. Thank you very much. Zoro held 3 swords and launched his strongest attack. 3 swords style secret, 3,000 worlds. Puff. Blood spurted, and except for the Wado Ikimonji, the swords in Zoro's hands were directly cut off. We lost. Such a miserable defeat. Is this the strongest power in the world? Zoro silently put away the Wado Ikimonji, turned to Hawkeye, opened his arms, and exposed his chest. Do what? Hawkeye was a little surprised. The scars on your back are a swordsman's shame. Zoro laughed. Amazing. Hawkeye laughed happily. Puff. The black knife directly cut Zoro's chest open, causing him to fall into the sea. Zoro. After seeing the result, Luffy could no longer bear it and used the ability of the rubber fruit to rush towards Hawkeye, but was easily avoided and smashed into the ruins of the Krieg pirate's ship. Don't worry, he's not dead yet. Hawkeye said. Seeing Johnny, Joseph jumped into the sea to save Zoro. Luen jumped up and came in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye, his eyes fixed. Buzz. The red and black in Luen's eyes seemed to become real, flickering faintly in the atmosphere. A hint of red and black also flashed in Hawkeye's eyes. Conqueror's hockey, to Conqueror's hockey. King, against the king. Chapter 45. Plundering Hawkeye's luck. Big harvest. I am reading. I saw Zoro's helplessness in front of Hawkeye, and then I saw Luen standing in front of Hawkeye. Nami exclaimed, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. Zoro is a pirate hunter in East Blue that many pirates with bounties of tens of millions fear. But in front of the eagle-eyed man, she was as fragile as a baby. Luen is very strong, but facing such a monster. Nami looked at Luen's back as he faced Hawkeye, clasped her hands together in front of her heart, looking nervous. One by one, it's really crazy. That green algae-headed guy is the strongest in the world. He should have known the outcome before the fight. Isn't it better to just give up your ambition? It's very simple, just give up your ambition. Sanji looked at Zoro being carried from the sea to the boat by Johnny and Joseph, and then looked at Zoro's vivid example in front of him. Luen, who was still standing in front of Hawkeye, murmured Sanji. This wasn't Sanji denying Zoro and Luen. Rather, he was persuading himself. Although he didn't like the green-haired girl, he was also very envious of Luen for being favored by Miss Nami. But Sanji looked at them and it was as if he saw his own kind. That is the magnanimity of being willing to sacrifice one's life for one's ambition and dream. What was the difference between his previous behavior of cooking for Krieg and that stupid green algae head? Sanji was somewhat tempted by the invitation from the pirates group. But he still had a favor to do to Zapu that he had not yet repaid. You must be the companions of that young swordsman, thank you for standing by to see me through to the end. Hawkeye looked at Luen, red and black flickering in his eagle-like eyes. It's surprising to have such a Haki in this weakest sea. Hawkeye was also a little serious. This is a sign of respect for a man who has also awakened Conqueror's Haki and possesses the qualities of a king. It seems that you have something to ask me, but let me finish this. 127, matter first. Hawkeye said slowly. The Conqueror's Haki boiling around Luen slowed down slightly, representing his answer. Young swordsman, it's too early for you to die. Looking at Zoro who was rescued onto the ship, Hawkeye raised his voice. I am Dracul Mahawk. See yourself clearly, understand the world, and become stronger. No matter how many years pass, I will be waiting for you in this strongest position. Surpass this sword, surpass me, Roronoa Zoro. Hawkeye's words represented the world's greatest swordsman's recognition of Zoro's performance. This young swordsman has a strong heart to become a swordsman. Also, the pride of being a swordsman. It has been a long time since he has seen such a newcomer that is worth looking forward to. Ever since Red Hair lost his left hand and his left-hand sword was completely sealed, Hawkeye has been lonely for too long. In this sea, no one can take him seriously when it comes to swordsmanship. Brother, wake up. Johnny and Joseph were in tears, and Usopp kept applying medicine to Zoro and treating his wounds. But Hawkeye knew that Zoro was just unconscious, so he held back. Boy, what is your goal? Hawkeye looked at Luffy. This boy chosen by the red-haired guy. Pirates King. Facing the world's strongest swordsman, Luffy shouted. Humph, that's a more difficult path than surpassing me. Hawkeye's mouth curled up. Really? The boy chosen by the red-haired guy should be like this. I don't care. I'm going to be the boss anyway. After Luffy finished speaking, he made a face at Hawkeye. He's still alive, just fainted. Usopp's loud shout made Luffy look quickly. Luen, the red and black in his eyes faded a little, and he also looked at Zoro. Brother, please say something. Johnny and Joseph burst into tears. Crack. Zoro, using up his last bit of strength, raised the only remaining sword, the Kazuo Ikimonji, high up in the air. Luffy, Luen, can you hear me? Zoro, exhausted and seriously injured, was panting, but his voice was still strong. Ah, Luffy yelled. Ah, Luen also looked solemn. For a man like Zoro, even if he is an awakened king, he will be given full respect. I'm sorry to have worried you. Zoro held up the knife. If I don't become the world's strongest swordsman, it will cause you a lot of trouble, ahem. Before he could finish, Zoro started to cough painfully due to his serious injury. Brother, stop talking, the wound has opened again. Johnny and Joseph cried out in anxiety. But Zoro, holding back the pain, continued to speak. I won't lose again. Zoro didn't raise his sword, he covered his eyes, tears flowed out. This super tough guy who could endure hunger for 20 days without changing his expression, shed tears of shame after suffering such a tragic defeat. It also means that Zoro's ambition will continue. I will never lose again until I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro's roar made Wanyan's mouth curl up. Do you have any objections? King of Pirates. Uranus. Zoro roars. He. No. Luffy bared his teeth and laughed heartily. Luen didn't answer, but just smiled, then the red and black in his eyes suddenly boiled and he looked at Hawkeye. He would tell Zoro his answer through his actions. Uranus, is that your title? Pretty crazy, young man. You are not a swordsman, what do you want from me? Hawkeye spoke slowly. How about giving me a favor and measuring mine? The corners of Luen's mouth curled up into a hockey arc. Meeting a man like Hawkeye, standing on the top of the ocean. How can I not measure the gap between my current capabilities and those of such a peak powerhouse? Because of red hair, Hawkeye is the most suitable target for measurement. Hawkeye heard Luen's words and followed his gesture, and saw the red-haired man wearing a straw hat. This young man, does he know his relationship with red hair? Well, this face really needs to be given benevolence. Okay. The red and black in Hawkeye's eyes flashed madly. Besides, before Hawkeye finished speaking, Luen continued. I need to let my partners know how powerful they are before I can challenge you again. Luen laughed loudly, and red and black lightning began to flash around him. Without the power of tyranny, it is impossible to completely defeat Hawkeye. Hearing this, Hawkeye's eyes suddenly focused as he looked at the red and black lightning flashing around Luen. Have you been to the Grand Line? No. Have you been to the New World? Hawkeye said in a deep voice. This young man not only awakened Conqueror's Haki, but also knew that Conqueror's Haki could be entangled in attacks. Is he the most domineering force in this sea? Otherwise, how could you say such a thing? In East Blue, and even in the first half of the Grand Line, almost no one knows about Conqueror's Haki, let alone armament Haki. No, even in the New World, only a very few strong people know the truth about the power of Conqueror's Haki. I haven't been there. I'm planning to go there with my friends to conquer it. Luen Haki responded. I don't know where you got the truth about Conqueror's Haki, but if you know it, what's the point of showing such power to the young swordsman? Such power is innate, and cannot be awakened without qualification. The sharp eagle eyes looked at Luen. Apart from Luen, who had the strongest entry system, even Hawkeye could not tell whether Sulong had the qualifications to be a king. So what Hawkeye said to Zoro at this time, to make him stronger and surpass him, was just purely from the perspective of swordsmanship. Without the power of Bakken, even if Zoro's swordsmanship is not inferior to his, he has no chance of winning. Hawkeye just wanted to plant a seed to see if this young swordsman could learn sword skills from him in the future and let him find some fun after a long time. Of course, he would not use his domineering power at that time. Of course he will awaken such a power. The corner of Luen's mouth curled up into a Haki arc. He is a man recognized by me, Luen. Luen Haki laughed, and the wreckage of the Krieg pirates ship around Luen actually collapsed a little at this moment. Luen, who is on the sea, has the attribute of born for the sea and displays Conqueror's Haki, and even Eagle Eyes cannot ignore him. Hawkeye's pupils suddenly condensed. This is enough to cause certain real damage to the surrounding objects. After awakening, Conqueror's Haki can only attack the weak at first, making them unconscious. If you become stronger, you can use Conqueror's Haki to cause substantial damage to the surrounding objects. Until you can master Conqueror's Haki and perform entanglement attacks. Finally, if you fully master the power of Conqueror's Haki entanglement, you will become the strongest person in this sea. This young man is on the right path, walking on the road to the highest peak of this ocean. And Hawkeye didn't know whether his eagle-like eyes were dazzled. In this young man, he seemed to see the man whose execution he had watched before. Pirate's King's shadow, confidence to the ultimate, Haki to the ultimate, just standing there, it's like shining in the center of the ocean. Although this young man's Haki is not as strong as the Pirate's King, it does have a rudimentary form. Such a young man unexpectedly appeared in East Blue, the weakest sea. Hawkeye's heart was in turmoil. Zoro is going to be the world's greatest swordsman. Luen, Haki laughed. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Zoro covered his eyes at this time, tears were flowing. I'm reading. He won't lose again. Snort. Hawkeye's mouth curled up. Interesting. Next moment. Buzz. Boom. Luen's eyes suddenly focused, and the red and black in his eyes seemed to materialize and turned into a violent storm. Boom. The eagle's eyes, as sharp as an eagle's, also focused, and Conqueror's Haki also roared out. Two storms meet in the atmosphere. Sizzle. Boom. Red and black lightning roared wildly in the atmosphere. Two forces were formed, strangling each other in the atmosphere. The violent storm, at this moment, centered on Luen and Hawkeye, roared crazily. Luffy, who was beside the two, was the first to be hit and was blown away by the violent storm. Luffy immediately used the ability of the rubber fruit while yelling, stretched out his arms, grabbed the railing of the Barati, and returned to the restaurant ship. Boom. A terrible storm formed, causing the wreckage of the Krieg pirates' ship to be swept up from the sea into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. As the storm passed, the pupils of the Krieg pirates suddenly shrank, their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. Then, it was blown into the sky by the violent storm. Even the clouds in the sky began to roll back, madly moving away from the sky above Luen and Hawkeye. This is a clash between two kings. Nothing, not even the clouds, can be above the king. Conqueror's Haki, hit. What happened? Sanji resisted the storm and looked at the center of the collision with cold sweat on his forehead. Many chefs around him could not withstand such an impact and passed out. What kind of power is this? Conqueror's Haki. Is this the power of Conqueror's Haki? It's amazing. Zeph, who had only heard of it but saw Conqueror's Haki for the first time, was shocked. Conqueror's Haki. Sanji muttered. Conqueror's Haki. It turns out that it can not only make the weak unconscious, but can also be used as a power. Is this what you want to tell me, Luen? At this moment, Zoro was being protected by Usopp, Johnny, and Joseph to prevent him from being affected by the storm. But Zoro showed a beastly smile. He also wants to possess such power. With this kind of power, I can challenge Hawkeye again, right? As for whether he could have it, Zoro had no doubts. Luen, if he says he can have it, he can have it. Otherwise, how can I be worthy of Luen's recognition? Call. The storm gradually subsided. The red and black in Luen and Hawkeye's eyes slowly subsided. Plop, plop. The remains of the Krieg pirates are scattered across the sea. Amazing Haki. He has such a great talent even before he goes to the Grand Line. Uranus. Luen, I will remember this name. Hawkeye's eyes were somewhat shaken. Only after a collision can you feel how strong the opponent's Conqueror's Haki is. This young man's ability is simply beyond what one of his age and experience should have. There are many Conqueror's Haki in the Grand Line who are much stronger than this young man. However, considering the young man's age, and the fact that he has not been to the Grand Line, and has only been in the weakest sea, East Blue, he has this level of Haki. This young man's future is limitless. In addition, he could see some shadows of the pirate's king who was executed in the past that he had watched in this young man. At this moment, even Hawkeye felt a little shaken. I used a 0.5 color Haki collision with Hawkeye, the iconic strongman of the pirates' camp, 7 warlords of the sea, causing his mind to be slightly shaken. Trigger the hidden effect of the faction's luck, super gold plundering part of its luck. Awaken. Armament Haki, observation Haki. A light curtain that only Luen can see emerges. 0147031235 Filu 141,531,051. And the harvest does not end there. Your words have greatly enhanced the bond between Zoro and you, and the entry loading progress has increased. Warcraft Physique, dark purple, loaded. Luen looked at the light curtain with flickering eyes. The loading of the Warcraft Physique has been completed, which was part of Luen's plan. However, I didn't expect that by colliding with Conqueror's Haki, I could actually trigger the hidden effect of faction luck, super gold. By colliding with Conqueror's Haki, you can make the pirates, iconic strongman's mind fluctuate, and then you can plunder some of his luck. That's right. After all, as long as we defeat it completely, our faction's luck will be able to take away all of its luck. In the Conqueror's Haki collision, the opponent's mind can be shaken, and a certain advantage can be gained in the battle. No wonder in the original work, those owners of Conqueror's Haki, even if they have not yet mastered the power of dominance, will engage in the collision of Conqueror's Haki before the final life and death battle. However, this slight shake is very insignificant to Hawkeye, and he can fully recover in just a moment. This is because of the red hair. Hawkeye's Conqueror's Haki release is very restrained. Otherwise, Luen wouldn't have looked evenly matched with Hawkeye in this clash. The red-haired guy's connection really works well. Although it was only a slight shock, it was enough for Luen. Through the little bit of luck he plundered, Luen awakened Armament Haki and Observation Haki. As expected of him, he is the top figure in the pirates' camp, second only to the 4 emperors and Shichibukai. Just a little bit of luck has brought him such a harvest. Before entering the Grand Line, what Luen needs most now is this power. In addition, Zoro's Warcraft Physique, Deep Purple, was also loaded at this moment. Check the entry. Chapter 46. Fusion Entries. Fighting. So cool. Items: Luen, Superman's Physique, Dark Purple, Warcraft's Physique, Dark Purple, Armament Haki, Dark Purple, Observation Haki, Dark Purple, Conqueror's Haki, Light Gold, Faction's Luck, Super Gold, Born for the Sea, Super Gold, Ghostly Chi, Special, Loading, Hymn of Courage, Special, Loading, Sun God, Super Gold, Loading. Armament Haki and Observation Haki have both reached the Deep Purple level of entry level. Through the entry system, Luen has more knowledge about Haki in his mind at the moment of awakening. The strength of Armament Haki is related to the combination of the owner's physique and capacity. The strength of Observation Haki is related to the combination of the owner's spirit and capacity. Luen has awakened Conqueror's Haki, and with the Seaborn's power-enhancing device, the strength of Luen's Conqueror's Haki is now strong enough to cause some damage to reality. As for the capacity of Haki strength, Luen certainly has it. However, the strength of armament hockey also requires physical strength, and Luen is currently only at the deep purple level, so Luen's current armament hockey entry level is also deep purple. Luen also got a piece of information about the subsequent conditions for upgrading the physical attributes. Before the light gold level entries, the level of entries related to physique was still directly linked to the combat effectiveness. However, after the light gold level entries, the levels of entries related to physique are more closely linked to the current calendar. After all, the threshold for the light gold level combat entry is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral threshold combat power. Fighters at this level basically have strong armament hockey. No matter how strong their physique is, they are still carbon-based creatures, except for monsters like Four Emperors, Charlotte, Linlin who have the special ability of steel balloons, and special races like giants. How could other strong men, without using moves like hockey, devil fruit, and iron body, exert combat power above that of the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral by relying solely on their physical bodies? Just like Garp the Fist, one of the strongest men in this ocean, in the original book, he was chopped by Monka's axe even though he didn't use hockey or iron body in his sleep. Therefore, after the gold level, the key to measuring the level of physical attributes lies in the physical strength possessed by the physique. In the Pirates King Power 23 system, physical strength is the foundation of everything. Whether it is hockey or devil fruit, the driving force of these powers comes from the physical strength of the strong. Like Luffy in the original work, after he runs out of energy, he can no longer use either hockey or devil fruit abilities. During the Battle of Bullet Island, Luffy relied on the food delivered by Kizaru to recover his strength and continued to use his hockey and devil fruit abilities to fight. It can be said that physical strength is the fuel for powers like hockey and devil fruit. Therefore, the subsequent upgrade of physical attributes mainly depends on the amount of physical strength contained in the attributes. For example, if physical strength can provide the owner with hockey or devil fruit abilities, and bring them up to the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral threshold, light gold, then the physical strength entry at this time will be a light gold level entry. It can provide the owner with the ability to bring hockey or devil fruit to the level of Admiral of Headquarters, super gold, so the physical attributes at this time are super gold level attributes. Very simple and easy to understand, Luen nodded. Then, Luen's harvest has not stopped yet. Similar entries appeared. Superman's physique, dark purple, Warcraft's physique, dark purple automatically merged. Fusion complete, superhuman monster physique obtained, deep purple. Superman Warcraft physique, deep purple, possessing a digestive ability that exceeds that of Superman physique, deep purple, it can quickly absorb a huge amount of nutrition to strengthen itself. Furthermore, no matter how extreme the training was, or how damaged the muscles and bones were, they could recover quickly and completely through the absorbed nutrients at a speed that surpassed the Warcraft physique, deep purple, and thus become stronger. Two physical attributes merged. As Luen thought, Superman's physique and Warcraft's physique can complement each other perfectly. After the fusion, Luen's digestive ability is even stronger than Luffy's superhuman physique, and his ability to repair muscles and bones damaged by exercise is even stronger than Zoro's monster physique. And because the entry was directly loaded from Zoro, the level of the entry was also integrated. Now Luen's superhuman monster physique only needs 5 deep purple level entries to evolve to the super purple level. Physical strength is enhanced, the Born for the Sea, super gold, item takes effect, and armament hockey is increased. Armament hockey has been upgraded to ultra purple level. The light curtain that only Luen could see reappeared. Even if others have enhanced their physique, they still need to wait for the improvement of their equipment and complete training before they can increase the strength of their armament hockey. But because of the Born for the Sea entry, Luen's capacity has been digested and can be perfectly controlled, and under the effect of the Born for the Sea entry, hockey can be directly improved. Therefore, as long as Luen's physical strength increases, the strength of armament hockey will increase accordingly. Unlike others, he still needs to practice hard. It is indeed the most powerful cheating tool for hockey training. Look at the armament hockey, super purple, entry. Luen became more and more satisfied with the entry, Born for the Sea. This is also Luen's first super purple level entry. Among the combat items below the gold level, armament hockey is too powerful. After all, this power only became popular in the second half of the Grand Line in the New World. Even though Luen's Superman monster physique, deep purple, entry is still a deep purple level entry, the combat power displayed by the corresponding armament hockey has reached the super purple level. However, when you reach the light gold level combat entry, which is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral Combat Power Threshold, the level of the physical entry will converge with the level of the armament hockey entry. After all, combat power at that level is basically Grandmaster armament hockey. At this moment, the most important piece of the puzzle to reach the Grand Line, armament hockey, was obtained by Luen. With armament hockey, Luen's mind becomes active. Before entering the Grand Line and defeating Sir Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, there is a barely acceptable devil fruit. Logia, smoke fruit, owner, Log Town Marine Branch Colonel, smoker. Luen's eyes flickered. Although smoke fruit's power is at the bottom among logias, it is still a logia after all. With this devil fruit, you will have more ways to deal with Crocodile. In the original work, Luffy was able to defeat Crocodile, relying more on the protagonist's aura. And Luen has always liked to take his destiny into his own hands. Just by snatching a tiny bit of luck from Hawkeye, he was able to awaken armament hockey and observation hockey. Although Crocodile is far from being comparable to Hawkeye, he is still one of the 7 warlords of the sea and one of the iconic figures of the pirates' camp. Defeat it completely and plunder all of its luck. I don't know how much gain the camp's luck, super gold, can bring to myself. Luen, looking forward to it. Although armament hockey and observation hockey have been awakened, and armament hockey has been raised to ultra purple level through the improvement of physical strength. However, with the strongest entry system and the effect of the Born for the Sea, Super Gold entry, it was completed in an instant. Luen calmed down and looked at Hawkeye. Thank you this time, Mahawk. Luen looked at Hawkeye and smiled. Although the other party gave face to the red-haired man, without Mahawk, Zoro's Warcraft physique entry could not be fully loaded. It is even more impossible to awaken armament hockey and observation hockey. Since the other party gave him face, Luen would not hesitate to say thank you. I didn't expect to meet young people like you when I came to East Blue. I am looking forward to meeting you at Grand Line. Hawkeye thought that Luen was talking about helping Luen measure his own capacity and letting the young swordsman feel what the most domineering power on the sea is, so he smiled. He has been bored for too long since Red Hair lost his arm. If we can provide some nutrients to the future buds of the ocean, the future may be more interesting. After saying this, Hawkeye turned and left. Hey, Hawkeye, aren't you here to take my head? At this moment, an angry shout slowed down Hawkeye's pace of leaving. Come and take the head of Krieg, the overlord of East Blue. Seeing that Hawkeye was only talking to Luen and the others, and ignored him, the East Blue overlord, Krieg, whose pride had already been bruised by Luen, roared. I had planned to do that, but I've had enough fun. I want to go back to bed. Hawkeye didn't even look back. You've had enough fun, but I've been beaten the whole time. Go to hell before you go back. Krieg roared, revealing all the artillery on his armored body, and fired at Hawkeye. What a man who doesn't know how to live or die. Hawkeye has no good feelings towards this ignorant guy. After communicating with Zoro, Luen and others, Hawkeye now doesn't even have the interest to kill such a weak person who can't recognize himself. Black Blade. Yi swung violently, detonating all the bullets and artillery, and then his figure flashed and disappeared. Humph. Did you let him get away? Krieg spat in dissatisfaction. Laugh. A harsh sneer made the veins on Krieg's forehead bulge. Boy, what are you laughing at? Krieg stared at Luen. This kid, just now relying on that inexplicable power, made him afraid to look directly at him, and also made his subordinates unconscious. But, a cruel smile appeared on Krieg's lips. Humph, how can a human cut open a giant ship with a sword? The so-called eagle eyes must also rely on the power of the legendary devil fruit. And the inexplicable power released by you and Hawkeye is also a kind of devil fruit ability, right? There are many people with such abilities in Grand Line. Zeph, who has been able to sail on the Grand Line for a year, should be able to deal with people with special abilities like you. As long as I get that logbook, I can conquer the Grand Line again. Krieg looked at Luen, who had restrained his hockey and looked less strong, and stretched out his arms, laughing. And you are also stupid. After releasing that power just now, I guess you don't have the power to release that power again, right? Krieg looked at Luen with a cruel look on his face. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. After hearing what Krieg said, Luen couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter, laughing until tears came out. Krieg in the original work was so stupid, but unexpectedly, After seeing the confrontation between himself and Hawkeye's Conqueror's Haki, this idiot also classified Conqueror's Haki as one of the abilities of the devil fruit. He also said, "Let Hawkeye run away." Bottom of the well. The frog's remarks are really amusing. So, what are you laughing at? Krieg was completely enraged, and pointed the weapon under his armor at Luen. Ha ha ha, sorry, you really make me laugh. Luen wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. However, if you want to fight me, you must be prepared for the doctor to cut you. Luen's smile gradually disappeared. Lose everything? You mean the so-called Davy back fight game, kid? A vein popped up on Krieg's forehead. Make the other person happy. Krieg was extremely annoyed when he heard this. The so-called Davy back fight game is the pirates game played by Foxy and Luffy, the users of the slow fruit in the original work. Those who fail in the game will lose their partners, dignity and pirates flag, and lose everything they have as pirates. This is a well-known game among pirates. I'm not talking about playing house. Luen looked at Krieg with an evil expression. Boss, after I kill this idiot, can Luffy's 1-year work here be used to offset it? Luen looked at Zeph. I'd love to have this kid work for me for a year, but he'll ruin my restaurant. Zeph's eyes narrowed. He also wanted to see what methods the owner of Conqueror's Haki had. Well, Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, Nami, and Sanji, take a good look at this power. Haki's calendar tomb, 050. Luen looked at Krieg, a hint of Haki appeared on the corner of his mouth. Right. Luffy and Zoro's attention was immediately drawn. Hey, why do you include me? Sanji said this, but his eyes were fixed on Luen. There should be a limit to how much you can look down on others, kid. Krieg roared, and fired at Luen with all the artillery in his body. Boom. Following the explosion, dust engulfed Luen. HMPH, you deserve it. Krieg laughed heartily. Hey, is this the toy that the so-called East Blue Overlord relies on? Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Krieg's pupils shrank as he stared at Luen, who was shielding himself with his palms in the dust without any harm. This use of armament Haki is based on the same principle as the three admirals blocking Whitebeard's shockwave in Summit War. Then, Luen, dusting off the non-existent dust on his body, walked towards Krieg. With armament Haki there, dust can't even fall on Luen. But this kind of behavior is very handsome. Skay. Luen. Luffy used his strength of always being able to provide sufficient emotional value to his partners and shouted. Zoro, Sanji and Usopp's eyes widened as well. Nami covered her red lips and stared blankly at Luen, who seemed to be shining in the center of the ocean. Armament Haki can become armor for defense. Luen walked towards Krieg, whose forehead was beginning to sweat, while Haki explained. Well enough. Whoosh. Luen exerted force on his feet and instantly came in front of Krieg. Arm. Luen raised his right fist, and the next moment. Buzz. Clang. With a metallic sound, Luen's right fist was wrapped in armament Haki and became as black as ink. Armament Haki hardened. Don't be so arrogant, kid. If you want to fight, just try it. Krieg showed a cruel smile, and with a sudden grab of his hand, a steel cloak covered with needles was put on Krieg. Hey, that's mean. Sanji saw this and yelled. But the next moment, I was stunned. Not bad, break through everything. The right fist fell down fiercely as Luen spoke. Crack. The iron cloak made of countless needles was instantly shattered like a fragile piece of sugar. D. The pitch-black right fist continued to move forward with force, slamming into Krieg's face, who was looking horrified. Bang. With a loud bang, Krieg fell to the ground. Boom. Some wreckage of the Krieg pirates' ships beneath their feet also exploded instantly, with such a powerful force that it even caused waves in the surrounding seawater. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sanji, staring at all this in a daze. Krieg, at this moment, had a deep fist mark on his face, making his cheek sunken, his eyes rolled back, and he was silent. That East Blue Overlord was killed instantly. Plunder. Chapter 47. People's dreams will never end. Sanji and the chefs stared blankly at Krieg, who fell at Luen's feet without a sound. The leader of the pirates, Krieg, who was known as the Overlord of East Blue and had a bounty of 17 million berries, was killed instantly. That cloak made entirely of steel needles was actually smashed to pieces by a fist. Is this man still human? SGE. Luffy yelled. Haki. Is this the power of Haki? Zoro murmured as he struggled to hold up his seriously injured body. This power can only be obtained by going to the Grand Line. It really makes one's blood boil. Zoro's lips curled up into a beastly smile. Skay. Usopp was stunned. How can a human fist penetrate steel without any damage? I am reading. Nami covered her red lips and looked at Luen, who seemed to be shining in the center of the sea, with her beautiful eyes sparkling. So strong, really so strong. That Krieg, after all, is a big pirate with a bounty of 17 million berries, known as the Overlord of East Blue. He couldn't even take a single blow from Luen and was killed instantly. Arlong, the bounty is only 20 million Baileys. Even if he is stronger than Krieg, he is not strong enough to beat Krieg with a punch. At this moment, Nami pursed her red lips, remembering what Luen once said to her. Leader. Ajin cried out in horror. The invincible Krieg leader was actually killed by this man with one punch. Plunder. Luen, give the order. A purple light that only Luen could see was stripped from Krieg's body and obtained by Luen. Krieg has a deep purple level of super strength entry. Luen didn't even look at the explanation of this entry and converted it directly. Krieg's combat power mainly depends on some external equipment, and his own strange history is the only thing that can be seen. After the transformation, Luen obtained a deep purple level entry, which is pretty good. Gulp. Under the horrified gaze of Jin, Sanji and many chefs. Krieg, the so-called East Blue overlord who relied on his extraordinary strength and equipment to dominate East Blue. The body, which was stronger than an ordinary person, suddenly began to sleep. The conspicuous muscles quickly degenerated and finally became powerless. Strength items are plundered by Luen, whether it is strength or physique, they will become the nourishment of Luen's strength. Everything will be taken away by Luen. You, what did you do? Ajin rushed to Krieg's side, looked at Krieg's strange and terrifying changes, and looked at Luen in horror. I told you, if you fight me, you must be prepared to lose everything. Luen showed a wicked expression. Ajin remained silent. After a moment, he slowly stood up and raised his weapon, which was a pair of crutches with iron balls attached. Oh, you dare to raise your weapon against me after seeing Krieg's miserable state? The bounty is 12 million berries. The Krieg pirates combat captain, Demon Man, Akin. Luen looked at Ajin. Ajin, what are you going to do? Sanji's eye twitched and he yelled. However, Sanji did not expect that Ajin was actually the combat captain of the Krieg pirates. 12 million Baileys, you are quite a capable guy, Jin, but you can't be a match for Luen. The guy that Luen knocked down was not a good guy, why did you fight for him? Luffy yelled at Akin. I know I'm no match for Mr. Luen, but I am the leader's subordinate after all. My dream is to assist him. Ajin's face was gloomy and his eyes were determined. You have a good character, but as a pirate, you have taken up arms. Are you ready to lose everything? The corners of Luen's mouth curled up into a hockey arc. Awakening, I have already done it. Ajin roared and threw the crutches with iron balls in his hands towards Luen. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metallic collision, Ajin's brow was covered with cold sweat and he looked at everything in front of him in horror. The place he hit was Luen's liver area, which was a big weakness of humans. Once his iron ball crutches hit the enemy here, it would rupture his internal organs and make him unable to resist. But, looking at the area on Luen's abdomen that had turned as dark as ink, Jin's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Is this the power that killed the leader of Krieg? It turns out that it can not only cover the fist, but also the body. So strong, like a monster. Only a man like this can conquer the Grand Line, right? He and Chief Krieg are simply frogs in a well. Ajin smiled freely and looked at Luen. Come on, end this. Mr. Luen, Ajin said loudly. Very good. Luen looked at Ajin and smiled. Bang. Ajin let Luen punch him on the head and lost consciousness. Ajin, you idiot. Sanji looked at the fallen Ajin and murmured. He did not blame Luen for his thoughts, after all, it was Ajin's own choice. Luen, if you don't defeat Ajin, it will be an insult to this man who has already made up his mind. Men on the sea can die, but they cannot lose their dignity and dreams. But Sanji looked at the fallen Ajin and the seriously injured Zoro beside him with complicated eyes. One after another, they all fought for their dreams and ambitions. Even though you know you can't win, you still try to show off. But, Sanji covered his chest. Why was he so excited? All Blue, the legendary place where the four seas meet and where all the fish and other food in the ocean are said to be. After seeing what was happening before his eyes, Sanji's dream was ignited and could not be extinguished. Plunder. Luen showed no mercy. I appreciate it, but as Luen said, since you have revealed your weapon to me, I must be prepared to lose everything. For Ajin, who has already made up his mind, Luen will not show any mercy. This is pirates. After plundering the entries on Ajin and then transforming them, Luen obtained 6 combat type light purple level entries. Ajin's strength is still not as good as Krieg, nor as good as Crow, whose entries were plundered by Luen before. He does not have deep purple level entries. In the original novel, Sanji was in a tough fight because he was already injured after a series of battles. Moreover, before Haki awakened, he was at a natural disadvantage against Jin, who had weapons, because he had no weapons and only relied on kicking skills. Gurgle. The strength of Ajin's body was completely taken away. Whoosh. Luen grabbed Ajin and jumped to Sanji's side. He can be considered as your friend, don't worry, he is not dead, but my power has been taken away from him. Luen placed Ajin next to Sanji. It's enough to be alive. As pirates, when you join the battle, you must be prepared to lose everything. Sanji looked at Ajin, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. But who on earth are you to be able to take away other people's power? Sanji looked at Luen, and Kakuzu's eye twitched a little. It's really terrifying to witness such power with your own eyes. Once you become our partner, you will know. Luen looked at Sanji and smiled. Uncle, can I stop working? Luffy and others had seen Luen's ability in the West Rob village. Luffy grinned at Zeph. Ah, you are free. Zeph smiled. Great, we can go now. Usopp yelled. We're ready to go, Sanji. Luffy looked at Sanji and grinned. When did I say I wanted to go with you? The guys here are all unreliable. How can I leave here? Sanji looked at the sea and lit a cigarette. But one day, I will go to the Grand Line. Sanji muttered. Then go now. Luffy came to Sanji's side, grinning. The time has not come yet. Sanji murmured, then smiled from the bottom of his heart. Hey, do you know All Blue? Sanji excitedly began to talk to Luffy about his dream. Luen glanced at Nami at this time, and Nami seemed to have something on her mind. It seems that Nami is going to confess to herself. Sensing Nami's emotional fluctuations with the observation haki, Luen's lips curled up slightly. Zapu, who was standing at the fence on the second floor, looked at Sanji, who was smiling from the bottom of his heart and talking about his dreams, and his eyes moved slightly. The minions of the Krieg pirates were handed over to the chefs of the Bharati restaurant to deal with. These minions did not have any attributes above the purple level and were useless to Luen. However, from Palu, the captain of the second division of the Krieg pirates, who fought against Sanji in the original work and was finally killed by Akin, a light purple level entry was obtained through plundering conversion. Together with Ajin's 6 light purple combat entries and the 3 light purple combat entries converted from Zangao, it is equivalent to having 10 dark purple combat entries. Luen's current armament haki strength is completely related to his physique. Without hesitation, Luen used all these entries to enhance the Superman Warcraft physique, dark purple. There are only 3 deep purple threshold entries left to advance to the super purple level. Luen's armament haki strength has thus become even stronger. After strengthening the Superman monster physique, deep purple entry, Luen ate a large amount of food under the stunned gaze of Zapu and others, digesting it to replenish the missing physical strength. Hey, who made this soup? While they were eating, Patty suddenly pointed at a bowl of soup and yelled. Luen, who had almost finished her meal, looked at this scene with a smile on her face. What a bunch of dishonest idiots. However, Luen doesn't hate such idiots. It's me. It tastes good, right? I made it especially delicious today. Sanji laughed. Who can drink something this disgusting? Is this pig food? Patty said with disgust. Your tongue is the problem. Today's soup is my masterpiece. Veins popped out on Sanji's forehead, he would not compromise when it came to cooking. It tastes terrible, it tastes terrible. What the hell is this? After Sanji finished speaking, more chefs came to taste the soup made by Sanji, and then they all showed disgusted expressions. Sanji's expression became uglier and uglier, and finally he became completely angry. What on earth do you want? Sanji looked around at the many chefs and yelled. You're just a fake sous chef anyway, and you only know how to solve problems with violence. Yes, I have disliked you for a long time. The chefs looked at Sanji coldly. We are chefs at sea. We cannot waste any food. Zapu suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. Under Sanji's gaze, Zapu finished the soup, and then, bang! Under Sanji's incredulous gaze, Zeph smashed the plate of soup he had just finished drinking. What kind of muddy soup is this? If I serve it to customers, I'll go bankrupt. Zeph snorted. Hey, you old B asterisk 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 D. Explain yourself. What's the difference between the soup I make and yours? Being denied his cooking skills by the person he respected the most, Sanji could no longer bear it and rushed forward, grabbed Zeph's collar and yelled. You're a billion years too early to talk to me about cooking. I am a man who has cooked in the oceans of the world. Zapu knocked Sanji down with one punch and yelled. Sanji covered his cheek, and after a moment, he slowly stood up. Hateful. Sanji roared and rushed out of the restaurant. Even if he was denied like this, he would not be violent towards Zapu, whom he regarded as his father. This soup is so delicious. After Sanji rushed out, Luffy scooped another bowl of soup. Usopp agreed. Zoro, who inexplicably disliked Sanji, did not deny it. Nami scooped another bowl of soup for Luen and herself. Luen looked at Nami and smiled. Sanji's food is really delicious. Of course it's delicious. Everyone here recognizes Sanji's cooking skills. Zeph spoke slowly. Ah, it's delicious. That guy was really angry. It scared me to death. The boss is really good at giving us problems. The chefs all breathed a sigh of relief. But if we don't say this, how can Sanji leave obediently? Zeph looked at Luffy and Luen. You guys are still short of a cook on board, right? This isn't a request, but can you take that kid away with you? You have seen his cooking skills, and his dream is to be in Grand Line. Zeph looked emotional. I don't want it. Luffy looked up. Why? Many chefs looked confused. Didn't you say that the ship was short of a cook? Zeph was also confused. I also wanted him to go with us, but he said he wanted to stay and be a chef. Even if you said so, I couldn't take him away. Luffy said, then raised the plate. Another bowl please. In other words, do you want him to go with you willingly? Zeph smiled. That's it, Luffy said while eating. But will that little devil go away obediently? Zapu stroked his beard. No way, that's a super stubborn idiot. The chefs were talking about it. Everyone heard it, you bastards. Outside the door, Sanji, who had turned back, lit a cigarette, leaned against Nuo Zhao's door, and looked at the sky. Then we'll be off. Thank you for the treat. After eating, Luen and the others were about to leave, and Luffy grinned. Hey, Ja. At this time, Sanji came over after packing his luggage. For my dream, I will go to the Grand Line with you guys. Sanji raised his head, his face determined. He, there's a chef. Luffy yelled with his teeth bared. Welcome, Sanji. Luen laughed. Ah, leave the cooking to me from now on. Sanji said as he walked towards the Mary. Don't you need to say goodbye to them? Luffy pointed behind Sanji, at the group of chefs and Zeph. Unnecessary. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke. Hey, Sanji. Just as Sanji was about to board the ship, Pooh's voice came. Sanji paused, but did not answer. Stinky old man, why are you calling him? Do you want to hug him and cry? That's not the way men should say goodbye. Sanji made up his mind that no matter what the old man said, he would not look back and say goodbye decently like a man of the sea. Don't catch a cold. Zapu smiled. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sanji bit his throat, his nose suddenly felt sore, and tears welled up in his eyes. Bang. He turned around and suddenly knelt down towards Guo Pu. Boss Zapu, thank you for taking care of me for so long. I will never forget your kindness. Sanji, tears streaming down his face. Luen looked at this scene and smiled. Don't catch a cold. This is such a heart-wrenching concern. You little brat. Zapu's eyes were also red with tears. So lonely. Take care, Sanji UB asterisk 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 D. The chefs also cried loudly. Assholes. See you next time. After boarding the Mary, Sanji, with tears streaming down his face, laughed and scolded the many chefs. Sanji joins the Straw Hat Pirates. Loadable entries have been updated. The modified exoskeleton is loading. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 48. Sea, the future. Luen, help me. In a sea area of East Blue, the Mary was sailing here. Joseph and Johnny have said goodbye to Luen and others. The top floor of the Mary was converted into a training room according to the requirements of Luen and others. Bang, bang. With two crisp sounds, Luffy and Zoro hit the wall. It hurts. Luffy cried out in pain, covering his bruised face. I'm rubber, why is it so painful? Did Grandpa hit me with hockey as well? Luffy rubbed the wound and grimaced. Jie Yong de Gonwei Luffy Tai Shu Shila, Ju Shi Ta de Ye Ye, Xiao Shi Hu Yong Su Awei de, Ida Tai Quan, Zota Shida Ganwei. Even with a rubber body, it hurts like hell. Now that he knew that the power Luen used was Haki, Luffy finally understood what power Garp used when he beat him. Wow, wow, so strong. Zoro got up from the ground, gasping for breath. There was still shock in his eyes. Although both of his swords were cut off by Hawkeye, leaving only one Wado Ikimanji, he was not too good at one sword style compared to three sword style. He was also injured and could not fully display his strength. But Haki's power is still too strong. Even when he and Luffy teamed up, they were completely powerless in front of Luen. Looking at the dark color on Luen's fists, Zoro's eyes were solemn. This is the power that the strong men on the sea must possess. Armament Haki. His knife was completely unable to cut. And the attack power is also unparalleled. This is just wrapping armament Haki around the fist. What if this power is wrapped around his sword? Zoro's mouth curled up into a beast-like smile. Then he will definitely become countless times stronger. But then, Luen's words broke Zoro's fantasy at that moment. Don't you have any feelings for Haki? Luen looked at Zoro and Luffy helplessly. Luen, stop looking at me like that. I'm about to think I'm the same idiot as Luffy. Zoro's whole face twitched when he looked at Luen. That's the look you give to an idiot. If you ask why I know, it's because Zoro always looks at Luffy like this. What? Zoro, I'm just not serious yet. Luffy, stimulated by Zoro's words, jumped up immediately, roared in dissatisfaction, and then rushed towards Luen. Look at my full strength. Rubber, rubber, bang. Zoro's mouth twitched as he looked at Luffy, who was screaming and punched into the wall by Luen and couldn't get out for a long time. What an idiot. But why? He was just like this idiot, not feeling anything about what Luen said about Haki. Especially when he saw Luen's helpless look, Zoro's mouth twitched even more. Is he that stupid? Take your time, and don't be too anxious. Luen looked at Zoro and Luffy and sighed. I originally wanted to teach these two guys, let them learn Haki before arriving at Logue Town, and have them work for me while I fight Smoker. But now it seems that it is still too difficult to teach Luffy and Zoro, who have just gone to sea, to learn Haki. Of course, Luen's so-called teaching is not as good as Rayleigh, who was ridiculed as misleading students. Luen, how can you teach people Haki? Even if others have learned armament Haki, and even if their abilities and physique have reached the requirements, they still need to practice Haki in order to strengthen it. But there is Luen who has the Haki training cheat tool, born for the sea, Super Gold. All you need to do is improve your physique, armament Haki, and you will naturally become stronger. Luen, who was born for the sea, Super Gold, is now definitely the most terrifying genius in this ocean in terms of Haki. And for super geniuses, how do they learn to use Haki? Doesn't it mean that you can use Haki just by thinking about it and raising your hand? Do you still need to learn it? So Luen took the most direct approach to Zoro and Luffy's training. Get beaten. Feel the power of Haki directly with your body and then learn Haki. Of course, Luen held back on the injured Zoro. Originally, Luen wanted Zoro to recover from his injuries before practicing, but seeing that Zoro was determined to practice even if he died, Luen didn't say much. Anyway, Zoro has the Warcraft Constitution entry, so nothing will go wrong as long as he pays attention. However, this kind of cultivation progress is not very ideal. Luffy and Zoro, after all, have only been out at sea for a short time, and their strength and ability are far from the level when they were learning Haki in the original work. Even when it came to learning Haki in the original work, Luffy and Zoro practiced hard for a long time before they learned Haki. Luen knew that it was impossible to make Luffy and Zoro learn Haki in a short period of time, so he could only do it slowly. These two will be my best workers in the future. I need to quickly become stronger and collect those super powerful entries by myself. Luen sighed. Seeing Luen sigh, Zoro's face twitched even more. Shish. Luen is really too strong. Seeing Luffy and Zoro unable to fight back in front of Luen, Usopp, who was watching, exclaimed in amazement. Nami nodded and looked at Luen, unable to move her eyes away. Crack. Come on, eat something, you idiots. The door to the training room opened and Sanji walked in with a bunch of prepared food, yelling at Luffy and Zoro. Luen, this is yours. Sanji's attitude towards Luen improved a lot. He handed the largest portion to Luen. Who are you calling a fool? You frizzy-browed idiot. Zoro was very sensitive to the word, idiot, at the moment. When he heard Sanji's words, veins popped out on his forehead and he cursed angrily. What did you say? Green algae head, you want to fight? Sanji was also angry. Immediately started fighting with Zoro. It's delicious. Luffy ate the food with a grin. Yeah, it's delicious. Luen watched Zoro and Sanji fighting while enjoying Sanji's cooking skills. This is a completely different meal of ingredients and seasoning from those on Blue Star. For the dragon people of Blue Star, nothing could be more enjoyable than having such a delicious meal after a workout. Moreover, all the food eaten was used by the Superman monster physique, deep purple entry to strengthen the body, which was an enjoyment within an enjoyment. As for why Sanji didn't accept Luen's hockey training like Zoro and Luffy. Because Sanji's position is a chef. Compared to training, Sanji's requirement for himself is to first satisfy the diet of Luen and others after training and ensure that Luen and others have a balanced nutrition. Secondly, it is to exercise your own strength. Zoro fought with Sanji for a while, then fell down. Being beaten continuously by hockey, and with his injuries not yet healed, Zoro had already reached his limit. And Sanji did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury. If someone was hungry, Sanji would feed him first, even if it was the green algae-haired guy whom he disliked. At this moment, Zoro was eating Sanji's food with relish. Although the stinky chef is annoying, his cooking skills are impeccable. Zoro thought as he ate. Isn't it delicious? You have to eat all the green algae without leaving any. Sanji lit a cigarette and smiled as he watched Zoro devour his food, and Luen and Luffy praising his food. As a chef, there is no greater sense of accomplishment than this moment. No need for you to be so nosy, you curly-eyebrowed one. Zoro scolded, then ignored Sanji and continued eating. Snort. Sanji smiled. This B*********** D green algae head, please admit that his cooking is delicious. I'm done eating, it's delicious. Luffy grinned. Go and rest after you finish eating. Hockey's training ends here for now. We can talk about the rest when we get to the Grand Line. Luen also ate enough food for his superhuman monster physique to digest and stood up. Sailing at night is very dangerous. Even with a navigator, the ship needs to be anchored in the sea and wait until daybreak before continuing sailing. Oh, starting tomorrow, we'll be heading to the Grand Line. Luffy grinned. These days in this sea area, Luen has been teaching them hockey. Zoro and Sanji both smiled. Their dreams can only come true by going to Grand Line. Only Luen remained silent, walked out the door meaningfully, and observed the weather with Nami. Observation Hockey has captured Nami's emotional changes after Luffy shouted that he wanted to go to the Grand Line. Hockey stayed in this sea area these days to teach Luffy and others, and also to give Nami enough time to make up his mind and confess. It seems that I can still gain some entries before going to the Grand Line. Luen smiled and walked towards the bathroom. Call. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Luen sat on her bed and exhaled a breath of refreshing air. However, as expected of hockey, I didn't expect that even the training of observation hockey would be so bloody. Luen's eyes narrowed slightly. Although Luen's Conqueror's hockey is strong, CDFE, it continues to get stronger every day because of the Born for the Sea, Super Gold item. However, armament hockey and observation hockey still need to improve their physical and mental strength. There is no need to say much about the improvement of armament hockey. Through the Born for the Sea, Super Gold entry, Luen only needs to strengthen his physique to make armament hockey stronger. As for observation hockey, in the process of beating Luffy and Zoro, Luen also understood how to improve through exploration and based on the feedback of the strongest entry system. What determines the strength of observation hockey is the combination of spirit and capacity. The spirit here can be understood as an extension of the five senses of the strong, and can thus sense the enemy's breath, emotions, and movements. After observation hockey awakens, you can improve your five senses and make observation hockey stronger through training. Furthermore, the five senses play a greater role in determining the strength of observation hockey than one's own capacity. It can be understood that observation hockey is an amplifier and embodiment of the five senses of the strong. Except for geniuses, the improvement of the five concrete senses can only be achieved through fighting with strong opponents of at least the same level, and it must be a life and death fight. Only then can it be significantly improved. Yes, observation hockey and armament hockey are different, look at the group in this regard. For example, although he is only at the Vice-Emperor level, he has practiced observation hockey to ultimate, and has achieved many things that even Emperor-level warriors cannot do, such as being able to briefly see the future of Katakuri. This ability to briefly see, the future after practicing observation hockey to ultimate is actually the embodiment and extension of the owner's sixth sense after observation hockey evolves. For example, some geniuses are born with special observation hockey awakened, which cannot even be obtained through practice. As for the observation hockey genius who is not katakuri, to improve this, it is easy to understand that the five senses need to be enhanced by fighting with strong people of at least the same level, and it must be a life and death fight. Even for ordinary people on Blue Star, their five senses will be significantly enhanced when they are in extreme danger and stress. By putting themselves in a life and death battle that puts them in terrible danger, strong people who awaken observation hockey can enhance these five concrete senses. But if you fight a life and death battle with a strong person of at least the same level, you can really die if you are not careful. Those who are not dead will be tempered in the battle of life and death, their five senses will become stronger, and they will forge a stronger observation hockey. In addition, we also need to consider their talent in this area. After all, some young people may be strong but have poor five senses, such as Big Mom from Four Emperors. As expected of a hockey power system similar to GU Raising, the improvement of the auxiliary observation hockey is even more bloody and harsh than the improvement of armament hockey. No wonder there are so many armament hockey masters in this sea. Some of them can even enter the admiral level just by using armament hockey, such as Zephyr, Black Arm, in his prime. However, there are very few people who can practice observation hockey to the ultimate level and be able to see the future for a short period of time. Luen thought about this and smiled. For Luen, which has the strongest entry system, there is another way to improve observation hockey, which is to upgrade it directly with entries. It was only a matter of time for Luen to upgrade observation hockey to the point where he could see the future. But there is no rush for now. There are not many places in the first half of the Grand Line that require super strong observation hockey. What Luen needs to improve most at the moment is his physical strength. Bang, bang. While Luen was thinking, the door suddenly rang. Luen, who has awakened observation hockey, can know who is outside the door through perception even without opening the door. Crack. Opening the door and looking at the beautiful figure outside, Luen smiled gently. Come in, Nami. Luen said sideways. Did you know I was coming to see you, Luen? Hearing Luen's words, Nami bit her red lips. Of course, I can clearly feel your every emotional change. Luen looked at Nami and smiled gently. With observation hockey, knowledge of the plot, and the preparations I've made over the past few days, it's very easy to guess that Nami will come to find me. I am reading. Nami pursed her red lips, with a touch of emotion in her beautiful eyes. Luen actually cared about her so much that he could even sense her every little emotional fluctuation. Nami, you call. Luen was about to say something when she felt warm in her heart. Looking at Nami, who fell into his arms with her shoulders shaking a little, Luen gently stroked Nami's orange hair. Thank you for your hard work, Nami. Luen said softly. Luen could feel that her heart suddenly became wet. Nami bit her red lips and raised her pretty face. Luen felt distressed by her tearful look. Nami, who had to endure the revenge of her mother's murder at the age of 10, took the safety of all the villagers on her shoulders and earned the huge sum of 100 million Baileys. 100 million Baileys. In East Blue, the highest bounty, Arlong, is only 2,000 Baileys. 014703123 Philo 141,531,541. What a heavy mountain this was for a 10-year-old girl. But Nami earned it through her own efforts, and even because of Nami's kindness, she accomplished this feat simply by stealing the treasures of the evil pirates. Nami, it's really hard. Luen, help me. After her mother, Belmere, was killed, Nami showed the tender expression of a girl for the first time. This simple sentence of, thank you for your hard work, completely opened Nami's heart. Luen gently wiped away Nami's tears, then, with his eyes fixed, he walked out of the room with a deafening roar. Of course, his eyes were full of grimness. Thump, thump, thump. The lights in the 4 rooms were turned on immediately. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji all walked onto the deck, ready to go. Nami, where are you going? Luffy rolled up his sleeves and showed a wicked expression. Luen, let us hear his voice and be ready to fight. Zoro showed the Wado Ikimonji. Call. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his face grim. Usopp said nothing, but his legs, which always shook with fear when something happened, were very steady this time. Nami, let's go, we want the lives of those who hurt you. We are pirates. Luen's expression was grim. This was the first time Luen had been furious since he came into this world. Kokoyasi village. Nami's eyes were red as she mentioned this place. Chapter 49. There is no longer no one in front of me. East Blue, Kekia West Village. This is the ruling area of the Arlong Empire created by Arlong's gang with a bounty of 20 million Belis. The humans here are regarded as inferior creatures by Arlong and his group of fishmen, and are ruled violently. In the area ruled by the Arlong Empire, every village collected tribute per head, 100,000 Beli for adults and 50,000 Beli for children. If you fail to pay the tribute, you will be killed. Nami's adoptive mother Belmir chose to let Nami and another adopted daughter, Nohigo, survive because she only had 100,000 berries, and was killed in front of Nami. Later, Nami was valued by Arlong because of his outstanding talent as a navigator and his ability to measure sea charts. In order to let Nami draw a sea chart for them, Arlong made a promise to Nami that as long as Nami could pay 100 million Belis, he would sell Nami's hometown to her. Thus, the 10-year-old Nami embarked on the path of a pirate thief, until now. On the Mary, Luen and others had grim expressions. Although Luen already knew the plot, she was shocked to hear it from Nami and see this beautiful girl who had always been strong and sobbing in front of her. In Luen's eyes, even the flashing conqueror's haki began to become violent. I didn't want to involve you. Arlong and the others are fishmen. Their arm strength is naturally 10 times greater than that of humans. They are real monsters. I wanted to sort this out myself. Nami's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, and she pursed her red lips as she looked at Luen. Although during these days, Nami also saw Luen's strength. But even seeing how powerful Luen's punch was in killing Krieg, and the scene where the legendary world's greatest swordsman, Hakai Mahak, clashed with Conqueror's haki. However, due to the psychological trauma from childhood, even after being excited, Nami still did not have absolute certainty in his heart that Luen and others could defeat Arlong and his gang. After all, the effect of psychological shadows is very terrifying. In Nami's cognition, the fishmen are the real monsters in this sea, and humans are no match for such monsters. She didn't leave before because Luen said that if she told him anything, he would risk his life. But Nami didn't want Luen to risk his life for her. Instead, he wanted to say goodbye to Luen properly and use another excuse. Nami didn't want to disappoint Luen, who said those words to her, who was so gentle to her and who protected her all the way. At least, they should have a decent farewell. During the days when Luen was teaching Luffy and the others haki, Nami had been thinking about what kind of excuse she could come up with to say goodbye to Luen in a decent manner. But Nami knew that she was deceiving herself. She was reluctant to leave here, reluctant to leave Luen. But when Luen taught Luffy and the others haki, Luen also explained some of the Grand Line's situations. Nami then realized that the fishmen who were like monsters and could not be defeated by humans in her eyes were actually treated as slaves by humans in the Grand Line. It turns out that in the Grand Line, there really are races that are countless times more powerful than the Murlocs, such as the Giants. In front of the Giants, the Mermen are nothing but a group of ants. But even though the Giants are so powerful, it is still humans who truly dominate this ocean. I also realized that in front of haki, simply having great strength is meaningless. When someone who doesn't know haki faces a haki master, the outcome is just like when Krieg faced Luen, with no chance of fighting back. Even a race like the Merfolk is like this. Haki is a power that only became popular in the New World in the second half of the Grand Line. Not to mention the Four Seas, even in the first half of the Grand Line, very few people have this power. Arlong and others do not know haki. Finally, after Luen and others decided to go to Grand Line tomorrow, Nami decided to confess to Luen. But at first, Nami just wanted to tell Luen what happened to him and solve it with money. However, Luen's gentleness and the words, "Thank you for your hard work," made Nami's sadness and pain over the years burst out at once. Otherwise I'll just go and buy the village back with 100 million Belis. Arlong, you still keep your promise. Nami calmed down, bit her red lips, and looked at Luen. It's no wonder that Nami's inner thoughts keep changing. It's really that the psychological shadow has a great impact on Nami. After the emotional outburst, Nami still didn't want Luen to fight with Arlong's group of fishmen. You should also know that this is impossible, right, Nami? Luen suppressed the rage in his heart and looked at Nami. You also said that the group of fishmen ruled the sea area recklessly, and they did not attract the powerful Marines, and they have been able to rule for so many years. It cannot be done without a spies inside the Marine. When you have saved up 100 million Baileys, it will let the Marines take away all your money as stolen money. Do you have any solution? Luen looked at Nami with tenderness in her eyes. Today is the era of great pirates. Even the giants on this sea are stretched thin with Marines. Therefore, the Marine has a priority in hunting down pirates. Pirates who commit many evil deeds, such as burning, killing and looting, will be considered priority targets by the Marine. Therefore, many pirates, although they would rob money, would not kill people recklessly. Because this will make them a target of powerful Marines. This is also the purpose of the Marine. The sea is too big and there are too many pirates to catch them all. Only by using such deterrence can we reduce the damage caused by those bad pirates to Kangjong as much as possible. Arlong, who has carried out bloody rule over more than 20 villages including Cocoa West Village, will definitely be wiped out by the Marine headquarters if they are known by the naval headquarters. Therefore, it is necessary to bribe the Marine branch that governs this sea area and prevent the naval headquarters from knowing the detailed situation here. This is exactly what happened in the original novel. The Marine branch that governed this sea area was bought by Arlong. The rat colonel of the Marine branch took away all the money Nami had saved. Arlong asked Nami to earn 100 million Baileys again. And this process will never end. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Nami's pupils shrank. She had never thought of this possibility. Or rather, she didn't dare to think about it. Before she met Luen, she had no one to rely on. When there is no one to rely on and no one around, people will deceive themselves and give themselves hope. Nami's only hope is to buy back his hometown from Arlong with 100 million Baileys. If this hope is shattered, Nami doesn't know what will happen to her. But now, Luen told Nami, there is no longer no one in front of you. Nami looked at Luen and bit her red lips. With someone to rely on, Nami dared to think about more possibilities. The situation Luen described was very likely to happen. If Arlong really bribed Marine to identify her money as stolen money and take it away, she would have no way to stop him. He could only continue surveying and drawing sea charts for Arlong and his gang and would never be free. Arlong, you can do it. Nami, come behind me, pirates have their own solutions. Luen looked at the sea in the distance with a grim look in his eyes. That's right, shoot all those fishmen away. Luffy yelled angrily. Just chop them all down, right? Zoro's face turned grim. Call. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes gloomy. Although he respected and blessed Miss Nami and Luen, they were still partners. As for the bastards who made Miss Nami so miserable, Sanji must uphold his chivalry. The first step to becoming a sea warrior. Usopp put on his goggles and loaded his special ammunition. Quote. Nami covered her red lips, trying not to cry out loud. Controlling his trembling body, he stood behind Luen and gently rested his forehead on Luen's broad back. There was no longer any emptiness in front of her. Go ahead and kill them. Let these fishmen know what real pirates are. Luen showed a cruel look. Deck. Arlong Park. This is this month's. Take it. Arlong looked at the mouse kernel in front of him, revealing a mouth full of shark fangs. Arlong is a sawtooth shark man. Brother Arlong, you are really different from the ordinary pirates. You really understand the ways of the world. GGGG. The colonel of the 16th Marine Branch, Colonel Mouse, looked at the money that Arlong had pushed in front of him and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, same to you, as long as you are willing to be my friend, you can enjoy endless sweetness in East Blue. Being able to understand this shows that you are also a smart Marine colonel. Arlong threw his head back and laughed. I'm so sorry for all this time. Colonel Mouse put the money into his arms. Ha ha, why are you still talking about this now? Harmony brings wealth. Money is a good thing, more trustworthy than anything else, am I right? Arlong grinned at Colonel Mouse with his mouth full of shark fangs. Yes, that's right. Well, I'm leaving now. Colonel Mouse's mouth twitched and he stood up. He was really unhappy to get along with this group of fishmen, but he could still endure it for the sake of money. Once he got the money, he didn't want to stay there for a minute. Have a drink or two once in a while, it's a rare chance to relax. Arlong grinned. It's not a good idea for a patrolling marine warship to stop at the pirates' island. Colonel Mouse quickly made an excuse to refuse. If anyone dares to report this to our headquarters, I will kill him. Arlong showed a cruel look. Although this mouse colonel is a lowly human being, he is very important to him. If the naval headquarters knew the details of what he was doing here, I'm afraid that the powerful Marines from the headquarters would come. The Marines at the headquarters are at a completely different level from those at the branch. When Arlong thought of the Marines in the headquarters, he felt a dull pain in his wound, which was caused by Kizaru Borsellino, who was then the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and is now the Admiral of Headquarters. But with this guy here, he doesn't have to worry about the Naval Headquarters knowing the details here. Then I'll have my men escort you. Arlong looked at Colonel Mouse. Boom. Just as Colonel Mouse was about to leave, the gate of the Arlong Empire exploded with a loud bang. ... Requesting flowers. Bang. Bang. Several soundless fishmen were thrown out from the dust like garbage and fell heavily to the ground. Who? The veins on Arlong's forehead bulged. How dare he hurt his dear compatriots? Need not. Hurry. It's you next, Arlong. The dust cleared, and several figures appeared in front of Arlong and others. Luen looked at Arlong coldly. Nami, what do you want to do? Arlong's eyes were bloodshot when he saw Nami. Sure enough, just like Luen said, you really colluded with Marine. Arlong. Is this why the government has been allowing you to do whatever you want here? Nami looked at Colonel Mouse, who had not left yet, and her whole body began to tremble. Exactly the same as what Luen said. If she hadn't met Luen, when she had saved up the 100 million berries with great hope, but it was taken away by this group of Marines. Think of that scene. Nami bit her red lips tightly, her eyes filled with ultimate hatred. You are talking about Colonel Mouse, he is our friend, Nami, and also your friend. As long as you continue to measure and make sea charts for me, I will forgive you for this matter. Arlong looked at Luen and others with a ferocious look. As for you, you who dare to hurt my dear compatriots, all of you, die here. Arlong showed a cruel look. Arlong suddenly felt something was wrong and looked at Colonel Mouse beside him. At this moment, Colonel Mouse seemed to have seen something terrible. His face was filled with fear and his whole body was trembling. Oh my god, Ching Luen. .0. Colonel Mouse looked at Luen in horror. If he just saw the person, he might not recognize him, but when he heard Nami say the name and saw Luen in person, Colonel Mouse recognized him. The one who appeared in East Blue and caused quite a stir in the headquarters was Uranus, Luen. Uranus's Luen, is that you? Arlong looked at Luen suddenly, and cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. To maintain his rule, he also needs to understand the intelligence on the sea. News about East Blue is naturally something that Arlong needs to pay special attention to. What is the most eye-catching news about East Blue in recent days? Of course, it was the super rookie whose fame had surpassed that of the pirates hunter, Roronoa, Zoro. Uranus. Luen, the owner of Conqueror's Hockey. As a former member of the Sun Pirates, Arlong knows what it means to have Conqueror's Hockey. That was a power that even the Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, who had once severely injured him, had never possessed. The qualifications of a king. Arlong, why did you come to East Blue? Isn't it because this is the weakest sea, and we can rule it better? The owner of Conqueror's Hockey, even in the Grand Line, is a powerful person who controls his own territory. Hey, Nami, don't look so scary. I told you, as long as you save up 100 million berries, I will sell the village to you. Arlong stood up and looked at Nami with a smile. Damn it, Nami, this little girl, actually hooked up with the owner of the domineering hockey. Arlong cursed in his heart. And then, let this marine take all my money away as stolen money. Nami looked at Arlong's attitude and immediately understood that what Luen said was true. Arlong's attitude changed to such an extent just by hearing Luen's name. Even when Arlong's most valued compatriot was killed, he could still show such an expression. Compared to Luen, Arlong may not be a monster at all. Hearing Nami's question, Arlong's facial expression suddenly froze. This action was immediately captured by Nami. Sure enough, Arlong. Nami gnashed her teeth in hatred, and her beautiful eyes turned blood red. Arlong, I really want to do this. Hey, I never said anything like that. Arlong was about to deny it when his pupil suddenly shrank. Whoosh, clang. With a metallic sound, a heavy black fist appeared in front of Arlong. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Arlong's pupils trembled violently. Bang. With a sound that made people's teeth ache, Arlong was smashed into the wall. Under the stunned gaze of the fish people, the buildings of Arlong Park were destroyed by this terrible force. Collapsed with a loud noise. Brother Arlong. Many fishmen cried out in horror. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Colonel Mouse was terrified. We didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. As a scumbag among the pirates, you are ready to be killed, right? Arlong. Luen looked at Arlong with cold eyes as he struggled to crawl out of the ruins. Conqueror's Haki and Luen are not going to be used. He wanted to make these fishmen remember Nami's pain bit by bit with their bodies. Right. Arlong's most proud shark teeth were all broken by Luen's punch. Looking at the thick black on Luen's fist, Arlong's eyes were filled with shock. Chapter 50. The most suitable way to die. Nami's kiss. Arlong looked at Luen with horror in his eyes. Arlong, who was once a member of the Sun Pirates and was even captured by Kizaru and taken to Impel Down, of course knows this power, which is armament Haki. This kind of power is rarely seen in the first half of the Grand Line. Moreover, so strong. Arlong felt the pain in his body and his eyes were bloodshot. Arlong felt badly injured after just one blow, and his head even became a little blurry. Shaking his fuzzy head, Arlong suddenly opened his mouth, and the shark tooth that was smashed to pieces by Luen's punch regenerated. Sawtooth Shark Man, even if the shark teeth are smashed, they can continue to regenerate. Brother. Several cadres from Arlong's group immediately rushed up. Etc. Arlong shouted and stopped these cadres. After one punch, Arlong knew that he had no chance of winning. He used to be very arrogant, but after being easily injured by Kizaru using the power of sparkling fruit and feeling powerless, Arlong knew that in this ocean, he should not try to provoke those truly powerful people who were high above him. That's when I died. Facing a person who possessed Conqueror's Haki and such a powerful armament Haki, he had no chance of winning. Uranus Luen, don't be so angry, right? Harmony brings wealth, and as pirates, isn't it all about money? In this way, we can cooperate and share the tributes from these territories. Of course, Nami's hometown will no longer have to pay tribute, how about that? Arlong tried hard to control his dislocated jaw and smiled. Nami looked at Arlong and was also surprised. His compatriots were killed, and Arlong himself was beaten so badly by Luen's punch, but Arlong even begged for peace with Luen in a servile manner. And a human who, he had always spread the message, was inferior to the fish men, begging for peace so humbly. Nami looked at Luen in front of her, 670, and tears flowed down her eyes. After years of grievances and pain, I can finally be relieved. Money. Luen smiled coldly. How about it? Isn't it a good idea? With your Conqueror's Haki, we will definitely be able to rule the entire East Blue. Bang. Puff. Blood foam, along with broken shark teeth, flew into the air. Woo woo. Arlong was hit on the head by Haki again, and he almost fell into chaos, and his vision began to blur. You are not qualified to talk to me about what pirates are. I will let you remember with your body what a real pirate is. Luen looked at Arlong struggling under his feet with a grim expression. Brother. Those fishmen rushed up immediately. Stop getting in the way. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji immediately rushed over, knocked all of the fish man's minions away, and then attacked Arlong's group of cadres. Usopp also took out special ammunition and attacked the remaining fishmen while roaring. Recover your teeth quickly, you Murloc B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* his cold eyes frightened Arlong, who was still dizzy. But, damn it, even a rabbit bites when it is cornered. Arlong, who was insulted like this, immediately grew his teeth again and threw it at Luen with his shark mouth open. Bang! The shark's teeth shattered again, and even the most iconic serrated nose of the sawtooth shark man was completely twisted by this punch. Recover, B***********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************Arlong wanted to say something, but to speak he needed to restore his teeth, which had just been restored. Bang! Snap! Blood foam and broken shark teeth flew everywhere again. Go on, recover. This little pain is far from enough compared to Nami's suffering. Luen's gaze frightened Arlong. He recalled the feeling he had when facing Kizaru. The feeling of being unable to fight back, as powerless as a baby. Arlong didn't dare to restore his proud shark teeth. Once he restored them, he would be faced with Hockey's fist. Bang! But the next moment, the pitch-black Hockey fist landed on his chin. Crack! With the clear sound of bone cracking, Arlong's eyes rolled back and he flew into the air under the punch. Jaw! Broken. My brain is completely fuzzy. And Luen's dark palm grabbed Arlong's head and lifted it up. It's not enough. You be asterisk 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 D, you're not that weak. Luen smiled grimly. Arlong was extremely miserable at this time. The jaw was shattered, the teeth could not regenerate, and the iconic jagged nose was completely distorted. The whole face was covered in blood. Open your eyes and take a good look. Luen pressed Arlong's head to the ground and looked at the buildings in Arlong Park. Here, there is also the studio where Nami was forced to draw C charts for Arlong and his gang, which contains Nami's painful memories. This kind of thing has no value in existence. Luen's eyes flashed with violent red and black. Bang! Hockey, without any reservation, poured out completely, and with a loud bang, the building collapsed. Boom, boom, boom. Luen's figure kept flashing, and Hockey's fist kept hitting down. The buildings of Arlong Park, the base camp that Arlong had carefully built, continued to collapse and turned into ruins. Arlong tried to struggle to get up, but was powerless. Hockey's fist had caused Arlong's consciousness to begin to blur, and he was completely unable to control his body. Arlong could only struggle on the ground in agony, watching his hard work go to waste. Asterisk. Nami, covering her red lips, watched all this. Although Luen didn't say it, she could understand what Luen meant. Luen wants to destroy all the buildings that hold her painful memories. Bang! With the last bang, the last building in Arlong Park also became a ruin. The battle between Luffy and others also came to an end. The three cadres of Arlong's group, the kissing fishman Ju, the octopus fishman Xiaoba, and the cartilage fishman Koby, were all defeated. The rest of the fishmen were also lying on the ground, without a sound. Where are you going? Luen threw the frightened mouse colonel in front of Arlong with an evil look on his face. I am the colonel of the Marine branch. What are you going to do? First represent the Marine and the government. Colonel Mouse looked at Luen in fear. The monster like Arlong was as fragile as a baby who couldn't walk in front of this, Uranus, Luen. Monster. This man is the real monster. You must have made a mistake. I am a pirate. Luen gave a sinister, evil smile. Bang! Under the horrified gaze of the mouse colonel, the foot wrapped in armament Hockey kicked him hard. Then, accompanied by the sharp sound of bone breaking, a terrible pain came. All the bones in Colonel Mouse's body were broken by this kick. Then, his eyes rolled back suddenly, and there was no sound. Luen's angry kick killed the minion instantly with all his bones and internal organs shattered. Call. Luen let out a breath, and her furious mood was finally released. Looking at Nami, Luen smiled as gentle as the sun. It's okay, May. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Nami's nose felt sore and she threw herself into Luen's arms. I don't say thank you to you. Nami's choked voice came from Luen's arms. Luen caressed Nami's hair lovingly. Because, you said, actions speak louder than words. Nami raised her pretty face and looked at Luen, talking about what Luen had said to her in Orange Town. Standing on tiptoe, Luen felt a warmth on her cheeks. Sanji looked at Luen with great envy. Then he lit a cigarette, his eyes filled with blessings for Luen and Nami. He. Now we can go to the Grand Line. Luffy grinned. Da. Just then, a noisy sound of footsteps was heard. Nami looked over and saw Nohigo and Mr. Aegean, along with the villagers holding weapons, staring at her in amazement. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Nami's pretty face suddenly turned red and she ran away from Luen's arms. No Kigao, Mr. Aegean, everyone, why are you here? Nami stuttered as she looked at the people in Kokoyasi village. We heard you and your companions fighting with Arlong and his gang, so we rushed over immediately. What on earth happened here? Nami. Quote. Aegean wanted to ask Nami about Luen and their identities, but the current scene in Arlong Park was too shocking. All the fishmen fell down without a sound. Arlong, who no one could resist, fell to the ground with blood all over his face like a dead dog. He looked extremely miserable, his face was covered in blood and was completely deformed. You don't blame me. Nami looked at Mr. Aegean and the concerned eyes of the villagers in Kekoyasi village and bit her red lips. Nami still thought that the villagers and Mr. Aegean didn't know about her. We knew that, Nami. You are working hard for us. I have an agreement with Arlong to earn 100 million Belis. Aegean took a deep breath and looked at Nami, who had an expression of disbelief on her face. It's just that we don't want you to remember that you have to bear our expectations when you want to escape from Arlong's gang. That is too heavy for you. You should live freely. Aegean looked at Nami, his eyes full of heartache. He regards Nami and Nakiko as his daughters. His daughter had to bear such a heavy burden and suffer so much, all because of his uselessness. But at least, he didn't want to be a burden to Nami. Mr. Aegean's words and the concerned looks of the villagers made Nami's eyes tear up. Nami, won't you introduce yourself to us? Nohigo looked at Luen. Just now, Nami was in this man's arms. I am reading. Luen introduced herself with a smile. Luffy, Nami's partner. Luffy yelled. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp, Zoro et al. Are introduced in turn. They are all my friends, the pirates. Arlong and his gang have been defeated by them. Nami, smile, so bright. Pirates. Hearing this sensitive word, Nokigao, Mr. Aegean and many villagers were shocked. Then you looked at me, I looked at you, and then suddenly looked at Luen and others. Welcome. Thank you. Nuauchigao, Mr. Aegean and many villagers suddenly had tears in their eyes. Nami can say the word, pirates, with such a happy smile. Nami's heart knot has been completely untied. Nothing could make them happier than this. Nami, you should just smile happily like this. And live freely. There is one more repertoire. Luen turned and looked at Arlong. Boom. Luen's pupils suddenly condensed, and a terrifying aura swept over Arlong's body. Arlong, who was still struggling on the ground, rolled his eyes and fainted completely. Conquerors, Haki. This was the fearful whisper in Arlong's mind before he passed out. Plunder. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rays of purple light were taken away from Arlong and the three cadres and obtained by Luen. Transformation. Luen gave the order without even looking at the entries on the fishmen. The entry for the murloc is useless if Luen comes, just convert it directly. After the transformation of Arlong's entries, Luen obtained 3 deep purple level threshold entries. The remaining 3 cadres, after transformation, contributed a total of 2 entries equivalent to the deep purple level threshold to Luen. Although Xiao Ba is related to Plunder, Rayleigh, Luen still takes away his power. Even if Xiao Ba did not directly participate in the killing of the villagers by the fishmen, he was still an accomplice. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the consequences. He was spared because Xiao Ba did not directly participate in the killings, was not a bad person, and also for Rayleigh's sake. Luen will be of great use to Rayleigh in the future. But giving face does not mean indulgence. Luen is also a king. Xiao Ba's power was robbed and he couldn't escape. Arlong and 3 cadres, in total, allowed Luen to obtain 5 deep purple level entries. The rest of the murloc minions all have blue attributes, so Luen is useless. There are enough upgrade materials to evolve Superman Warcraft physique, deep purple, to super purple level entries. Gurgle. As the villagers looked on in disbelief. All the muscles of Arlong and others with terrifying fish-man bodies squirmed for a while, and then, like a deflated ball, they completely lost their strength. Wake it up, and go back to Supu. Luen looked at Usopp, this was what Usopp was best at. Leave it to me. Usopp patted his chest. Under Usopp's torment, Arlong slowly woke up. Woo woo. Arlong looked at Luen in fear. But then, Arlong suddenly froze, his pupils shrank violently, and he was overwhelmed by great fear. Its power. What about the instincts of being a noble sawtooth shark man? Arlong wants to regenerate teeth, but it no longer has the ability to do so. I heard that you believe that fishmen who can breathe in the sea are naturally stronger than humans and are a noble race, right? Luen looked at Arlong and smiled. 2.9 This smile, in Arlong's eyes, was so terrifying. Bang! Luen kicked Arlong into the passage connecting Arlong Paradise to the Wood Sea. As the base camp of the fishmen, there is a special passage connecting to the sea outside. Plop! An incredible scene happened. Arlong, a fishman, sank to the bottom after entering the sea. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. I can't breathe. Arlong, who was kicked into the sea, had an ultimate fear in his heart that could not be described in words. As a merman, he can breathe and swim freely in the sea. This is what it claims is an important reason why mermen are nobler than humans. But now, it can't breathe in the sea. What did that man do to it? But there was no time for Arlong to think about this problem. The pain of suffocation made Arlong's consciousness gradually blurred in this ultimate fear. Then, it fell into darkness. Snort. Luen's mouth curled up. Drowning is a very suitable way for AB**************** D like Arlong to die. Luen deprived him of everything he had as a sawtooth shark man, not only his strength and physique, but even his gills shrank and disappeared, and his ability to swim was also deprived by Luen. Arlong can no longer breathe or swim in the sea. Alive, in the sea, drowned. Call. The clouds in the sky suddenly dispersed at this moment. The warm sunshine shines on the ruins of Arlong Paradise, but in the eyes of the people of Cocoa West Village, the sunshine shining on this dilapidated place is so full of hope. The sky is clear. Nami loadable entries have been updated. Select to load climate perception, light gold. Loading completed. A light screen that only Luen could see appeared before his eyes. The bond between Luen and Nami has already been fully formed. Climate perception, light gold, instantly. Loading completed. Chapter 51. Item upgrade. Windmills and oranges. In the past, under the violent rule of Arlong and his gang, the atmosphere in Kokoyasi village was extremely bleak. It's extremely lively today. The villagers brought out all the delicious food and fine wine they could, and had a banquet with happy smiles on their faces. Because the pirates, Arlong and his gang that violently ruled here have been completely wiped out. All the Murlocs who followed Arlong to do evil were thrown into the sea. The Murlocs whose physique was completely deprived by Luen could only be drowned in the sea. These fishmen who believed in Arlong's words that fishmen were naturally nobler than humans because they could breathe freely in the sea. Finally, he suffocated to death in the sea. There were a few fishmen like Xiaoba who did not participate in killing and oppressing the people, and sometimes even stopped the crazy Arlong from killing. It was after discussion among everyone in Kokoaxi village that Luen retained the fishmen's ability to breathe in the sea and gave them a way to live. Arlong is extremely violent and cruel. He regards humans as inferior creatures and is always ready to massacre an entire village. As for these few fishmen, whether it was to have a place to continue collecting tribute or because a very small number of them were not bad by nature. In the end, it prevented Arlong from killing a lot. After the villagers of Kekoyasi gained their freedom, what they hoped most was that Nami, who had been carrying their hopes for so many years, could be happy and free. They didn't want Nami's precious kind heart to be tainted by any flaws due to excessive killing. Nami shouldn't bear anything for them anymore. Nami, from now on, should live freely on the sea for herself. And Luen, naturally, respects this decision. Nami, from now on, all you have to do is live happily and freely. Looking at Luen and others who were enjoying the banquet, everyone in Cocoa West Village had gratitude in their eyes. He, the party is really fun. Luffy stuffed his mouth full and grinned. Little brother, eat more and tell me more about you and Nami. Nohigo pushed a glass of orange wine to Luen and looked at Luen and Nami with a smile. Nakigo. Nami's pretty face turned red. Okay, I won't ask any more. Nohigo smiled even more happily when he saw Nami's expression. Some things, even if you don't say them, you already have the answers. Nami, because of her experiences since childhood, had to carry everything on her shoulders, so she would never be so weak and shy. It seems that Nami really likes this Luen. Nohigo smiled with relief. Nami, who had experienced such pain and hated pirates to the core, could happily say that they were pirates. She felt relieved to hand Nami over to Luen. Here it comes, the meat of Sea Kings. The highlight of today's banquet was the Sea Kings, Moo, raised by Arlong and his gang, which was cooked by Sanji. This Sea Kings, following Arlong and his gang, often plows the land and destroys the villages that resist Arlong's rule. Luen would not let go of these Sea Kings and ate them directly. Sea King's meat is still very rare in East Blue. It's finally here. Luen suddenly became very interested. Sea Kings, pirates is a very special existence in the world. Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, is the power of Poseidon, which is to command all the Sea Kings in the ocean and is said to have the power to destroy the world. In the depths of the ocean, there are super giant Sea Kings that are over 5,000 meters in size. When Sea Kings of that size unite, they can create terrifying waves. The Sea Kings in East Blue are much smaller, but still very large compared to other creatures. It tastes really good. The freshness and taste of the ingredients are perfectly brought out. As expected of you, Sanji, you can cook any food so deliciously. Luen threw a large piece of sea beef into his mouth and exclaimed in admiration. Very wonderful taste. It has the taste of beef and the freshness of fish. With Sanji's cooking skills, the deliciousness and taste of the sea beef are brought to the ultimate. With a chef like Sanji, eating at Sea Kings is definitely an ultimate enjoyment. Of course, for Luen, the nutrition in Sea King's meat is even more important. Well, of course. Sanji smiled instantly. Luen's words were pleasant to the ears, and her comments on his cooking were very accurate. She was truly a close friend. Luen also smiled as he watched the slightly increased loading progress of the modified exoskeleton entry. As expected of the Sea Kings in the pirates' world, they are really nutritious. Then, Luen used his superhuman monster physique, deep purple, to digest the nutrients in the sea beef, feeling the improvement in his physical strength, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The reason why humans in the Pirates King world are so strong is that the meat in the pirates world is extremely nutritious. The nutrition in Sea Kings is even more exaggerated. No wonder the physiques of those top strong men can be cultivated to that level. They can use their abilities to fight hockey in battles that would take days at a time. Strengthen. With such nutritious sea beef, Luen doesn't have to worry about malnutrition and gives instructions in his mind. Strengthen the superhuman monster physique, deep purple. Enhancement successful. The entry level has been advanced to super purple level. A line of light screens that only Luen could see appeared. A much greater feeling of hunger than the last time suddenly came, but with the sea beef, this was naturally not a problem. As Luen ate heartily, his remaining stamina was quickly replenished. After eating, Luen felt a surge in strength and energy, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Of course, as the Superman monster physique advances to the ultra purple level, under the effect of Born for the Sea Ultra Gold, Luen's armament haki also becomes stronger. However, it is still at the super purple level. After all, in order for armament haki to advance to the light gold level with a combat power threshold of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, the physique must also reach the light gold level. Of course, for others, even if their physique reaches the shallow gold level, armament haki still needs to practice hard to reach the shallow gold level. As for the awakened conqueror's haki and Luen with the Born for the Sea Super Gold attribute, as long as the physique reaches the light gold level, the armament haki will automatically advance. Haki training cheat, true to its name. Although it has not advanced to the light gold level, Luen's current armament haki strength is sufficient. Enough for me to grab Smoker's, Logia's smoke fruit. Luen's mouth curled up slightly. Although smoke fruit is not very strong in Logia, I am very much looking forward to getting my first devil fruit ability, Luen. Luen, try this. Unlike Nokiko and the villagers who were stunned by Luen's appetite, Nami was already used to Luen's appetite. Nami carefully handed an orange to Luen, looking at Luen with anticipation on her pretty face. This is the orange bar in the Belmere Orange Grove. Luen took the orange from Nami's hand, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Luen peeled the orange, carefully put one slice of the flesh into her mouth, and chewed it carefully. Delicious, this is the most delicious orange I have ever eaten. Luen smiled from the bottom of her heart and looked at Nami lovingly. This orange contains Nami's thoughts about her adoptive mother, Belmere. Even if his adoptive mother was killed, he was still able to buy his hometown back from Arlong and carry the hopes of everyone in his hometown on his shoulders. It also contains Nami's thoughts. Luen, you can understand Nami's feelings without Nami saying anything. Nami, of course, knew what Luen meant by this without Luen telling her, and her eyes narrowed as she smiled. Today was the happiest day for her since Belmere's death. Luen, Nami, look. Luffy suddenly yelled incoherently. Nami and Luen looked over immediately after hearing that. How is it? Joseph taught us, the nostril chopstick dance. He. Luffy and Usopp put their arms around each other's shoulders and smiled vaguely. There were two chopsticks stuck in Luffy and Usopp's nostrils, extending all the way to their mouths. PFF'd. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Nami looked at this funny scene, her red lips slightly raised, and finally, she burst into laughter, laughing so hard that tears came out. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Very good, pirates. Keep going. The villagers of Kokoyasi village also laughed when they saw Luffy and Usopp dancing, and they laughed so hard that tears came out. It's not just about watching Luffy and Usopp's antics, but also about the joy of being liberated from all the years of pain. How about this? The atmosphere was lively. Luffy and Usopp simply jumped onto a table, holding each other's shoulders, and dancing a dance that was meaningless but very funny with the nostril chopstick dance. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Laughter and joy filled the banquet. Ha ha ha, you two idiots, what are you doing? Zoro, holding his drink, also laughed. Ha ha ha. Sanji couldn't help laughing. Luen couldn't help laughing, clapping her hands. This is the party after the pirates' victory. The party should be joyful. After making a fuss at the banquet for a long time, Zoro's wound started bleeding again and he was thrown into the clinic here by Luen for treatment. It's really reckless. He went to fight despite being so badly injured. After the fight, he didn't come for treatment and went to attend the banquet. If you hadn't been so violent and the wound hadn't burst and bled, would you have planned not to see a doctor? Don't you have a ship's doctor on board? Naba, the best doctor here, healed Sulong's fresh wound caused by Hawkeye. It's just a minor injury. Just eat and drink more. Zoro had cold sweat on his forehead, but he was still very tough. Ship's doctor. Sounds good, but we still have to find the musician first. Outside the door, Luffy, holding a few pieces of meat, suddenly stuck his head in and grinned. Why? Looking at this unreliable captain, Zoro, who was already enduring the pain of stitching his wounds, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Because pirates have to sing. Luffy grinned. I'm asking you why you went to the musician first, you idiot. Zoro yelled. Doctors are more important than musicians no matter how you think about it. He. Let Luen decide the order then. According to Luen, ship doctors and musicians are needed. Luffy grinned. The villagers were still having a party, but on a very quiet hillside. Nami was facing a tombstone with her hands clasped together. You said, I'm going to be a pirate. If Belmere knew, would he agree? Nami looked up at the blue sky, and it seemed as if Belmere was looking at her. Not far behind Nami, Aegean and Nuauchigao stood there silently. Of course not. How could she let her beloved daughter become a pirate? Aegean speaks frankly. No, she will. Nohigo smiled. And even if she disagrees, can you obey her? Nohigo's smile became even brighter. Absolutely not. Nami made a face and smiled mischievously. Just like when she was little, naughty and disobedient, facing Belmere. Ha, you really are Belmere's daughters. Aegean suddenly burst into laughter. Live your own way. Belmere wants you to be happy rather than being obedient. Looking at Belmere's tombstone, Aegean's eyes were filled with tears. Of course. I am very happy now. Nami stood up and shouted towards the sea. Then he turned his head and looked at the figure a little further away from them. Luen stood there silently, accompanying her. Nami knew that this was the space Luen left for her and her family. Luen, let's go. Nami smiled. Wait, can I talk to you alone for a few words, Luen? Aegean suddenly said. Certainly. Luen glanced at Aegean and smiled. Then we'll go first. Nami covered the pattern of Arlong's gang on her left arm. Luen knew that Nami was going to remove the tattoo. Yeah, 840 inches. Luen didn't say anything, but just smiled gently and watched Nami and Nojiko leave while talking happily. After Nami disappeared, Luen and Aegean were silent for a long time. Aegean moved his lips and spoke with difficulty. Nami, I'm leaving it to you. His hoarse voice revealed the love and care he had for Nami, like a daughter. I know you're strong, but if you make Nami lose her smile, I will kill you no matter where you are. Remember this. With tears in his eyes, Aegean spoke loudly to Luen. Quote. ... And Luen said nothing. He just gently placed his right hand on this horrible scar. Although he could not do anything due to his weakness, he did everything he could to protect this person like a father. The beautiful man's shoulders. There is no need for words between men. Just a simple action is the best commitment. Aegean wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, smiled with relief, and walked towards the village. Luen looked at Belmere's tombstone, clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed deeply. Using the Dragon Kingdom's etiquette, I promise to the sleeping Belmere. Nami, he will take care of it. Let Nami live freely and happily on the sea. Mother-in-law, Nami, whose tattoo on her left arm had turned into a windmill and an orange, was holding a sea chart, and next to it was a large package containing nearly 100 million Belis that she had saved over the years. The studio in Arlong Park, which held her pain, had been destroyed by Luen. Now Nami has only this one nautical chart left. This is the first nautical chart she drew and it has been approved by Belmere. It's all over, Belmere, it took 8 years, but I'm free. Everyone laughed heartily from the bottom of their hearts. It's just like you said, as long as you survive, good things will happen. Nami held the chart tightly and looked at the room, as if she was talking to Belmere. I'm leaving this island. Don't worry, everyone is fine. And Luen. This time, I want to draw a nautical chart for my dream. I want to travel around the world with them and Luen, this is my dream. Nami's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. So, I don't know when I can return to this island. I'm leaving now. Nami wiped the tears from her eyes, walked out slowly without taking the nearly 100 million Baileys. These nearly 100 million Baileys were left by her for the villagers. Bang! When Nami was about to step out of the house, she felt someone gently push her. Mother-in-law. Nami turned her head and looked at the empty room, but her heart was filled with love. I'm off. Nami smiled brightly. Be careful along the way. Belle Mare's portrait, facing Nami's departing back. Belle Mare in the photo smiles so brightly. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 52, Exploding Bounty. Who doesn't know the name Luen? At the port, villagers were helping Luen and others load enough supplies for the voyage onto the Mary. In addition, Belle Mare's orange trees were also planted on the Mary. Are you all ready now? Luen looked at Sanji. Ah, there is no problem with the nutritional guarantee. Sanji rowed. It is his duty to ensure nutrition for his companions during the voyage. With the addition of Luen, a big eater who eats even more than Luffy, Sanji had to prepare more ingredients. However, Sanji not only did not find it troublesome, but he also prepared Luen's nutritional combination very seriously. Because it is such a pleasure to let Luen taste his cooking. Needless to say, that B************ D can't say anything nice. Luffy would just eat silently and at most shout, "It's delicious," a few times. Usopp would say a few more words, but bragging has become an instinct for Usopp, so his words are too exaggerated and miss the point. Only Luen could give his dishes such high praise in terms of color, aroma and taste, and every evaluation could also point out the proud features of his dishes. This feeling is really wonderful for a chef who regards cooking as his life. By the way, where is the beauty? Usopp looked at Luen curiously. She'll be here in a minute, Nami, with her own way of saying goodbye. Luen laughed. What? Nami is leaving without that money? Under the boat, Jien's eyes widened when he heard from Nojiko that Nami was not going to leave with any money. How can this be possible? Nami worked hard to earn that money. Naba, who healed Zoro's wounds, also shouted. She said she could still steal. You should know that Nami's decision won't change, right? Nohigo was also somewhat helpless. Nami loves money, because money is Nami's hope to save his hometown. But compared to money, Nami loves her family more. That idiot, we should be grateful to her. Aegean looked guilty. They didn't help much, so it was fine to let Nami shoulder everything. After all, if they fought hard, it would be a betrayal of Nami's feelings and make her sad. But how can they keep this money? Tap, tap. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. Here I come. Luen looked at Nami. Us. Hearing the noise, the villagers of Kekoyashi village all looked at Nami. Sail away. Nami lowered her head, not looking at the villagers, and shouted. Then, Nami suddenly ran towards the Mary. What happened? Why did Nami suddenly run? Usopp looked confused. Since the navigator has said so, of course we have to set sail. The sailing of this ship is entirely up to Nami. Luen laughed. That's right. Luffy yelled. Zoro immediately pulled up the anchor, and Usopp and Sanji also performed their duties. Nami, this guy, didn't he just leave without waiting for us to thank her and say goodbye? Aegean, who had watched Nami grow up, immediately understood what Nami meant. How can this be? The villagers looked shocked. They also wanted to thank Nami and say goodbye to her properly. Set sail. With Luffy's shout, the Mary opened the mainsail and left the port. They really sailed. Wait a minute, we haven't thanked you properly yet. The villagers shouted again and again. But Nami had already rushed in front of them. He was a little overwhelmed and didn't know which villagers to thank, so he could only go and stop Nami first. Wait, at least let us thank you properly before we leave. An uncle wants to stop Nami. Nami, I will never allow you to separate from us so easily. Aegean yelled at Nami. Luen, is it okay for Miss Nami to leave like this? Sanji looked at Luen. What does it matter? Nami, you are free now. Luen looked at Nami running, with a smile on his face. The next moment, Nami rushed into the crowd of villagers, using the skills of the pirate's thief Blue to constantly shuttle through the crowd. The villagers couldn't stop Nami at all. Despair. Nami walked through the crowd and jumped towards the Mary which had already left the port. Us. Nohigo looked at Nami's dangerous behavior and shouted out in worry. But the next moment, Nochigao felt relieved. What a mess. Luen stood at the edge of the deck, opened his arms, received Nami, who rushed over, and looked at Nami lovingly. Because you said, I am free. Nami looked at Luen, smiled, then left Luen's arms and turned her back to the many villagers at the port. Call. Nami shook her clothes lightly, and countless wallets fell down. Everyone, take care. Nami took out the banknotes, turned to look at the villagers, and smiled broadly. Ah, our wallets. You're so brave, little devil. You little thief. The villagers discovered this one after another, and then shouted loudly, but as they shouted, it turned into Take care, May. Be happy, Nami. Thank you so much. Nami smiled. Sure enough, this was a suitable farewell for her. Goodbye everyone, I'm leaving. Nami's eyes narrowed with laughter and she kept waving at the villagers. I really admire her. My sister is really amazing. Be happy. Quote. Nochigao laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Aegean smiled and sat down. Seeing Nami smile, she looked so happy. Aegean also smiled. Be happy, Nami. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. Here, the most elite Marines gathered. Naval Headquarters, 7 warlords of the sea, and 4 emperors constitute the 3 major forces that maintain the balance of the sea today. Naval Headquarters, and the 7 warlords of the sea, which nominally belongs to the world government, are fighting against the pirates led by the 4 emperors. However, the 4 emperors each ruled their own territory, and when it came to individual power, the naval headquarters was undoubtedly the strongest force among them. In a room, there were 3 bounty notices posted on a bounty notice board. On both sides of the notice board, there are 2 rows of naval headquarters officers sitting in order. Each of them had scars on their faces from fighting with the pirates. Unlike the branches, the naval headquarters faces the pirates of the Grand Line and even the 4 emperors of the New World. The ranks of officers here are completely different from those in the branch. Each of them exudes a murderous aura. So, they are no longer something the branch can handle. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Huo Shaoshan said in a deep voice. That's right. Naval Headquarters Major Branu, who was in charge of the bounty announcement, pointed to the notice board. Ever since they defeated Colonel Monka before they formed the pirates, their momentum has been rising and it is impossible to stop them. Buggy the Clown, bounty 15 million Baileys. Pirates Fleet Commander, Leader Krieg, bounty 17 million berries. The Murloc Pirates, the Sawtooth Dragon, and 20 million Beli. Branu looked at the wanted poster posted on the notice board. In East Blue, where the average bounty is only 3 million berries, they are all big pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. But they were defeated. Branu yelled. Especially. Bang. A reward was posted on the bulletin board. It has already gained great fame after being reported by the World Economic News Agency. The owner of Conqueror's Hockey, before defeating Krieg, this man even had a Conqueror's Hockey collision with 7 warlords of the sea, Hawkeye Mahawk. This man's ability is unstoppable. Branu said solemnly. Conqueror's Hockey. The officers and commanders of the naval headquarters present had extremely solemn expressions, and some of them even had sweat on their foreheads. That was the qualification of a king, something that even the 3 strongest admirals in their naval headquarters did not have. Every awakened person is a powerful figure who controls a region in Grand Line. The bounty on this man has always been controversial, but this time, the man and Mahawk have the same Conqueror's Hockey as Mahawk. In addition, the brutal killing of Colonel Mouse of Marine East Blue 16 branch made us offer this reward. This is the first time a bounty has been offered, and reaching this amount is a special case in this world. But in our judgment, this number is definitely not too high. Such terrible evil trends must be extinguished as soon as possible. Branu pointed to the bounty. That's right. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, who came here specifically for the man, expressed his approval. Ghost Spider Vice Admiral, how about it? Huo Shaoshan looked at the Ghost Spider opposite. Huo Shaoshan belongs to the Dove faction among the Marines, while Ghost Spider belongs to the Hawk faction among the Marine Kings. The bounty for the super rookie who owns Conqueror's Hockey must be decided by the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral of both factions. No objection, such a dangerous person must be put out of this evil as soon as possible. The Ghost Spider nodded slowly with a gloomy face. If he hadn't had any reservations, he would have wanted to personally arrest this evil seed. Well, the reward amount is confirmed. Let the world know. Uranus. Luen. Dead or alive. Bounty. 100 million berries. Branu shouted. Then, the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, the user of rubber fruit, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey, D. Luffy, who was recognized by this man, has a bounty of 45 million Baileys. Inform the world and extinguish this evil flame as soon as possible. Xiluobu Village. Little Miss Mary stumbled into Kaya's study. What's wrong, Mary? You look so flustered. Kaya, who was wearing glasses and looking at the nautical chart, looked up. Kaya is waiting for Luen to come back. When her body recovers, she wants to go to many places with Luen. Just by looking at these charts, Kaya had images in her mind. Of course, Kaya, who had never been to the sea, could not imagine the scenery outside the sea, but where to go was not important, the key was who to go with. Luen's appearance was very clear in Kaya's mind. Please look at this. Mary took out 2 bounty warrants. I am reading. When Kaya saw Luen's bounty order, she immediately stood up and took it. Because Colonel Mouse was killed by Luen, the photo of Luen on the bounty order is still the one taken by the World Economic News Agency. And Luffy's one. It also became the photo taken by the World Economic News Agency. Kaya came to the window, opened it and looked at the sea in the distance. Kaya holds Luen's bounty at the top of her heart. Luen, I'll wait for you to take me to the sea. Kaya held Luen's bounty order tightly, looking at the sea in the distance, her eyes narrowed with a smile. Barati. The bounty notices for Luen and Luffy were posted in the most conspicuous place. After arranging the preparation of the food, Zapu came to the deck and looked at the sea. Such a bounty is worthy of that man, Sanji, follow them and realize your dream. Zeph smiled. An unknown island. Hey, who is that guy? 2 pirates were observing the distant sea with binoculars when one of them suddenly cried out. He is. Another person ran over quickly, and when he saw the man's appearance clearly, his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Hawkeye, what are you doing here? A group of pirates surrounded Hawkeye. Don't make a noise, I'm not here to look for you, where is the department? Hawkeye said, Boss, one of the pirates rolled and crawled towards the depths of the island. Boss, Hawkeye, the pirates shouted at a man with red hair, a missing left arm, and a sleeping head. 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks. Hey, Hawkeye, you are such a rare visitor. The red-haired man hung his head with a gloomy look. Hawkeye, without knowing when, had arrived in front of the red-haired man. I'm not feeling well right now. Are you here to challenge me to a duel? The redhead didn't even raise his head. I don't want to fight with a guy like you who lost his left arm, and besides, you are hungover. Hawkeye took out 2 bounty warrants. I was at East Blue, and I met that funny kid you once talked about. Ha ha ha, Luffy, has a bounty been placed on your head? When the red-haired boy heard this, he looked up and laughed at Luffy's bounty. Because of the report of the World Economic News Agency, Red Hair learned in advance that Luffy was going to sea. However, there is another pirates that I care about more. Hawkeye unfolds another bounty. 100 million Baileys. This was not the first time the red-haired man saw Luen. Red Hair had seen it in the World Economic News Agency a long time ago. But this bounty still surprised Red Hair. 100 million Baileys, this bounty is very special. The new pirates who have made their debut around the world will reach a unified location, Sabayati Archipelago, after sailing through the first half of the Grand Line. When entering the Grand Line for the first time and arriving at the Sabayati Archipelago, the pirates who have risen rapidly, with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys, are called Super Newbies King Norman. Single quote. This is a bounty that only the best pirates of the same period, who have sailed the first half of the Grand Line, can have. And Luen, before he even entered the Grand Line, was offered a reward of 100 million berries, which was the first time in history. It is no exaggeration to call it explosive news. I played Conqueror's hockey with that young man. That young man's future may be even more hockey than yours, red-haired. Hawkeye looked at the redhead. In my mind, I recalled the scene when I had Conqueror's hockey with Luen. He saw in that young man the prototype of the all-conquering hockey of the late Pirates King Roger. Just like when he witnessed the execution of Pirates King Roger. The light stands there, shining brightly. Oh, when the red-haired man heard Hawkeye's words, his eyes, which were somewhat dim due to the hangover, flashed with a startling hockey. Well, I'll have to look forward to it, but before that. The red-haired man looked at Hawkeye with a wicked expression. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed. Drink it all. I'm happy today, drink more. Ha 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 ha. Red Hair pulled Hawkeye and started celebrating. Uranus, Luen. While asking Hawkeye not to refuse to drink, a flash of red and black appeared in the red-haired man's eyes. He was looking forward to receiving such an evaluation from Hawkeye and meeting Luen. And Luffy. The bounty on Luen and Luffy spread quickly around the world. In particular, Luen's bounty created a huge wave on the ocean. With the World Economic News report and the huge amount of money Marine is offering. In addition, the World Economic News Agency once again focused on Luen's performance, especially the clash with 7 warlords of the sea and Hawkeye, which made Luen's current momentum in the sea even higher. Unparalleled. Without entering the Grand Line, the first time you are rewarded, you will receive a supernova level bounty and collide with Shichibukai. From today on this sea, who doesn't know the name, Uranus, Luen. Chapter 53. The Strongest Combat Power Limit. At this time, after solving the Cocoa West Village incident, Luen and others, who had formed the pirates group. On the way to the entrance of the Grand Line, the town known as the beginning and end, the town where the pirates' king was born and executed, Logue Town. On board the Mary Snap, Nami, who had just bought a newspaper from Newsbird and complained about the price increase, was stunned when she saw 2 bounty notices falling out of the newspaper. Luen, Luffy, you've got a bounty on your head. Nami yelled in panic. What? I've got a bounty on my head. Luffy, who was still sitting in the exclusive special seat, rushed over excitedly. Look, I've got a bounty on my head. 45 million Baileys. Luffy excitedly took his bounty and showed it to his friends. For pirates, nothing can better demonstrate their strength and fame than bounty. Luffy dreams of having a high bounty. Zoro and Sanji also showed great fighting spirit. The bounty is a recognition of the pirates' strength. Since they are pirates, of course they want to get a super high bounty. Luen is offering a reward of 10 million Baileys. What a pity. Luffy picked up Luen's wanted poster again, and grinned as he was not good at math. 10 million, Luen, how is that possible? Sanji, Usopp, and Zoro all expressed disbelief. They had all seen Luen's strength, which was far stronger than Luffy's. Luen's bounty is so much less than Luffy's. Let me see. Sanji took the bounty order for Luen from Luffy and read it carefully. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, million, tens of millions. Sanji counted the numbers on Luen's bounty order, and cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. Idiot. This isn't 10 million Baileys. Sanji looked horrified. This is 100 million Baileys. Sanji cried out in horror. 100 million Baileys. Hearing this horrible number, Usopp's eyes popped out in fear. 100 million Baileys. Nami also covered her red lips, her face full of disbelief, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. What is the concept of 100 million Baileys? Arlong, only 20 million Baileys, which is the highest bounty offered by East Blue. In East Blue, anyone with more than 10 million Baileys is a well-deserved pirate. Nami had never heard of any pirates in East Blue with a bounty of 100 million berries. Looking at Luen, Nami's beautiful eyes were also full of worry. This bounty, Luen, I'm afraid will be targeted by powerful marines or pirates. 100 million Baileys. Luffy's eyes widened and he cried out. Luen's bounty is so much higher than his. Luffy looked at Luen's bounty with some envy, then clenched his fist to cheer himself up. Luffy naturally does not envy his partners, but instead uses this as motivation. He also wants to get a super high bounty. Catch up with Luen. Is it finally here? 100 million Baileys. Luen took his wanted warrant from Sanji, with a smile on his face. This was the first time a bounty was offered and Luen was quite satisfied with the amount. The device has been upgraded, and the Conqueror's haki has increased in strength. A line of light screens appeared. Sure enough, the amount of bounty on pirates can be used to enhance the quality of the device, and thus enhance haki. Looking at the exaggerated reactions of Sanji, Usopp, and Luffy, Luen's lips curled up slightly. This feeling is quite good. The process of increasing the bounty and then gaining equipment and strengthening haki is also very consistent with the haki system that is similar to raising insects. The higher the bounty, the more powerful marines and pirates who want to use the high bounty to become famous in the sea will be attracted. Those who can survive this GU raising process will be able to possess stronger haki. 100 million Baileys. Hearing this astonishing number, Zoro's eyes became solemn. As a former bounty hunter, Zoro knew all too well what this bounty represented. Not to mention East Blue, the weakest sea, even in the Grand Line, this bounty can be called a big pirates. With such a bounty, they will not only face the branch's marines, but also some minor characters. But, naval headquarters, and those powerful pirates. Zoro felt his body's recovery after the training. Although he was still a little sore, he was able to continue exercising. Zoro, where are you going? Luffy asked curiously as he saw Zoro stand up and walk towards the cabin. Go practice. Zoro's eyes were tough. He made a promise to Luen and Luffy. He will never lose again. You are about to face an enemy that is much stronger than before. You must cherish every minute and every second to become stronger. I'll go with you. Luen understood what Zoro was thinking and smiled as well. I'm going too. I want to learn hockey. Luffy also shouted, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Luen's bounty of 100 million berries ignited Luffy's fighting spirit. Today's meal is almost ready, so I'll go practice as well. Sanji took a deep breath and said seriously. Luen and others made him embark on the path of pursuing his dreams. Although he is a chef, he also has to do his best for his partners. Yoshi, brothers, follow Luen and learn hockey. Luffy pulled Zoro and Sanji over and yelled. 014703123 flying 141,551,191. Zoro and Sanji's mouths twitched a little, but seeing that Luffy was very interested and would not let them go if they did not cooperate. Zoro and Sanji could only raise their fists in cooperation. Oh, but Zoro and Sanji also had a gleam in their eyes. Hockey, they must learn. For dreams and ambitions. Also for partner. ... Bang, 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 accompanied by 3 loud bangs. Luffy, Sanji, and Zoro were smashed into the wall and couldn't get out for a long time. It hurts. Zoro, help me. Luffy's head was embedded in the wall, and because it was made of rubber and was too stretchable, it was difficult to pull out. I'm impressed by you. Zoro gasped and pulled Luffy's head out of the wall. It hurts, Luen, why do you feel stronger again? Luffy grimaced in pain and looked at Luen in amazement. Indeed, it is stronger than before. Zoro's eyes were also extremely solemn. His injury is almost healed, and with the addition of curly eyebrows. As a result, he still had no power to fight back in front of Luen. Hockey hitting me is no joke. Sanji's forehead was covered with cold sweat and he rubbed his calf. It hurts. You 3, what does it feel like to be beaten by hockey, the abandoned one? Luen looked at Luffy and the other 2 who had reached their limit and said. If they want to learn hockey, they have to rely on themselves. But Luen's training is not over yet. Then Luen put on the terrifying weight and started exercising. The physique is constantly strengthened under the effect of the superhuman monster physique. Superman monster physique, a fusion of Luffy's Superman physique and Zoro's monster physique. In terms of pure skeletal muscle repair speed, Luen is now about twice as fast as Zoro. Furthermore, as Luen's physique improved, the gap continued to widen. This is because the Superman monster physique has an absorption ability that is even more terrifying than Luffy's Superman physique. The stronger the physique, the greater the absorption capacity, which in turn makes Luen's ability to repair muscles and bones even better. Combined with the powerful absorption ability that surpasses the superhuman physique, Luen's physical strength is enhanced at a rate that is about 5 times faster than Luffy and Zoro alone. This entry is strengthening its body at an extremely terrifying speed, just as Luen had expected. Just these few days of training had raised Luen's superhuman and magical physique to a deep purple level, and the speed at which he became stronger was extremely astonishing. Moreover, as Luen's physique becomes stronger, Luen will be absorbed faster, thereby repairing muscles and bones faster. Luen can also increase training intensity, forming a virtuous circle. Superman monster physique, the speed of strengthening the physique, as Luen's physique strengthened, not only did not slow down, but it was accelerating. Moreover, while Luen is strengthening his physique, he can also activate the ability of the Born for the Sea Claws to continuously strengthen hockey. This feeling of being able to clearly feel the process of one's own strengthening is very wonderful. In the previous life on Blue Star, hard work does not necessarily lead to rewards. Now, as long as you practice hard, you can personally feel yourself getting stronger. This feeling is fascinating. Luen was completely immersed in his practice. Seeing Luen, who is already so strong and still practicing so hard. Zoro endured the pain in his body, took a huge barbell, simulated the action of chopping with a knife, and began to practice. While chopping, he was still recalling the feeling of being hit by Luen with haki, trying to master this feeling and learn haki. How can I become stronger? Luffy thought hard. His companions are working so hard, so as the captain, he must become stronger. As for haki, Luffy also knew that he couldn't learn it in a short period of time. Luffy was a thick-skinned person, but he was not stupid and he had a clear understanding of himself. He, Ace, and Sabo were three brothers when they were young, but he was the dumbest among the three in terms of fighting talent. Even after eating the devil fruit, he just didn't eat the ace of the devil fruit. And his initial use of the rubber fruit was terrible. Not to mention hitting others, Luffy would often tie himself up with his rubber body at the beginning. So Luffy knew clearly that he was not a genius. Zoro and the others could not learn haki in a short time, and he could not do it either. So the way to become stronger in a short period of time is to start with the devil fruit. This is his advantage over Luen and Zoro. Luffy stretched his arms and legs, thinking continuously. Luen, who was exercising, and observation haki sensed all of this. Have you started to study the abilities of the second and third gears? Luen thought to himself. Luen did not give Luffy any hints on how to use the abilities of Gear 2 and Gear 3. The use of this devil fruit based on a rubber body requires very high physical strength and will place a huge burden on Luffy's body. In the timeline of the original Enies lobby, the Grand Line has already completed most of the first half of the voyage and is about to reach the Sabayati archipelago. In that situation, Luffy used Gear 2 and Gear 3, but his body couldn't handle it. Now, before entering the Grand Line, Luffy's current physique is not enough to support the use of Gear 2 and Gear 3. So Luen didn't give Luffy any advice on Devil Fruit, and he didn't need any advice. The abilities of Devil Fruit are actually fixed. The so-called development has been thrown into the trash by the author in the subsequent plot. The ability user only needs to strengthen his physique, and he will be able to exert a stronger power from the Devil Fruit he eats. Until the Devil Fruit awakens, it becomes a bottleneck. After awakening, the Devil Fruit's ability reaches a peak. Let Luffy use the power of the Devil Fruit by himself, and then slowly master the power of Gear 2 and Gear 3. This use of the Devil Fruit ability can also make the user's physique stronger. Because eating Devil Fruit will change the body, like Luffy, before Nika awakened, he was a rubber man. By continuously using the power of rubber, your physical fitness will naturally increase. Therefore, anyone who has eaten the combat-type Devil Fruit will have far superior physique and physical strength than those who have not eaten the Devil Fruit. This is why, in the pirate's world where haki determines the upper limit of strength, Luen must also obtain the powerful Devil Fruit. The powerful Devil Fruit, especially the mythical beast species, can give the ability user an extremely terrifying upper limit of physical strength. According to the subsequent battle performance of top Logia users such as Aokiji and Akainu, it is very likely that Logia will also give users terrifying physical strength after awakening. The Devil Fruit's ability itself is also very powerful. When combined with haki, the upper limit of its combat power is definitely greater than that of a pure haki. For example, in the Battle of Beehive Island, Garp clearly had a higher attack power, and was able to completely suppress Aokiji when facing him, but he was still at a disadvantage in terms of physical strength and physique. Garp used so many terrible attacks on Aokiji. In terms of attack power, because of the entanglement, even with the frozen fruit, Aokiji is much weaker than Garp. But Aokiji was able to use his strong physique and physical strength to ensure that he could stand and continue fighting with Garp. Garp, on the other hand, was hit by Shiryu's sneak attack and his combat power dropped rapidly. In the pirate's world, those with super strong stamina and strong resistance are almost all powerful demon fruit powers. For Luen, who has the attribute of being born for the sea, a strong physique means a strong armament haki. And even for the tyrant, although the enhancement does not require physical strength, the use of the tyrant does require physical experience as fuel. Therefore, the powerful Devil Fruit can greatly increase Luen's combat power limit. There is actually no restraint relationship between haki and Devil Fruit, unlike the way that Seastone restrains demon fruit power. They are both a kind of power. Haki only provides the owner with the power to attack the ability user. The powerful haki can defeat the weak Devil Fruit ability. But the powerful Devil Fruit ability can also defeat the weaker haki. Only with super strong haki and super strong Devil Fruit ability can you have the strongest combat power limit in the pirate's world. Even a super strong person like Red Hair Roger who has not eaten the devil fruit has a terrifying swordsmanship to supplement haki, thereby increasing the upper limit of his combat power. The combat power limit of a pure haki warrior is definitely lower than that of a warrior who has powerful demon fruit power and haki dual cultivation. Especially after the peak period, this gap will widen. Especially Black Arm Zephyr is the most typical example. The smoke fruit is the first stepping stone for Luen to obtain the powerful devil fruit. While Luen was training his body, he used Born for the sea to increase his haki, with a slight smile on his face. Sanji watched Luen and the others practicing hard. He did not practice anymore, but quietly closed the door of the training room and slowly rolled up his sleeves. Enduring the pain in my body, I went to the kitchen. Being a chef is his main job. While his partners are working hard to improve themselves, he, as a chef, also has to provide nutritional support. However, while Sanji was cooking, while ensuring the taste, he was also recalling the feeling of Luen's haki hitting him. He also wanted to become stronger. Nami, on the other hand, would occasionally watch Luen's training through the window of the training room, and at other times, she would carefully observe the weather on the sea. Ensure the smooth sailing of the Mary. Luen is working hard to become stronger, and as a navigator, she must ensure the smooth sailing. Usopp, on the other hand, adjusted the controls of the Mary according to Nami's instructions. Usopp now works part-time as a boatman and helmsman. The Mary was sailing smoothly under such circumstances. As Luen and others continued to practice and become stronger. Under Nami's near-perfect command. Logue Town, here we are. Chapter 54. Cute Nami. The idiot who can enter the museum. Crack. The door of Luen's room was gently opened. A beautiful figure tiptoed in. I am reading. Looking at Luen who was sleeping soundly on the bed, Nami's eyes narrowed with a smile. The day before reaching Logue Town, Luen stopped exercising and has been sleeping ever since. This is the hidden effect of the Superman monster physique, Super Purple, that Luen discovered through practice. After accumulating a lot of fatigue through training, fighting, and sleeping for a long time can restore the body to its best condition and make it stronger. Just like ordinary people on Blue Star, if they want to improve their physique, they also do it during sleep. Although Luen has a superhuman and monster physique, Zoro has a monster physique, and Luffy also has a superhuman physique. But sleep is also needed to relieve the accumulated fatigue in the body and make the cultivation and transformation more efficient. In the original work, after the war, Zoro and Luffy would sleep for extremely long periods of time, even for several days and nights. This is the reason. Nami carefully sat on the edge of Luen's bed and looked at Luen quietly. Looking at Luen, Nami recalled the whole process of meeting Luen and being saved by Luen. From acquaintance to understanding, and then to. Nami blushed slightly when she thought about the time she kissed Luen in Arlong Park. Thank you, Luen. Nami gently touched Luen's cheek, where she kissed last time. But the next moment, Nami's pretty face suddenly turned red. Luen. Nami stuttered as she looked at Luen who opened his eyes and looked at her. Good morning, good morning. The weather is really nice. I'm leaving now. Nami made up a lame excuse and tried to slip away. The next moment, Nami screamed and flew into the air. Looking at Luen's face so close to her, Nami could even feel Luen's breath, and her pretty face turned red. Are you here to steal something, little thief? Luen looked at Nami's pretty face and a doting smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I won't steal your things. I'm here to wake you up. We'll be arriving at Logue Town soon. I'm leaving first. Nami shrank her neck and tried to slip away. Really? But why do I feel like you stole my things? Luen looked at Nami whose pretty face was flushed and said seriously. Nami was about to retort when she saw Luen pointing at the cheek she had just touched. You stole this. Luen pointed to her cheek and looked at Nami with a smile. You wanted to wake me up like this, right? Like we did in Kokoyasi village. But now you want to run away. Have you stolen something that belongs to me? Luen's mouth curled up slightly. Who said that? I just wanted to wake you up. Nami was speechless. She was looking at Luen's sleeping face and recalled the whole process from how she met Luen to how she saved her. She couldn't help herself. But Nami still wanted to make a final struggle. Nami, Luen, come and see, we're in Logue Town. At this moment, Luffy's sudden shout made Nami panic. But Nami saw that Luen had no intention of letting her go, and her face turned red. Because of her experience in Kokoyasi village, she had long since abandoned her image of a little girl. But when facing Luen, Nami always returns to the appearance of a little girl of her age. So, how about returning what you stole to me, little thief cat? Luen's mouth curled up slightly. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Feeling the warmth on her cheeks, Luen smiled as she watched Nami running away. Nami, you're so cute. As that Logue town. After getting dressed, Luen walked onto the deck and looked at the small town on the island not far away. The place where the pirate's king was born and publicly executed is called the town of beginning and end. In the past, this town was in chaos. The location of Logue Town is near the entrance of the Grand Line and is the last chance for pirates heading to the Grand Line to resupply. It is also the place where the pirate king was born and died, and many pirates come here to trace the footsteps of the former pirate king. This also caused constant conflicts among pirates, bounty hunters, and marines, and chaotic land distribution. But since the colonel of the marine branch here became Smoker, everything has changed. Logia demon fruit power is invincible in East Blue. No pirates can escape Smoker's pursuit. It can be said that East Blue is now known as the weakest sea, and Smoker has contributed to this. After all, the pirates who can come here and go to the Grand Line are all the stronger ones among the East Blue pirates. After wiping out all those pirates, what was left in East Blue were mostly mediocre people who had neither the ability nor the ambition to go to the Grand Line. But Smoker has become Luen's prey. Nami stole a glance at Luen, then felt Luen's gaze, and quickly pretended to be calm and looked at Logue Town. Luen found it a little funny to see Nami's cute and secretive look. Luffy, Zoro, Usopp and Sanji all smiled as they looked at Logue Town. From here on, they will officially step into the Grand Line. Their dreams will also officially set sail. Soon, Luen and others reached the shore. What a big town. Luffy looked at the prosperous Logue Town and grinned. I want to take a look at the execution platform of the Pirate's King. Luffy smiled excitedly, and before Luen and the others could answer, he rushed towards Logue Town. Hey, Luffy, we haven't confirmed the meeting place yet. Usopp yelled behind him, but Luffy had already disappeared into the crowd. Really? This guy is still so thick-skinned. Usopp looked helpless. Let him be happy. We will also go to restock our supplies. This is the last restock before entering the Grand Line. Luen smiled. Although I don't know if the buggy pirates came here for revenge as in the original novel. But Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, must have come here. Even if Luffy is caught and publicly executed by Buggy like in the original work, there is no need to worry, because Dragon will help Luffy settle everything. Luen, not interested in Gall D. Roger's execution platform, lets Luffy make trouble on his own. I'm going to buy 2 knives. Zoro rode. He is about to enter the Grand Line, and as a 3-sword master, he must complete his 3 swords. Buy a knife. Do you have the money, Zoro? Hearing Zoro say this, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up and he revealed a profiteer expression. No. When Zoro heard the word money, the corners of his mouth twitched. I can lend it to you. Nami's words made Zoro overjoyed. Nami is a guy who can still do well at critical moments. That's right. Nami made money to save his hometown before, and he left nearly 100 million Baileys to his hometown. He only lent him this little money. But you have to pay me back 3 times as much. Before Zoro could be happy for a moment, Nami's eyes had turned into the shape of Beli. You haven't changed at all. Zoro's mouth twitched. Do you want to borrow it? I'm telling you, you can't default on the debt if you borrow it. Nami pulled Luen over and raised her little head proudly. With Luen's support, Nami is very confident. Luen looked at Nami with amusement as he turned into a little money grubber. I'll borrow it. Finally, Zoro chose to borrow from Nami's loan shark. Then I'll go shopping, Luen. After blackmailing Zoro, Nami looked at Luen with a smile on his face. Ah, have fun. Luen laughed. Luen had experienced the horror of accompanying a girl shopping on Blue Star, and the feeling was unbearable. Moreover, Luen has his own plans. I'll go see if there are any good ingredients, and there are so many beautiful sisters. Sanji was very serious in the first half of the sentence, but in the latter part his eyes turned into a heart shape and he quickly disappeared from the spot. That idiotic lecherous Kappa. Zoro's mouth twitched as he watched Sanji disappear into the crowd. Well, Luen, I'm going to buy some things too, goggles, and materials for making things. Usopp greeted him and also walked towards Logue Town. Come on, Zoro, do as I say. After watching all the people disappear, Luen looked at Zoro. Learn. Zoro's mouth curled up. Logue Town Marine Branch, Colonel's office. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Here, smoke filled the entire room, and it was impossible to see what was going on inside. Bang. The office door was opened in panic. Colonel Smoker. Something terrible is happening. A Marine rushed in, his face filled with horror. News from headquarters. Straw Hat Monkey D. Luffy and his crew are heading to Logue Town. Captain Straw Hat Boy Luffy, he is the pirates of East Blue with a bounty of 45 million Baileys. When the Marine said this, his forehead suddenly broke out in cold sweat and his face looked a little terrified. In the Straw Hat crew, there is also Uranus, Luen, who has a bounty of 100 million berries. The Marine was sweating profusely and yelled loudly, trying to give himself courage. 100 million Baileys. He had been in Logue Town for so long, but he had never seen such a high bounty. This bounty, even in the Grand Line, is definitely a big pirate's. 100 million, he's not a small character. This bounty is huge. A figure slowly emerged from the smoke. Colonel. They defeated Buggy the Clown and his gang, the Fishman Dragon and his gang, and Uranus. Luen even killed the Mouse Colonel from the 16th branch. They are the vicious pirates. The Marine noticed that Smoker's tone was so nonchalant, so he quickly shouted a reminder. Calm down, it's all your fault for yelling and failing again. Smoker stood up and opened the window to let the smoke in the office dissipate. He is practicing the ability of smoke fruit. So, what did you mean? Smoker turned around. Headquarters said that the Straw Hat crew is expected to arrive in Logue Town today. The Marine stood at attention and saluted, but he couldn't hide the cold sweat on his forehead and the fear in his eyes. The 100 million Baileys pirates is coming to Logue Town. Don't panic. Since I came here, among the pirates who broke into this place, has anyone escaped from here? Asterisk. Smoker put on his justice jacket and took a puff of his cigar. No. Looking at Smoker, the Marine swallowed his saliva and felt very sorry for the 100 million shells. The fear of the Leda pirates also dissipated a little. Then calm down and don't disrupt my pace. Even if it's 100 million Baileys, it's the same. Smoker's confidence comes from the devil fruit he ate. Logia, smoke fruit. In this Logue Town, Logia, which has not yet entered the Grand Line, the pirates are completely unable to resist. Even the pirates with 100 million Baileys are the same. Report. There is news that pirates have appeared in the port. Please go to the scene immediately. At this time, another Marine rushed in. It must be the Straw Hat crew. They broke in. The first Marine yelled, 45 million, and another 100 million, hopefully it's an interesting guy. Smoker walked outside. It's so expensive. The money I borrowed is totally not enough. Zoro and Luen came to a display case with knives. Zoro looked at the knives in the display case and his mouth twitched. However, he couldn't ask Nami to borrow money again. With triple interest, he simply can't afford to borrow more. But you can't go into the Grand Line with just a knife, Luen. Do you have any extra money? Zoro looked at Luen who was standing beside him. Money. I'm not interested in money. Luen glanced at Zoro, and a hint of hockey appeared at the corner of his mouth. FX. Zoro's mouth twitched even more. Not a cent. Luen spread out his hands. I don't have any coins, so of course I'm not interested in money. Zoro covered his forehead, and truly felt what it meant to be unable to make a hero fall for a penny. At this time, Luen raised the corner of his mouth and looked in another direction. I have found the person I was looking for. It's rude to call Colonel Smoker a monster. A female voice raised her voice. Stop talking nonsense. Our leader was sent in by that B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************
front of that B asterisk 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 D. The two pirates looked cruelly at the woman holding a knife opposite them. I understand. I will stick with you till the end. Tashigi said seriously. Ha, ha ha ha, what can you, a woman, do? The two pirates laughed contemptuously. Go to hell. Then, he swung the knife at Das. Crack. When Zoro saw this, he immediately prepared to draw his sword. Zoro hates those who bully the weak the most. But the next moment. Reading. Zoro looked in surprise at Luen, who reached out to stop him. Look, that woman is not weak. Luen looked at Tashigi, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Zoro immediately looked at it intently. He knew that Luen had a power called observation haki, which allowed him to sense the aura of others. From the breath,
one can judge the strength of others. Puff. Gather strength, bend over, and draw your sword. With a beautiful sword-drawing strike, the two pirates fell directly to the ground. Sharp. The crowd watching around suddenly burst into screams. Is it the power of observation hockey? It's really amazing. Seeing that it was just as Luen said, the woman in front of him easily killed the two pirates, Zoro sighed. Luen didn't explain and just looked at Tashigi with a smile. Call. Tashigi strikes a beautiful sword-drawing pose, ready to receive. Ah. Tashigi suddenly tripped over his left foot and fell headfirst without any warning, with his glasses falling towards Luen and the other man. Ha ha ha, I really can't figure out whether she is strong or weak. The crowd watching suddenly laughed kindly. It hurts, my eyes, where are my glasses? Tashigi fumbled around on the ground. Here, your glasses. Luen picked up the glasses and handed them to Tashigi with a smile. Thank you, Taiyan. Tashigi looked up at Luen. Although he couldn't see Luen's face clearly, he smiled with gratitude. You, Kuina, Zoro. The moment he saw Tashigi's appearance, his pupils shrank and he cried out in shock. This woman looks exactly like his dead childhood sweetheart. Kuina, who is it? Tashigi took the glasses from Luen and put them on, curiously. Sorry, this guy is a fool. Luen said with a smile. Zoro's mouth twitched. If Curly Eyebrows had said that, he would have fought with him long ago. But since Luen said so, he had no way of refutation. Who made him unable to learn hockey at all under Luen's instruction? Thank you so much, I don't know how to thank you. Tashigi kept bowing in a silly and cute way. You're so polite. I just picked up your glasses, but if possible, could you do me a favor? Luen looked at the silly and cute Tashigi and smiled. Tashigi's performance in the early stages was that of a fool who could be exhibited in a museum. As expected, I didn't know him. Why? Tashigi was a little confused. Chapter 55. The Special Ghost Energy. The Guide. So you guys are going to buy a knife? Logue Town, Tashigi led the way for Luen and Zoro. I just happened to be going to get a sharpened knife, but it's strange, don't you already have a knife? Tashigi looked at Zoro curiously. He prefers to collect knives. Before Zoro could speak, Luen patted Zoro's shoulder and smiled. Although Tashigi is silly and cute, the swordsman who uses the three-sword style in East Blue is easily reminiscent of Zoro. Luen, he still needs this silly and cute Tashigi to lead the way for him. Really? You like collecting knives too? Tashigi was suddenly surprised. Oh, you like collecting knives too? Luen smiled and asked knowingly. It's not that I like to collect them, but in this era, most of the famous swords have fallen into the hands of evil people. The Supreme Great Sword has 12 skills, the Great Great Sword has 21 skills, and the Excellent Great Sword has 50 skills. My dream is to take back all the famous swords in the world from the hands of those evil people. Even if it costs my life. Tashigi talked about dreams and slept very brightly. It's an amazing dream. Luen looked at Tashigi, with the corners of his mouth raised. Huh, really? Tashigi was startled, then excitedly grabbed Luen's arm. This was the first time her dream was recognized. Most people's reaction to hearing her dream would be, you are just a woman, and you dare to talk such big words. Even my colleagues in the Marine Corps, although they would not say it explicitly, revealed this in their expressions. Women are naturally weaker than men. Tashigi really wishes she was a man. Do you really think I can accomplish my dream? This was the first time Tashigi met someone who recognized her dream. The look on his face was not one of politeness, but one of genuine recognition. Excited, Tashigi also longed for more recognition. It's still a bit difficult to fulfill your dream. Luen looked at the excited Tashigi, 763, and told the truth. Who owns all those famous swords on this sea? Apart from other things, among the supreme swords, Ace is the sword of Galdi. Roger, and its whereabouts are unknown. Black Blade Knight is the sword of the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye. Kusukimi, in the hands of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, in 4 emperors. With Tashigi's strength and qualifications, the possibility of getting these swords back is almost zero. Is it because I'm a woman? Tashigi's excited eyes suddenly dimmed. She thought she had met someone different, but in the end, he still looked down on her because of her status as a woman. Tashigi is too concerned about her identity as a woman, and any words from others can make her think of this. Tashigi's words made Zoro's mouth twitch. Why? Not only do they look alike, but they even speak alike. But Kuina is much smarter than the woman in front of him. No, it's not because you're a woman. Even if you're the world's greatest swordsman, it's almost impossible to do this. Luen stopped and looked at Tashigi with dim eyes, and said seriously. Even for Hawkeye, it is almost impossible to get all these famous swords. Many of these famous swords are within the sphere of influence of the four emperors. But if something is impossible, then we should not do it. There is no such logic in this ocean, right? People's dreams will never end, right? Luen opened his arms and laughed. Snort. Zoro's mouth curled up. As expected, it's Luen. Tashigi stared at Luen, who was laughing. She didn't know why, but at this moment she felt that the man in front of her was shining. That's right. I will definitely be able to fulfill my dream. Tashigi was affected by Luen's words and said, "Hey, don't block the road." Finally, a man happened to walk in front of Tashigi. Yes, sorry. Tashigi quickly dodged. As a result, in a hurry, his left foot tripped over his right foot again. Bang. It hurts. Tashigi covered his little head. Zoro looked at the clumsy idiot with a twitch in his mouth. What a stupid woman, a national treasure. Luen looked at Tashigi, who was so imposing just now, with some helplessness. As expected, he is a fool who can enter the museum. Under the leadership of Tashigi, Luen and others soon arrived at a knife shop. Boss, is my knife sharpened? Tashigi walked in and looked at the boss. Your knife. The knife shop owner with rosacea raised his head, but his pupils shrank the next moment. This knife is. The boss stared at Zoro's knife. Boss, do you have suitable knives? I want to. This is 100,000 Belis. Zoro took out the money he borrowed from Nami. 100,000. You can't buy any good sword with that. Why don't you sell your sword to me? I'll give you 200,000 Belis, and then you can buy 3 swords worth 100,000 Belis each. The boss stared greedily at the knife at Zoro's waist. This is Wado Ikimanji, one of the 21 great sword techniques. A poor guy who bought a knife worth 50,000 Belis must not know how precious this knife is. Buy my knife. Zoro's face showed rejection. Then I'll take a loss, 400,000, no, I'll pay 600,000 Belis. The boss was also anxious at this time. It was hard to come across such a precious sword, so he quickly named a price. Wait, I didn't notice it just now, can you show me this knife? Tashigi's attention was immediately drawn to the knife at Zoro's waist. Zoro did not refuse and handed the knife to Tashigi. There's no mistake. This is Wado Ikimanji, one of the 21 great swords. This is a famous sword worth more than 10 million berries. Tashigi's words made the guest's face turn pale. Wa Daoyi. Zoro's eyes narrowed slightly. This was the first time he knew the name of this sword. Before, Zoro just regarded it as the sword of promise with Kuina. I'm going to sue you for interfering with business. Your knife is sharpened, take it away now. Seeing that his hopes were dashed, Tubin threw Waski's knife over without any hesitation. Go. Luen caught the knife thrown at Tashigi, and with his other hand, he held up Tashigi, who was in a panic and almost fell down after his boss threw the knife. You are so eager to raise the price. Even if this lady is not here, there is no way the deal can be made, right, boss? Luen looked at the boss with a smile on his face. Although this boss is greedy for money, he is not a bad person. Finally, he took away the heirloom snow and gave it to Zoro along with the 3rd generation Kidetsu. Thank you. Tashigi was supported by Luen and her pretty face turned red. This made Tashigi very embarrassed. She was so clumsy that if the man in front of her hadn't supported her, she would have fallen again. HMPH. There are 50,000 Beli knives over there, go and choose. The boss was a little embarrassed, but he just snorted and pointed at several buckets of knives placed haphazardly in the corner. Here, your knife. Luen handed the knife to Tashigi. Thank you. Tashigi took it, looked at it carefully, and then smiled. The owner of this knife shop is quite good at sharpening knives. This knife should also be considered a famous knife, right? Luen said with a smile. Well, this is sugar. I will work hard to practice and use it to take back more famous swords from the hands of evil people. Tashigi nodded seriously. Quote exclamation mark. Quote. You, what are you doing? Tashigi looked at Luen in shock, who touched her head. Sorry, you looked so cute, I couldn't help it. Luen raised his hands and smiled. The girl with glasses and her determined expression made Luen subconsciously want to stroke Tashigi's little head. But, cute. Tashigi's face suddenly turned red, and he stammered as he looked at Luen. You treat me like a woman. Then, Wosichi looked at Luen with exhaustion. It made Luen laugh. This stupid woman's train of thought is indeed different from that of ordinary people. This knife. At this moment, Zoro, who was searching for a suitable knife, suddenly spoke. Let me see. This sword, there's no mistake about it, it's the third generation Kidetsu. The third of the good and fast swords. Its predecessor, the second generation Kidetsu, was a great sword, and the first generation Kidetsu before that was a supreme great sword. Seeing the famous sword, Tashigi suddenly became excited. Boss, is this knife really only 50,000 Belis? That's amazing, it usually sells for more than 1 million Belis. Tashigi looked at his boss, who looked very unhappy. Oh, the demon sword Kidetsu. Luen looked at the third generation Kidetsu pulled out by Zoro, his eyes slightly narrowed. Check the entry. Entry third generation Kidetsu, recognizing its master, the cursed demon sword. Swordsmen who cannot be recognized by the demon sword will eventually die miserably. Due to the influence of demon energy, it is choosing its master and object, Roronoa, Zoro. Interesting. It turns out that it is because of Zoro's ghost energy that this sword starts to choose its master. It seems that the term, ghost energy, is less special than I thought. It can also be seen from the loading speed that Zoro's Warcraft physique attribute has been loaded long ago, but the ghost energy attribute is still a long way from being loaded. Although it loads faster than Luffy's Sun God, Super Gold item, it is still limited in speed. This special entry is just as precious as a Super Gold entry. Zoro has the Ghost Chi entry, which allows him to perform the 9 swordsmanship. It is really exciting to see what changes will happen to me, who is not a swordsman, after completing this entry. Luen smiled. Can you feel it too, Luen? The aura of this demon sword. Zoro pulled out the third generation Kidetsu, feeling the unusual aura contained in it, and looked at Luen. It is choosing you as its master. Luen's mouth curled up. Stop talking nonsense. I won't sell this knife. Since you can sense the ominous sign, you should give it up. The swords of the Kidetsu series are like being cursed. Nowadays, there are no swordsmen in the world who use Kidetsu anymore. Anyone who uses it will die tragically for no apparent reason. Even if someone uses it without knowing it, they will disappear from this world for no apparent reason. I also want to get rid of it, as if I were cursed by it. The boss was sweating profusely. Yes, sorry, I didn't know it was such a scary knife. Tashigi was very panicked. Luen, you said it chose me as its master, interesting. I like it. That's it. Zoro's lips curled up into a beastly smile. Hey, stop it. If you die, doesn't that mean I killed you? The boss suddenly became anxious. He is greedy for money, but he doesn't want to harm anyone. Then let's try and see which is stronger, my luck or its curse. Zoro laughed. Of course you have better luck, you are a man I approve of. Luen also laughed. Snort. Zoro raised the corner of his mouth, and then threw the third generation Kidetsu fiercely. Call. The third generation Kidetsu danced in the air, and Zoro stretched out his arms. Stop. Your hand will be cut off. The boss's eyes narrowed and he spoke with cold sweat on his face. Zoro closed his eyes, and the breath of the demon sword became stronger. Immediately. Call. The third generation Kidetsu cut Zoro's arm without making contact and slashed it to the floor. I'll take it. Zoro opened his eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up like a beast. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. The boss and Tashigi were so scared that they knelt on the ground. Entry third generation Kidetsu, acknowledged as master, acknowledged Roronoa Zoro as master. It completely belongs to you. Luen laughed. Luen, who has the strongest entry system, can clearly feel the entire process of third generation Kidetsu becoming the master of Zoro. The third generation Kidetsu emits an ominous aura, causing users who are not recognized by it to face terrible dangers and die. But Zoro, because of the ghost energy entry, made the demon sword begin to recognize its master. In the game, the ominousness of the demon sword lost to Zoro's ghost energy, and thus recognized Zoro as its master. The process of the demon sword recognizing its master is really interesting. And there's a knife, Luen, can't you feel the special knife? Zoro looked at Luen. Wait a minute. At this moment, the boss suddenly shouted. Then he trotted out a knife. The blade is a black lacquer tachi, and the blade is a small tangent. Snow Walker,
One of the 50 best swords. This is the best knife in my shop. The boss drew his knife and shouted. I can't afford it. I told you, I only have 100,000 Belis. Zoro likes knives, but never touches a knife that doesn't belong to him. No money, of course Kidetsu won't take your money either. I'm really sorry for trying to cheat you just now. It's been a long time since I've seen the look in the eyes of a good swordsman. The demon sword has chosen you as its master, I wish you good luck. The boss smiled like a knife maker. Then I'll take it. Zoro raised his swordsman's smile and took the snow in his hand. 3 knives, all collected. I'm still a little weak in the knees, you guys are awesome. Tashigi looked at Zoro and Luen and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. One dared to gamble his arm with the demon's sword, while the other watched so calmly, as if he was sure that the demon's sword would be conquered. But is your name Luen? It's the same name as Uranus, Luen. Tashigi looked at Luen. Zoro's eye twitched slightly. It's broken, but it won't affect Luen's plan. But 5.5 is just a similar name. How could you be such a good person like me and be that bad guy? Tashigi continued. Call. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this woman is a stupid woman of national treasure level. I'll help you. I have one more thing to ask of you. Luen helped Tashigi up and smiled. Hey, is there anything else? Luen, just tell me, as long as I can do it. Tashigi said seriously. Luen was the first one who truly recognized her dream. You are a Marine, right? Can you take me to find the Marine Colonel here, Smoker? Luen smiled. Hey, what's the matter with you, Colonel Smoker? Tashigi was stunned. There is something I need his help with. Luen smiled. With Luen's current observation hockey, it is still not possible to cover this log town. In order to find Smoker quickly, of course, he needs a guide. Help me, Chinese painting. Tashigi heard this and nodded. That boy just now is the Straw Hat Boy Monkey. Luffy, go to the execution platform immediately. Smoker's eyes were gloomy. He was in East Blue, almost entirely focused on studying the tobacco fruit he had eaten and catching the pirates who were not very careful. He didn't even read the previous report from the World Economic News. In East Blue, there were no pirates worth remembering for him. He had just seen the bounty order, which resulted in him passing by the Straw Hat Boy and even giving that guy directions. The other party's destination is the execution ground where the pirate's king was executed. Colonel Smoker, there's someone here who needs your help. At this moment, a female voice made Smoker frown. Tashigi, is this the time to help others? But as soon as Smoker turned his head, his pupils suddenly shrank. I'm reading Uranus. Smoker stared at the 2 men Tashigi brought with him, one of whom was walking up and down the hall with the wanted warrant he had just received. Check the entry. Chapter 56. The Power of Logia's Awakening. Entry, Smoker, Smoke Fruit, Super Purple, Not Awakened. Smoke Fruit, Super Purple, Not Awakened, Smoke Man, can turn his body into smoke to attack. After awakening, the climate of an area can be permanently changed, and the changed climate can be used to gain an astonishing physical recovery speed, light gold. Luen looked at the entry screen in front of him, his eyes flickering. Smoker's current strength is all concentrated on Smoke Fruit, so only this entry is displayed. As expected, this is the Devil Fruit ability at the bottom of the Logia. It is a Logia that is already invincible in front of people who can't use hockey, but it only reaches the Super Purple level of the entry level. Even after awakening, relying solely on the power of the fruit without the help of hockey and other powers, it only reached the light gold level of the entry level. Looking at the entry system and the introduction of Smoke Fruit after awakening, Luen's eyes flickered. As expected, the awakening of the Logia Devil Fruit is able to permanently change the climate of an area. In the original novel, Aokiji and Akainu fought for the Marine Marshal and turned Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire. Half is magma, half is cold water. And it changes forever. But this alone is not the power of the Logia Devil Fruit awakening. After all, permanently changing the climate of an area does not add much to the combat power of the ability user. The power of Logia Devil Fruit awakening is that it can bless itself with the changed climate and gain amazing physical strength. And the Devil Fruit ability will also be strengthened. What physical strength means in the power system of the pirate's world is self-evident. Whether it is hockey or the activation of Devil Fruit abilities, physical strength is needed as fuel. No wonder Aokiji and Akainu were able to fight for 10 days and 10 nights in Punk Hazard. It turns out that he is fighting with the power of the awakened Logia Devil Fruit.
After eating Logia devil fruit, the user will become a corresponding element. For example, after eating smoke fruit, smoker will become a smoke man. In a smoky environment, since the ability user is smoke itself, he is naturally at an absolute home advantage. He can use the smoke to quickly restore his physical strength, thereby gaining amazing continuous combat capabilities. And the power of the devil fruit's ability will also increase, reaching the true peak of this devil fruit. No wonder according to the setting, it should be Zone, especially the rarest mythical beast species in Zone, devil fruit, which has the greatest effect on the physique of the ability user. But the ultimate blood tank monster in the Pirates World 23 is such a top-level Logia demon fruit power. Luen looked at Smoker with red and black flashes in his eyes. That is the look one gives to their prey. This smoke fruit, I wanted myself. Uranus Luen, Colonel Smoker, you got the wrong person, didn't you? They just have the same name, right? Luen is a very nice guy, huh? After hearing Smoker's words, Tashigi subconsciously refuted, but then his left brain hit his right brain and his brain went into a state of shutdown. It seems like something is not right. Colonel Smoker called out Luen's name before she introduced her. But Luen is such a nice person, how could he be the infamous Uranus Luen? Shouldn't the two people just have the same name? Are you an idiot? Smoker couldn't help but curse. He knew that Tashigi was a stupid woman, but she wasn't that stupid. Are you really the Uranus Luen? Tashigi stared at Luen blankly. She had a serious myopia problem, and because she was focused on practicing swordsmanship, she was not very good at remembering faces in photos. It was indeed me. Luen admitted it generously. Tashigi's brain completely shut down. What are you doing, you stupid woman? Come here quickly. The other party is the pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. And you, are you Roronoa Zoro? Smoker cursed, then looked at Zoro. 100 million Baileys. As soon as this number came out, the Marines following Smoker began to sweat coldly. Big pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. The Marines looked at Luen, their weapons somewhat unsteadily in their hands. Are you the bounty hunter who doesn't value the knife and uses it to make money? Tashigi didn't know what her expression was at this point. Luen was the first person to recognize her dream. The other is a swordsman who was recognized as the master by the demon sword Kidetsu and whom she admired. As it turned out, it was the infamous Uranus Luen, and the pirate's hunter who used the knife as a tool to make money as a bounty hunter. Uranus Luen, Roronoa, you two wouldn't be so despicable as to use a woman as a cover. Seeing Tashigi's completely confused expression at this moment, Smoker cursed inwardly and then provoked him with words. Tashigi, the stupid woman, was too close to the two guys. Even with the smoke fruit, Smoker was not absolutely sure that he could save her before the two guys hurt Tashigi. Woman. I didn't see any woman, I only saw a swordsman. Luen heard Smoker's words, looked at Tashigi, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. What Tashigi needs is respect and recognition. She couldn't fulfill her dream by just hanging around in East Blue like this. In this case, I will add fuel to her dream. Yes, that's right, Colonel Smoker, I want to fight too. After hearing Luen's words, Yin Sichi came to her senses. Clang. Shiyu suddenly drew his sword out of its sheath. Luen, Roronoa, I'm arresting you. Tashigi bit his lip and yelled. Luen's words really made her happy. Only Tashigi herself knows how unwilling she is to be a girl. Women cannot become strong swordsmen, women cannot possess strong power, and cannot fulfill your dreams. From childhood to adulthood, Tashigi has heard this kind of words countless times. But Luen recognized her dream and treated her as an equal swordsman. This kind of equality is what Wasuki desires most. Tashigi, it's really fun. But, precisely because of this, she wanted to arrest Luen. Save Luen from evil. Drink. The shigure in Tashigi's hand drew a beautiful arc and slashed towards Luen. Swish. Tashigi's eyes blurred and Luen's figure suddenly appeared behind her. Bang. With a knife strike, Tashigi's body went limp and fell to the ground. Shave. Seeing Luen's action, Smoker's eyes twitched slightly. Isn't this move the shave from Marine 6 Styles? As one of the disciples of the former Admiral of Headquarters, Black Arm Zephyr, Smoker is extremely familiar with the 6 Styles. Yes, it is the shaving among the 6 Styles. Luen smiled faintly. Although the razor-like spoon looted from Chloe has been transformed, the feeling of using this step has long been remembered by Luen.
The principle of shaving is to step on the ground at high speed dozens of times in a flash to generate explosive reaction force for high-speed movement. After the Superman monster physique reached the ultra-purple level, Luen's physique was strong enough to perform such a move. During these days of training, Luen also thoroughly mastered the shaving technique among the 6 styles. Call. Smoker's eyes turned cold, and with the whistling sound of smoke, his arms turned into smoke. Bye man, Smoker yelled. The arms turned into smoke, which turned into a spiral column of smoke, capturing Luen and Zoro. Is this what Logia devil fruit feels like? Luen watched the smoke that caught him with interest. It is truly magical, the body has become an element. Is this the Logia devil fruit? Even trickier than Buggy's chop chop fruit. Zoro looked grim as he grabbed his smoke. Buggy's chop chop fruit is not harmed by swords and knives, but fists and feet can still be used. But for Logia, normal physical attacks are completely ineffective. Just as Luen said, without Haki, there is no resistance against Logia's demon fruit power. Since you know I am Logia, you should also know that you are no match for me. Luen, Roranoa, your career of sin is over. Smoker's face was gloomy. Moreover, he deceived a woman's trust. Smoker looked at Tashigi, who had fallen to the ground and was struggling to stand up but was unable to do so, with an unpleasant expression on his face. Women, they are so annoying. The smile on Luen's face disappeared, and he looked at Smoker with cold eyes. I told you, I saw no women, only swordsmen. It is really disrespectful to make such a comment on a swordsman who took up arms and bravely pursued his dreams on this ocean, Smoker. Do you really understand the heart of this swordsman? You are denying her dream. Red and black flashed wildly in Luen's eyes. Tashigi tried to struggle, but his whole body stopped moving, and tears appeared in his eyes. Why, the person who understands her so well is actually pirates. Also, you don't think that your Logia is invincible, do you? You're a weakling who only relies on devil fruit. Luen's words made Smoker's pupils shrink suddenly. The next moment, buzz. The red and black in Luen's eyes became real and roared out from his body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Conqueror's Haki seemed to be materialized at this moment, with red and black lightning roaring madly in the atmosphere. Bang, bang, bang. The Marines holding weapons suddenly lost consciousness. Conqueror's Haki. The weak are not even qualified to look directly at the king. Damn it. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker looked at the red and black lightning roaring in the atmosphere, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The white vines holding Luen and Zoro loosened suddenly. Luen's Conqueror's Haki, with the enhancement of the sea, is already able to cause a certain amount of substantial damage to reality. This damage, of course, also includes damage to Logia demon fruit power. Of course, Luen, who has not yet evolved Conqueror's Haki to the deep gold item and mastered Conqueror's Haki's entanglement attack, cannot use Conqueror's Haki to cause fatal damage to Smoker. However, it is still possible to cause a momentary paralysis. And what Luen wanted was this moment of paralysis. Shave, swish. Smoker's pupils shrank suddenly. The next moment, a pitch-black fist was within reach. Bang! With a teeth-grinding crash, Smoker was smashed into the ground in the distance like a cannonball. Crack, crack. The powerful force caused cracks to appear on the ground. Haki, Smoker. He slowly climbed up from the crack in the ground, shook his dizzy brain, and looked at Luen with a grim expression. Armament Haki. Moreover, so strong. One blow left him seriously injured. The head was hit directly by such a strong Haki that it was impossible to move freely for a short period of time. It's been a while since you've been beaten, right? Smoker, has anyone ever told you not to rely too much on devil fruit? Luen looked at Smoker, with a hint of Haki at the corner of his mouth. This guy is Zephyr's apprentice, but now he doesn't know Haki. I'm afraid this guy wants to learn the fighting style of Admiral of Headquarters, Kizaru. But the devil fruit that Kizaru ate was the sparkling fruit, one of the top devil fruits in Logia. What Smoker ate was just the smoke fruit, which was at the bottom of Logia. It was completely different from the sparkling fruit. He wanted to learn Kizaru's fighting style. He simply wanted to level up. You know, over-reliance on devil fruit can be fatal to your own Haki improvement. To use Haki, you must have absolute confidence in yourself. Only when you can fully control your own abilities can you use Haki. Even someone as powerful as Kizaru is overly dependent on the power of the devil fruit, which makes Haki a weakness. It's not surprising that Smoker, who is now hanging out in East Blue and is overly dependent on smoke fruit,
hasn't learned hockey. Colonel Smoker. At this time, Tashigi had recovered a little from Luen's knife. Although he was still unable to stand, he was able to sit up using sugar to support his body. Looking at Smoker, who was beaten so badly by Luen's punch, Tashigi's face was full of disbelief. This was the 620th time she had seen Colonel Smoker being shot. Colonel Smoker, but Logia demon fruit power, humans, can actually hit smoke. Hockey. What kind of power is that? Hearing Luen's words, Smoker's face turned extremely ugly. It was as if I had returned to the time when I was taught a lesson by that old man Zephyr. Yes, he is very dependent on this smoke fruit. But the previous smoker didn't think there was anything wrong. In East Blue, Logia devil fruit is invincible. Even in naval headquarters, Logia devil fruit is extremely rare. Today's 3 admirals of naval headquarters are all Logia demon fruit power. They are even called the 3 admirals with the strongest overall strength in the history of Marine. He devoted all his energy to cultivating this Logia devil fruit. What's wrong with that? Smoker gritted his teeth and prepared to fight back. Smoker reached back, trying to grab the weapon behind him, but the 10 hands, made of sea stone at the top was empty. He shook violently, and was hit directly on the head by Hockey, which was a little dazed. As a result, he saw what Luen was holding, his weapon, the tent. Seastone weapons, knowing that devil fruit alone has a huge weakness, made such weapons, but still relied on devil fruit so much. You are so stupid. Luen threw the seastone in his hand to Zoro. You can hit him with this, right? Zoro took the 10 hands and a beast-like smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No need. I was thinking about making sure everything is safe. I didn't expect Song to be a weakling who relies entirely on devil fruit. Luen called Zoro with this in mind. When the battle started, he took Smoker's seastone and let Zoro use it. This way, Zoro's attacks can hit Smoker. Calling Zoro along would also provide a layer of insurance for this smoke fruit hunting operation. Unexpectedly, after a fight, I found out that Smoker, who is still in Logue Town, is a guy who completely relies on devil fruit. If it is other more powerful Logia demon fruit power, it will be very difficult even if you have Hockey. After all, the attack power of the powerful Logia devil fruit is also very terrifying. If Hockey is not strong, he will be defeated by the powerful devil fruit ability. But smoke fruit has almost no attack power and can only be used as an auxiliary attack method. It can be said that today's smoker has absolutely no chance of winning against a Hockey master. Don't be so arrogant. Smoker was furious and activated the ability of the smoky garden fruit. But he was first paralyzed by Conqueror's Hockey, and then hit directly in the head by Armament Hockey. At this moment, Smoker couldn't quickly control his body to complete the elementalization, and there would be a long delay. And this gap was given to Luen, and the result was shave, swish, bang. Hockey punched Smoker again, and this full-strength punch hit Smoker's chin directly, causing Smoker's eyes to roll back and he fell heavily to the ground. Plunder. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiobook YouTube channel. Chapter 57. Got it. The truth about devil fruit. Plunder. A dazzling purple light that only Luen could see was peeled off from Smoker's body. Later, it was plundered by Luen. Gulp, gulp. Under Tashigi's incredulous gaze, Smoker's powerful body continued to shrink. After a moment, all strength was lost. The devil fruit entry is a strength entry, which contains not only the devil fruit's ability itself. In addition, all the physical strength and power of the ability users, as well as the desires generated during the practice or use of devil fruit. Everything was plundered by Luen. That's right, after plundering this smoke fruit, Luen gained more knowledge about the devil fruit in his mind through the feedback from the strongest entry system. I also figured out why I could plunder other people's devil fruit abilities without incurring any side effects. Exactly the same as what Vegapunk said in the original book. Devil fruit is the embodiment of human desires in the ocean. Human beings have all kinds of desires. A long time ago, some people thought, how nice it would be if I could turn into thunder, how nice it would be if I could be torn into pieces and not be hurt by swords, how nice it would be if I could become a mythical creature in fantasy. Such various desires have led to the emergence of various devil fruits. For example, if someone wants to become thunder, thunder fruit will appear, and eating it will turn you into Thunder Man. Some people wanted to be able to be torn into pieces and not be hurt by swords, so chop chop fruit came into being. Some people want to become mythical creatures in fantasy, and thus the most special kind of zone, the mythical beast species, appeared.
As long as there are people with such desires in this world, the corresponding devil fruit will continue to exist. But obviously, this goes against the laws of natural evolution and is very unnatural. This kind of unnaturalness naturally attracted the disgust of Mother Nature, the sea. Therefore, as long as you eat the devil fruit and become a person with special abilities, you will be cursed by the sea and become a landlubber. Luen, on the other hand, obtained the devil fruit ability through the entry system, and exists as an entry. The entry system can shield the sea from this unnatural perception. In other words, although Luen can use the power of the devil fruit, the ocean, the mother of nature, does not know that Luen is already a power user, so naturally she cannot curse Luen. Moreover, Luen also fully understood how to awaken the devil fruit ability. Devil fruit can be said to be the embodiment of human desire. For example, the smoke fruit that Luen won was created because someone in the past wanted to turn into smoke. If you get this ability, you can become a smoke man. As long as you continue to use the power of smoke fruit and continue to strengthen your desire to become smoke. When the physical strength reaches the requirements and the desire reaches a peak, then the devil fruit can be awakened. This is also the reason why the awakening of zone demon fruit power is extremely risky. Because in order to awaken after eating the zone devil fruit, the ability user needs to constantly strengthen the desire to become the animal that corresponds to the devil fruit that he ate. When this desire reaches a peak, it can awaken. However, the strong desire to become a beast can easily make the user forget the fact that he is a human during the awakening process of devil fruit. Then you will get lost in this desire and become a real beast. After obtaining the smoke fruit, Luen also discovered a drawback of the devil fruit from the feedback of the entry system. That is the desire contained in the devil fruit. As the ability user continues to strengthen his own desire and cultivate the devil fruit towards awakening, it will make the ability user unconsciously become dependent on devil fruit. Desire and dependence go hand in hand. No wonder Zephyr told Kizaru not to rely too much on the power of the devil fruit. Because once you become too obsessed with this desire and over-rely on the devil fruit ability, it will affect your own improvement of Haki. Haki, whether it is the observation Haki that visualizes the five senses, the armament Haki that can cause damage to the ability users, or the most domineering conqueror's Haki. It can be said that it is the embodiment of spiritual power. It requires absolute confidence in oneself to be able to use super strong Haki. Once this confidence is lost, Haki will be weakened at best, or even unable to use Haki at worst, such as Moria who once fought Kaido in the New World. After being defeated by Kaido and losing all his companions, he completely lost confidence and relied on the shadow fruit to create an army of zombies to fill the emptiness and fear in his heart. Haki, naturally, can no longer be used. As for the demon fruit power, in the process of constantly strengthening the corresponding desires in the devil fruit, people will develop a psychological dependence on the devil fruit ability. Song has different levels of severity. The influence of light reliance is not great. For example, Kaido can even say Haki words like, Haki is above everything else, and has extremely strong Haki. Those who are heavily dependent on it, such as Admiral of Headquarters Kizaru, are overly dependent on sparkling fruit, and Haki is its absolute weakness. But even Kaido, the man who said, Haki is above all else, is not the strongest in this sea when it comes to Haki alone. The most Haki in this ocean is still the red-haired Shanks, who has not eaten the devil fruit and is known as the Hawkest man in the world. Of course, this doesn't mean that eating the devil fruit will not give you the strongest Haki. For example, Joy Boy's Haki that transcends time and space made Imdu tremble on his knees. However, it is more difficult for those who have eaten the devil fruit to possess super strong Haki than for those who have not eaten the devil fruit. Of course, powerful devil fruit can also enhance combat power. For example, although Kaido is not as good as Red Hair in terms of Haki, but relying on one of the most powerful mythical beasts devil fruit, the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form, Kaido is known as the world's strongest creature, the strongest in single combat. There are pros and cons, this is devil fruit. But Luen's lips curled up into a smile. I have the strongest entry system, so I can ignore this side effect. Because of the strongest entry system, the sea's perception of the devil fruit's unnaturalness was blocked. Born for the sea, super gold, it still works perfectly, and continuously improves Luen's Haki. Luen, even if he gets the power of the devil fruit, it won't affect the improvement of his own Haki at all. For example, Buggy, The original owner of the Born for the Sea Super Gold attribute will lose this attribute if he eats the devil fruit, and will also attack Buggy. His Haki potential is even lower than that of ordinary people. But Luen, who has the strongest entry system, not only has super devil fruit abilities, but also has the strongest Haki in the world. It can be said to be a bug-like existence. Moreover, Luen can also possess more and stronger devil fruit abilities, and smoke fruit is just a stepping stone for Luen. In addition, the devil fruit awakening has also been categorized into terms, which means that Luen can also use terms to upgrade the devil fruit awakening. Of course, this kind of upgraded Luen will not be wasted on devil fruit like smoke fruit. Using the smoke fruit as a springboard, he defeated Shichibukai, the sand crocodile, and obtained the sand fruit, which is also in the second tier in Logia. And used the team's luck, super gold, to plunder Crocodile's luck, and after getting a huge boost. All of Luen's goals are the one on Sky Island, which is said to be one of the most invincible abilities in Logia. The top quality devil fruit, Thunder fruit for sale. After plundering the smoke fruit, and with the feedback from the strongest entry system, I had more detailed information about the devil fruit's abilities in my mind. Luen's understanding of the powerful devil fruit has taken a step further. The top-level devil fruit in this sea, even without Haki, after awakening, it can still become a super gold level item based on the devil fruit ability alone, which means reaching the combat power standard of entering the Admiral level. Of course, such devil fruit is extremely rare, with Logia-like smoke fruit at the bottom. Even if it is awakened, the ability of devil fruit alone is only at the light gold level, not even reaching the level of the Emperor's deputy combat power. The thunder fruit is such a top-level devil fruit. Once awakened, the power of thunder fruit alone can be promoted to super gold level and enter the threshold of Admiral level combat power. The attack power of thunder fruit, as recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia, is second only to Akainu's lava fruit in Logia. When combined with the power of tyranny, the upper limit of its combat power will reach a terrifying level. And thunder fruit, Luen has other uses. That is the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, one of the strongest devil fruits from the 4 emperors Kaido of the beasts. Each devil fruit can not only give the ability user a stronger physique and faster physical recovery than ordinary zone, but also provide the ability user with an exclusive ability. This is the true power of the mythical beast devil fruit. Luffy's human fruit, mythical beast, Nika form, provides a unique ability that can be called a bug, allowing the user to fight as he pleases, and even possess Nika's exclusive imagination of creating some things out of thin air. The fish fruit, mythical beast, Azure Dragon form can provide the ability user with a unique ability, which is the control of the elements. Fire, thunder, storm. These natural elements will be controlled by the user of the fish fruit's mythical beast species, the blue dragon form. Kaido's Thunderous 8 trigrams uses the power of thunder to fill the body of the Azure Dragon beast, activating the body to a speed that is almost instantaneous. Even the observation Haki who can see the future cannot escape such a terrifying speed. That's right, thunder fruit, these powerful Logia devil fruits, can be perfectly superimposed with the fish fruit, mythical beast species, blue dragon form devil fruit under the effect of the entry system. It can take the fish fruit, mythical beast species, Azure Dragon form's ability to control natural elements to a higher level. The power is even more terrifying. Without the powerful Logia devil fruit abilities of thunder fruit, the fish fruit mythical beast blue dragon form that can manipulate elements is not that powerful. With this top-level devil fruit, Kaido is also known as the strongest creature in the world. The strongest in single combat. With the addition of thunder fruit, which is also a top-level ability in Logia. Fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, what a terrifying height it can reach. Luen, looking forward to it. Luen clenched his fists, with a smile on his face. The physical energy contained in the smoke fruit, super purple, has been digested, and the superhuman monster physique, super energy, has been improved. The harvest did not end there. A line of light screens appeared that only Luen could see. When Luen robs the devil fruit ability entry of the ability user, the physical energy contained in it will also be taken away by Luen and automatically digested. The physical energy taken from Smoker makes Luen Superman Beast. The physique entry has increased in level to a super purple level. After eating the smoke fruit, Smoker becomes a smoke man. His room is usually filled with smoke. This is because Smoker is practicing the ability of the smoke fruit and moving towards the devil fruit. Wake up and move forward. During this process, because he is already a smoke man, smoke fruit will also strengthen Smoker's physique, so Smoker's physique also reaches the super purple level. But now, this physical energy belongs to Luen. Born for the sea, super gold, activated, armament hockey enhanced. The hockey training cheat is activated again, making Luen's armament hockey more powerful. Call. Under Tashigi's incredulous gaze, Luen's hands turned into smoke. Smoke. This is Colonel Smoker's ability. Why? Tashigi's eyes were filled with shock. I got it. No matter how many times I see it, I feel that your ability is truly terrifying. You can take away everything from others. Zoro watched Luen's arms turn into smoke, a smile appeared on his lips, and some cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Fortunately, Luen is their partner. This ability to take away everything from others is really too terrifying. Just looking at it makes people feel cold. Ah, this ability is not bad. The first time she activated the Devil Fruit's ability and completed the elementalization, the wonderful feeling made Luen's mouth curl up slightly. As expected, just like in the original story, Sabo was able to exert powerful strength as soon as he ate the Mara Mara fruit. The ability of Devil Fruit does not need to be developed at all. Before awakening, the strength of Devil Fruit's ability depends only on the physique of the person with the ability. Because from the moment the smoke fruit is eaten, the user becomes a smoke man. Using the smoke fruit's ability is just like waving an ordinary person's arms. It is instinctive and there is no difficulty at all. It's really amazing to feel like a natural element. Luen's mouth curled up. The ability is already in hand, let's go. Luen looked at Zoro. Learn. Zoro placed his 10 hands on the ground and followed Luen. Etc. Tashigi's voice made Luen stop. Why? Why do you do these evil things? You should be a good person. I can feel that you didn't lie to me, you really recognize my dream. Really respect me, not as a woman who is naturally weaker than men, but as a swordsman. But you killed Colonel Mouse of Branch 16, and beat Colonel Smoker like this. Why do you have to do these evil things? Tashigi burst into tears and screamed at Luen. Mingming was the first person who recognized her dream and truly respected her identity as a swordsman. He was the first person who made Tashigi feel that this person truly understood her. Why are they pirates, and why do they do such evil things? Evil. Luen turned around and looked at Tashigi with tears streaming down his face. I don't need to explain good and evil. You just need to know that you have your dreams, and I have my ambitions. Luen opened his hands and a hint of haki appeared at the corner of his mouth. Luen wouldn't say anything about the evil deeds of Colonel Mouse, or the nonsense that the naval headquarters, which obeyed the celestial dragons, was not righteous at all. Do I need to explain my actions as a king to others? Ambition. Tashigi stared at Luen in a daze. That's right, from here on, I will stand in the sky. Luen haki laughed. Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds and strong winds were howling. Looks like we need to leave. Luen felt the strange change in the climate, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. This is the ability of Monkey D. Turog, Luffy's father. I can't agree with that. You just shouldn't do evil things. Tashigi yelled at Luen's back in the wind and rain. Then, work hard to become stronger. You are a swordsman, right? Then use the swordsman's way to solve it. Whether I am good or evil, and what kind of person I am, follow my steps and take a good look, Mr. Tashigi. Luen turned his back to Tashigi and walked away slowly, taking Zoro with him without stopping. I will definitely catch you. Luen. Tashigi roared heartbreakingly in the wind and rain. I'm waiting for you, ha 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 ha. Luen's loud laughter disappeared in the wind and rain. Chapter 58. The Great Terror. Logue Town, the execution platform. Ha ha ha, you can't move, right? Monkey. D. Luffy. Buggy laughed wildly. Do you know how much Lousy went through to get his body parts back? You damn B asterisk 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 D. Buggy showed a ferocious expression. I can't pull it out. At this moment, Luffy's hands and head were pinned to the execution platform by a shackle. Look, my hundreds of millions of servants around the world are about to begin a magnificent public execution. Looking at the people left behind by his subordinates on the execution ground square, Buggy laughed. Monkey. D. Luffy, it's an honor, isn't it? To die in the same place as the pirate's king. Ha 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 ha. Buggy looked at the struggling Luffy, a pleased smile flashed across his face. Luffy didn't listen to what Buggy said at all, and was still struggling hard to break free from the shackles on his body. Monkey. D. Luffy, for the crime of daring to anger me, you shall be splendidly killed here. Make as much noise as you want, little ones. Buggy laughed. The buggy pirates in front of the execution platform square suddenly started cheering and shouting. It's amazing. This is not the first time I've seen an execution. Luffy looked at the buggy pirates who were shouting and celebrating, and immediately smiled. It is you who will be executed. Buggy transforms into a fanged image. Luffy's smile froze and he frowned at himself. Hey, are you kidding me? Luffy's eyes popped out, and he roared with fangs. You are the one joking. Buggy growled with fangs. This thick-skinned brat still makes him so angry. Now we will have a grand public execution. Buggy laughed at the people. No, stop it. Luffy realized it later and started howling. Ahahahaha. Buggy heard Luffy's howl and laughed. That's right, this feels a bit like a public execution. He had suffered so much and came here to take revenge on this stinky rubber. This was the sound he wanted to hear. At this time, Buggy was suddenly no longer in a hurry and wanted to listen to more of this wonderful sound. Finally, Luffy's howling weakened. He was tired. I was wrong, I won't do it again, please save me. Luffy, who was tired, said weakly. How can I save you? You idiot. Buggy suddenly got angry again. It has come to this, and you are still saying such naive and embarrassing words. But at the end, do you have anything to say? It's rare to have so many people watching. Buggy wanted to hear the howl of the stinky rubber again. Luffy 363 raised his head and looked at the people below. Well, forget it. Whether you have anything to say or not, you're going to die. Seeing that Luffy didn't speak for a long time, Buggy became a little impatient. Oh, Luffy spoke slowly. Oh, Buggy became interested. I am the man who will become the king of pirates. Luffy yelled. The roar was deafening. The people below were all horrified. He said the pirate's king. And in this town. That's really bold. It's about time you hit the road, stinky rubber. Buggy pulled out a knife. Luffy was still struggling hard. Hey, wait for me, your execution. Two roars came from outside the square. Zoro, Sanji, Luen. Hearing the sound, Luffy was overjoyed. Hey, what's wrong with you? There should be a limit to how much you can joke around, Luffy. Zoro tied his turban and looked at Luffy on the execution platform. If it's an entertainment show, I'll join in. Sanji bit the cigarette. He had just heard about Luffy's execution and rushed here, and then met Luen. Buggy, you really don't learn your lesson. Luen looked at Buggy, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Luen only has one thing to say about Buggy. That's your entry, really useful. Previously in Orange Town, only Conqueror's Haki could use Luen, and he had no way to deal with Buggy. I still let Luffy work for me, and then I got the Born for the Sea, a tribute from Buggy. But now, it's completely different. Luen looked at Buggy, his eyes flashing red and black. Luen, long time no see. Buggy laughed out loud. Luen, is that Uranus, Luen? Big pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. Yes, that's right, it's exactly the same as the one on the wanted poster. The people present heard Buggy's scream and cried out in horror. Some people took out Luen's bounty order and after comparing it, they couldn't stop sweating. Some people even felt their legs go weak and they collapsed to the ground. Big pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. Damn it, even Uranus Luen showed up. The big pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries. One of the Marines, who was wearing the Marine Branch Colonel level Justice Cloak, was sweating profusely. On the outskirts of the execution platform square, a team of Logue Town Marines surrounded the area. Before, they saw Buggy the Clown and Monkey D. Luffy the Straw Hat Boy having a conflict, and wanted to wait until they killed each other before arresting them. But now, with the appearance of Uranus Luen, a big pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries, things are completely out of their control. Damn it, still can't contact Colonel Smoker. Big pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries are not something we can handle. The Marine officer's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he yelled at the messenger beside him. Still can't get in touch. The Marines next to him were also sweating profusely, looking at the man who was at the periphery but seemed to be the center of the scene, with horror in their eyes. Uranus Luen. This is the style of the great pirates with a bounty of 100 million berries. How terrifying. Just standing there made him feel weak and want to run away. Luen. Don't try to save this rubber B asterisk 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 D with Conqueror's hockey. Even if it were you, it would be too late. What a pity. Buggy laughed out loud. His subordinates can't withstand Luen's Conqueror's hockey, but he can. After dealing with this rubber B asterisk 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 D, the strongest fighter in Luen's group is only Roronoa. Zoro. But he, the user of the chop chop fruit ability, is not afraid of a swordsman who doesn't know hockey. Victory belongs to Buggy this time. Just kill all these pirates. Cut off the execution platform. Sanji and Zoro rushed to the execution platform. The Buggy pirates' minions immediately rushed forward and stood in front of Sanji and Zoro. Ha ha ha, you know Conqueror's hockey can't stop me, there's nothing I can do. Luen. Buggy laughed happily at Luen, who didn't even release Conqueror's hockey. Whoosh. The next moment, Buggy swung the knife in his hand towards Luffy. Luen, Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Usopp. At this moment, Luffy showed a shocking smile. I'm sorry, I'm dying. He smiled. The people who were watching the execution and had fled to avoid being involved in the conflict between the pirates were completely stunned. Bye man. Whoosh, whoosh. Luen's arms turned into two streams of smoke, and with a whistling sound, they captured Buggy. I didn't allow you to die, Luffy. Luen's lips curled up into a smile. Luen, did you eat the devil fruit? Luffy looked at the smoke that caught Buggy in surprise. White Gale. Whoosh, whoosh. Luen's eyes narrowed and the smoke fruit ability continued to activate. With the smoke formed by Luen's arms as the core, countless smoke chains split out and captured all of Buggy's minions. Woo, woo. The smoke continued to spread, covering the faces of Buggy and his gang. With painful whimpers, all the pirates in Buggy's group suffocated. Smoke fruit, although it can't increase the attack power much, it can suffocate people in the smoke. Without hockey, being caught in the smoke means death. Even though Logia is at the bottom, he is invincible in East Blue. This is. Sanji watched in disbelief at what was happening before his eyes. Logia smoke fruit, Luen came here and got the ability. Zoro saw what was happening in front of him, his eyes solemn. So strong. Having seen Luen defeat Smoker so easily before, he had somewhat underestimated the power of this ability. Without hockey, if caught by this ability, one would completely lose the ability to resist and might even suffocate in the smoke. Logia, what a powerful ability. And according to Luen, this smoke fruit is only at the bottom of the Logia, and the powerful Logia is simply a natural disaster. Zoro, Seth, held Wado Ikimonji's hand very tightly. There is no time to waste, you must learn hockey as soon as possible. This is Logia's ability. No, isn't this ability from the branch kernel here, Smoker? Why do you have this ability? Buggy looked at the smoke that caught him in disbelief. In the face of this smoke, he had no chance of resistance. Buggy, who was a trainee in the Roger Pirates, of course understands the power of the Logia Devil Fruit. Without hockey, he would be a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Logia. But that's not the point. Buggy looked at Luen with great horror. This ability is very famous in East Blue. This ability belongs to the branch kernel of Logue Town, Smoker, who is also known as the White Hunter. Logia, smoke fruit. Why does this ability appear in Luen? Yes, why do you think I have this ability? Luen smiled. This smile was so terrifying in Buggy's eyes. Cold sweat covered Buggy's entire body, and the shock in his eyes was almost impossible to conceal. Can you take away other people's abilities? Buggy swallowed hard. This is the only explanation that makes sense. This kind of power, he seemed to have heard of something similar from Captain Roger and his team. Buggy's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he looked at Luen as if he had seen something terrifying. Who knows? Luen was not kind enough to answer Buggy's questions, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The Conqueror's hockey has been upgraded. Sure enough, combat power deterrence can also increase hockey. Luen looked at the terror in Buggy's eyes, and a hint of hockey appeared at the corner of his mouth. This feeling is really good. Call. Then, with Buggy looking desperate, smoke enveloped his face, and he lost consciousness due to suffocation. Smoke fruit. That's Colonel Smoker's ability. What on earth happened? What's going on? Outside the square, the Marine officer was on the verge of collapse. Colonel Smoker cannot be contacted, and now the big pirate with a bounty of 100 million berries has his abilities reappeared. What on earth just happened? Sir, what should we do? The Marines were about to collapse at this time. The smoke fruit of Colonel Smoker,
the biggest source of confidence for their Logue Town branch, now appeared in the hands of Uranus Luen. Nightmare. This must be a nightmare. He. Thanks, Luen. Still alive, making money. Quote. Luffy, who was saved by Luen and regained his freedom, smiled with his teeth. Well, get ready to sail, the storm is coming. Luen felt the abnormal strong wind and rain and spoke slowly. Nami's climate perception item has been acquired by Luen, and she has the ability of Logia smoke fruit. Luen could clearly sense that this storm and rain were unnatural. This is the ability of the devil fruit. Without a doubt, this is the ability of Luffy's father, the leader of the revolutionary army, Yoshinori. Dragon did not use his ability to save Luffy like in the original book. There is only one possibility. That is, Dorig's observation haki has been cultivated to the point where he can briefly see the future. He saw that he would save Luffy, so he didn't take action. Observation haki that has been cultivated to the ultimate level is a very tricky power. Once you have enough entries, you will also need to upgrade observation haki to the point where you can see the future. Luen's observation haki did not sense any presence of dragon. Luen was not surprised. After all, with his own level of observation haki, it was unrealistic to sense a strong person who had cultivated observation haki to ultimate. If Dorag himself didn't show up, Luen wouldn't be able to find any trace of him. I just don't know whether this ability is Logia or a mythical beast that can control storms. Luen didn't have any regrets either. After all, they would meet sooner or later in the future. Let's go back to the Mary. Nami should be there. Luen said that he had already arranged these things. Damn it. Go. Capture Uranus Luen, the Straw Hat Boy, Monkey, D. Luffy. No matter what, we are Marines. When the officer saw Luen and others leaving, he gritted his teeth and yelled, etc. A loud shout startled the officer. Colonel Smoker. Looking at the extremely weak Smoker and Tashigi beside him, the officer seemed to have found his backbone. Colonel Smoker, those are big pirates with a bounty of 45 million and 100 million Baileys. We can't let them enter the Grand Line. The officer was also very frightened, but as a Marine, how could he retreat? My power has been taken away by Uranus Luen. If I continue to fight, it will only result in a fearless sacrifice. Smoker is not willing to give up. He was so unwilling that his teeth were about to break. But for this unwillingness, should I let my subordinates die? Uranus Luen, he was able to take away his smoke fruit ability. And, he also took away his physical strength. What a terrible man. At this moment, Smoker still had a look of horror in his eyes. What kind of ability is this? Smoker gritted his teeth as he watched Luen and the others leave. Arrest all of Buggy's gang. Smoker roared unwillingly. Watching Luen and the others leave, Smoker almost went crazy due to the feeling of powerlessness. Yes, all the Marines of the Logue Town branch were shouting in an extremely tragic manner, even though they were trying to capture Buggy and his gang who had no ability to resist. I am not willing to accept this. But, in front of that man, because of history. Come on, Tashigi, come with me back to headquarters. Smoker looked at Tashigi who was silent beside him, raised his head and let the rain fall on his face. Tashigi lowered his head. You must be unwilling, remember this unwillingness, and then become stronger. I'm really sorry for not respecting your identity as a swordsman before, Inschi. Surprisingly, the person who knew Tashigi was Luen. It's really ironic. Smoker closed his eyes. Tashigi bit her lips tightly, tears mixing with the raindrops falling continuously. The first man who truly recognized her dream, treated her as an equal, and respected her identity as a swordsman, Luen. Let her understand that she will not be able to fulfill her dreams if she wastes her time here. She wants to become stronger. Then, catch him. Finally, tell Luen, thank you. Chapter 59. The Most Evil Power. Great. From now on. Logue Town, Port, crack. Mochi, the trainer of Buggy's gang, was squatting beside the Mary with his pet lion, Licky. Mochi kept striking matches, trying to detonate the explosives and blow up the Mary. Damn it. Why is there this rain? Mochi yelled unwillingly. This. Just then, the sound of footsteps was heard. Mochi looked in the direction of the sound. It's you. The thief girl. Mochi was so angry when he saw Nami running towards them with a lot of bags on her back. If Nami hadn't tied up their Captain Buggy's body parts, they wouldn't have suffered so much. Licky was almost eaten by the natives of a small island. Go, Licky,
Kill them. Mochi pointed at Nami and shouted. Usopp, go and take care of this lion. Nami ordered. Looking at the super huge lion, Usopp's face turned green. However, this is the first step to becoming a brave warrior of the sea. Usopp is a brave man recognized by Luen. Usopp roared and took out his slingshot. Must kill. Egg star. Usopp took out an egg and shot it towards Laki's eyes. In such heavy rain, his powerful ammunition such as gunpowder stars could not be used. Shooting the lion's eyes with an egg was a move that Usopp could immediately think of. Crack. The egg fell straight to the ground. Oh no. My hands are slipping because of the rain. Usopp yelled while holding his head. Nami's eye twitched a little. Can Usopp please work harder? Luen is still optimistic about this guy. Woo. But the next moment, Li Ji, who was rushing over, saw the broken eggs on the ground, and Yi Jing started licking them with a smile. Hey, Licky, what are you doing? Mochi yelled. Call. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, luckily the opponent was not reliable either. Now, get on the boat. Nami yelled. Damn it, if that's the case, I, the animal trainer, will do it myself. Seeing that Li Ji could not be relied upon, Mochi shouted. Anyway, the troublesome guys are not here, especially Uranus Luen, whose bounty is already 100 million berries. That terrifying monster could make them faint with just a glance. Fortunately, Captain Buggy said he could handle the man. In addition, there is only that thief girl and a long-nosed man who looks very weak. Mochi suddenly roared and rushed forward. Bye man. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 spirals of smoke captured Licky and Mochi's panicked eyes. Even with Li Ji's huge body, he had no power to resist. What is this? I can't move at all. Mochi screamed in panic. Ouch, ouch. Li Ji also yelled in fear. As for Nami, a look of surprise flashed across her beautiful eyes. Nami was very familiar with this voice. I am reading. Nami turned her head and looked at Luen in the distance, exclaiming in surprise. Uranus, I read. When Mochi saw the person coming, he was so scared that his face turned green. Why, didn't Captain Buggy say he would deal with this guy? Lakey also whimpered in fear. Luen, you're your arm. Usopp looked at Luen's hands which had turned into smoke and extended to capture Ricky and Mochi, and was so shocked that he stuttered. Luen, did you succeed? Nami said in surprise. Nami and Luen, naturally, can talk about anything. What Luen plans to get here is this devil fruit, which comes from the marine kernel here. Nami, of course, knows. But Nami also knew that if she went, she would only be a hindrance. Besides, Luen never do anything without certainty. She believed in Luen. Of course, when Nami saw Luen's real success, she was also happy for Luen. Yes, this is Logia's smoke fruit. Luen looked at Nami and smiled. Logia, Skay, Usopp exclaimed. With Luen around, Usopp and the others' perspectives are completely different from before. Usopp also has a simple understanding of the classification of devil fruit, which is roughly divided into zone, paramesha, and the rarest Logia. Especially Logia, whose ability users can transform into natural elements. Without Haki, no physical attack can hurt Logia's ability users, and they can only become lambs to be slaughtered. Seeing such a magical ability for the first time, Usopp was amazed. He, Luen's speed is too fast. Behind Luen, Luffy, Sanji and Zoro were running towards here. Luffy looked amazed. Ah, Logia's devil fruit, what a powerful ability. Zoro nodded. They were heading here just now, and Luen was one step ahead. At that time, Luen's lower body instantly turned into smoke, like a smoke jet, and instantly reached the port at an extremely terrifying speed. I heard from Luen that this smoke fruit is only the lowest level of Logia abilities. I can't imagine how terrifying those truly powerful Logia abilities are. That should be a true natural disaster. Sanji looked amazed. HMPH, why don't you just ask Luen to find you a powerful devil fruit ability, you stinky cook? Zoro, who was standing by, heard this and said deliberately. 014703124 Falu 161,331,121. You green algae headed B ******** D. You knew my dream was ALLBLUE, you did it on purpose. Sanji's forehead was suddenly full of blue veins, and he started fighting with Zoro who had a look on his face saying, I did it on purpose. To find ALLBLUE, the legendary confluence of the 4 seas, swimming ability is crucial and you can't be a landlubber.
This is also the reason why Luen never mentioned finding powerful devil fruit for his friends. Devil fruit can greatly enhance strength, but except for Luen, who has the strongest entry system and cannot bear the side effects of devil fruit. Anyone else who eats the devil fruit will become a landlubber. This is unacceptable to Sanji and others, because their dreams cannot be fulfilled by being a landlubber. Even Nami is the same. Nami's entry is very suitable for the powerful Logia devil fruit ability, but Nami's dream is to draw a chart of the entire ocean. To draw some charted areas, Nami needs to go into the sea and explore in person in order to draw them accurately. So Nami won't eat devil fruit, and Luen won't mention it either. In this sea, for those who have dreams, chasing dreams is the main theme, and devil fruit and power are only for this purpose. The best way for Nami to gain powerful combat power is to obtain homies and thunder cloud Zeus created by Big Mom using the soul fruit. Of course, under Luen's instruction, Usopp has begun to make weather sticks. He, Luen and the others are about to board the ship, we have to hurry too. Luffy watched Luen and the others prepare to board the ship, then looked at how close they were to the Mary, and immediately revealed an expression that said, I have a good idea. Rubber. Luffy grabbed a building, and stretched his rubber arm violently. Go. Luffy took advantage of the situation and enclosed Zoro and Sanji, who stopped fighting after hearing Luffy's words, in his rubber arms. Hey, Luffy, you don't mean to. Zoro, who had been tricked many times, began to twitch his whole face. Let's go. Rocket. Luffy laughed. Luffy, you be ***************** D. Amid Zoro and Sanji's curses, the three of them immediately ejected towards the Mary. Bang! Under Luen's amused gaze, Luffy and the other two crashed into the mainsail of the Mary and slowly slid down. Safe landing. Luffy, with his rubber body, was naturally not afraid of such an impact. He immediately jumped up from the deck and shouted energetically. I'll chop you up sooner or later, you be *********** D. Zoro was knocked unconscious from the fall, and the corners of his mouth twitched. But, damn it, when Luen and I learn hockey, I'm going to kick you to death, you rubber B**********************. D. Sanji was also quite dizzy from the impact. Sanji, do you want to take this lion with you? Let's cook it. Luen pointed at Lakey, who looked horrified. Lion. Sanji shook his head, which was a little dizzy from the fall, and looked at Li Ji, who was caught by the power of Luen's smoke fruit and could not move. Ouch. Li Ji suddenly whimpered, his eyes filled with fear. At the beginning, it was almost eaten by the natives of an island. After finally escaping and finding Captain Buggy with his trainer, why is he being eaten again? Lion meat. Without the seasonings used to cook this kind of carnivore meat, it might be a little fishy. The fresh keeping facilities in the cabin can't hold such a large piece of meat. Sanji looked at Li Ji, stroking his chin and analyzing carefully. Sanji is very serious about cooking. Sanji had already calculated and bought just enough food to store the fresh keeping storage facilities on the ship. Is that so? Then just leave it here. Luen heard this. Luen doesn't like fishy meat. Then he activated the smoke fruit ability, suffocating Ricky and Mochi. For food, I bought an amazing elephant tuna. Sanji smiled. Sanji opened a huge package, revealing the fish inside. This is a fish that has a trunk as long as an elephant's and has gorgeous patterns on its body. It is several meters long. I have prepared all the ingredients for this dish. Let's make this our first celebratory meal after entering the Grand Line. Sanji's face was full of anticipation. This was his first time cooking elephant tuna. As a chef, Sanji was very excited to know what it tasted like. Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Luen looked at the elephant tuna with a smile on his face. In her previous life, Luen had been very curious about the taste of this fish, and now, she could finally taste it herself. Well, especially this long nose, I have to taste something. Luen smiled. Hey guys, let's head to the Grand Line. Luffy stood on the deck, looking at the route in the distance and shouting excitedly. ... Oh, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp also smiled and raised their hands in response to Luffy. Their dreams can only come true at Grand Line. Full left. Nah. May also excitedly grabbed Luen's arm, and her strong little hand told Luen how excited Nami was at the moment. Grand Line. Luen patted Nami's little hand that was holding her arm, looked at the route in the distance, and smiled happily. Finally, we are about to embark on this legendary route. The next step is to conquer this place. Then, Stand in the sky. Become the real face. Obtain these super potential items from East Blue. Only when you reach Grand Line can you truly shine. There was a gleam in Luen's eyes. It was ambition. Have you set out yet? On a high building in Logue Town, a cloaked figure watched Mary go away with a haughty smile. Crack. A flash of lightning flashed, and the light of lightning illuminated the man's face, a very haughty man with a large tattoo on his face. Luffy's father, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Monkey. Drag. You've found some good company, Luffy. The corner of Dragon's mouth curled up into a haughty arc. And Uranus, Luen, incredible man. Dorag's eyes sparkled. Surprisingly, it can directly deprive others of their devil fruit abilities. And that's not all. Although his attention was on Luffy before, he used observation haki to observe Smoker, who had his smoke fruit taken away by Luen. His aura and strength were greatly weakened, as if he had degenerated into an ordinary person. It would be fine if it could just take away other people's abilities, but what if it could take away everything from others, including their strength? Then the ability this man possesses is infinitely more vicious and dangerous than the most vicious ability in the legend, Dark Fruit. And since Luen has that level of haki before entering the Grand Line, I'm afraid no one can tell what impact it will have on the future. At least he couldn't see through this man's future. However, there is one thing that Dorag is certain of, that is, from the moment this man enters the Grand Line, this sea will completely move towards an unpredictable future. Fortunately, Luen is the partner chosen by Luffy. Dorag curled up a smile and spread his hands. This sea, this era. What will it become because of you? Will it go berserk? Or will it move towards the future I expect? I will wait and see. Uranus, Luen, and Luffy. Drag Haki laughed. Then a gust of wind passed by, and Dorag's figure disappeared in Logue Town. Hold the boat. Nami was constantly directing the voyage of the Mary. Hey, look at that light. Is that the lighthouse on the island? Usopp, who was also the lookout, pointed at the light in the storm ahead and shouted. That's the navigation light on the sea. The entrance to the Grand Line is right in front of that light. Nami took out the sea chart she had taken from Buggy and smiled excitedly. You're not going to let us sail in this storm. Usopp's forehead was covered with sweat. Bang. At this time, Luen placed 10 barrels in the center of the Shen board. 014703124 Philu 161,331,121. Let's do this the pirate's way, with the rituals before entering the Grand Line. Luen laughed out loud. Haki's laughter could not even be covered by the violent storm. Before entering the Grand Line, please tell us your reasons and dreams for entering the Grand Line. This is the ritual of pirates who are still chasing their dreams in this era. I want to stand in the sky. Luen slammed his right foot onto the barrel and Haki laughed. Boom. The dark clouds in the sky are boiling at this moment. Conqueror's Haki, especially the Conqueror's Haki that has been able to have a certain impact on reality, can even cause drastic changes in the climate. I want to draw a world map. Nami placed her right foot close to Luen and smiled excitedly. I want to find all blue. Sanji put his feet on it and also showed an excited smile. I want to become the king of pirates. Luffy shouted. I want to become the world's greatest swordsman. Zoro pressed the Wado Ikimonji and smiled like a beast. I want to be a brave sea warrior. When the moment really came, Usopp was so nervous that he stuttered a little, but his tone was firm. Let's go. To the Grand Line. Luffy grinned. Whoosh. Bang. Luen and the others laughed and lifted their feet that were on the wine barrels, then dropped them. The wine barrel exploded instantly, and the wine flew wildly in the storm. It was scattered on everyone. Even Luen didn't use armament haki to avoid the splashing wine. Instead, he and his friends laughed and let the drinks spill on them. This is the pirates' ritual. It symbolizes dreams, and pictures will come true. Chapter 60. Calm belt is very useful. Red line. The Mary was heading towards the navigation light in the distance. Oh, no, the lights are out. Usopp looked at the lights that suddenly went out in the distance and screamed in panic. A lighthouse is also a light, so it's not surprising that it went out. That's why we need navigators, isn't it? Luen looked at Nami and smiled. That's right. Don't worry, I remember the direction. Hearing Luen's praise, Nami said proudly. As expected of you, Nami. Luffy and the others gave a thumbs up. Luen looked at the little Tsunere Nami lovingly. But it's really a headache. If this continues, it will be just like the legend says. Nami muttered as she held the Grand Line chart she had taken from Buggy. What? Luffy was curious. Advanced cabin, Nami said. Bang. Entering the cabin, Nami put the nautical chart on the table. The entrance to the Grand Line is a mountain. Nami pointed at the chart. What? Except for Luen, Luffy and the others all showed shocked expressions. Yes, although I don't quite believe it, but if you look at the nautical chart, the navigation light is indeed erected on the red line, on Mount Levi's. Nami said. What? Are we going to crash into the mountain? Usopp yelled. No, isn't there a canal here? Zoro pointed to a river rising into the sky on the red line on the nautical chart. Canal? Don't be ridiculous. Even if there is a canal, it's impossible for a ship to climb up the mountain. You said so, Luen. Usopp, with sweat on his forehead, looked at Luen, who was the most knowledgeable. No, Nami is right. Luen laughed. Why? Usopp was terrified. I have a disease that will kill me if I climb mountains. Usopp said painfully. Don't worry, that place is also called Upside Down Mountain. As long as you follow the current, you can enter the May 13th entrance, then climb to the top, and finally go downstream to enter the Grand Line. Luen pointed at the nautical chart and smiled. I see. It's relying on the ocean currents. Nami, who has an excellent talent for sailing, immediately understood and said in surprise. Zoro and the others also smiled. As expected of Luen, she is really well informed. But the current there is very strong. If you fail to enter that entrance, you will really hit the red line. I heard that the pirates who want to go to the Grand Line. Before you even enter the Grand Line, you lose more than half of your money. Luen looked at everyone, feeling evil and showing a wicked expression. Quote exclamation mark quote. Usopp was shaking with fear. Sanji and Zoro's mouths twitched as well. Nami held Luen's arm, her face turning pale. Faced with the terrible power of nature, even Sanji and Zoro were terrified. But don't worry, my ability can prevent this from happening. Luen looked at the frightened people and laughed. The ability of smoke fruit allows you to freely use smoke to attack entities, or transform into smoke elements to entangle and capture. Although we are in the ocean current, we can still use our abilities to slightly change the sailing route. At least, there is no problem with the entrance to the Grand Line, and it doesn't need to be as thrilling as in the original book. You should have said so earlier. Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp couldn't help but complain loudly. Ha ha ha, sorry, your expressions are so funny. Luen laughed. Really? Don't scare me, Luen. Nami leaned on Luen's shoulder and wrinkled her nose cutely. Just now I almost said, if it doesn't work, don't go in through the entrance, just go in from the south. Zoro breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. On the nautical chart, the Grand Line can also be entered from the south. That won't work, Nami retorted. That's right, Nami said it well. Luffy immediately agreed. Nami felt relieved that Luffy, this idiot, still had some brains. Just go in through the entrance. That's how it feels. Luffy shouted, pointing at Zoro. You idiot, that's not the reason. Nami takes on the image of fangs. She thought Luffy had improved. Ha ha ha. Luen looked at Luffy, this funny guy, and laughed a lot. What happened? The storm suddenly stopped. Usopp looked out the window, wondering. It's so quiet. It was stormy just now. Sanji also said. Really? What great weather. Luffy opened the cabin door and grinned. You can still see the storm over there, but here we have no wind at all. Zoro looked at the storm clouds in the distance. No, that's not right. He entered the entrance with the ocean current. Seeing the good weather, Nami, a navigator, turned pale. What's wrong? Seeing Nami's abnormal behavior, everyone except Luen became curious. This is the calm belt. Luen walked out of the cabin, feeling the windless air. Even all the sails of the Mary were completely still. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Calm belt. Luffy and the others were confused. That's right, calm belt. Hurry up and fold the sails, and paddle the boat into the storm. Nami was very panicked. Why are you so flustered? This is a sailboat, why do we have to row it? Luffy asked curiously. Yeah, why go back into the storm? Usopp also asked curiously. Don't ask. You guys, just do what I say. Nami suddenly became anxious. It's rare that the weather is so sunny. Zoro stretched. Luen, help me tell about them. You know calm belt, so you should know that. Nami looked at Luen, her face pale. I guess I know. Just like you said just now, we should go to the south.
Our ship is drifting to the south now. Seeing that Nami was frightened, Luen looked at Zoro and smiled. So, we have entered the Grand Line. Zoro said stupidly. Idiot. If it were that easy, anyone could go to the Grand Line. Nami once again transformed into a fanged image. Except for Luen, no one on this ship is truly reliable. Listen carefully, the Grand Line is sandwiched between two narrow seas, which is now the calm belt. As the name suggests, calm belt means there is no wind at all. Quote. Nami explained. So what? Zoro and the others didn't understand again. Because besides the lack of wind, there are some very interesting things here. Luen raised the corner of his mouth and looked towards the sea. Observation Haki captured the breath of the sea. Boom. The next moment, the sea surface exploded, and a huge object emerged from the sea, directly lifting the Mary up. What happened? An earthquake? Usopp screamed in panic. Stupid, how can there be an earthquake in the sea? Sanji scolded. Then, everyone except Luen was stunned. Several terrifying monsters appeared on the sea, and the Mary was on the head of one of them. Quote exclamation mark exclamation mark exclamation mark quote. Sanji, Zoro, Luffy, Usopp, their eyes were about to pop out of their heads. This is the nest of the Sea Kings. It's a giant one. At this time, Nami hung directly on Luen, hugged Luen tightly and refused to let go. Tears of fear came out. Giant Sea Kings, they must be very nutritious. Sanji, are you interested in catching one and cooking it? Luen looked at Sanji. The Sea Kings in Calm Belt are completely different from those in other places. The size of the creatures is at least several hundred meters, and thousands of meters are not uncommon. Even at the bottom of the sea, there are large creatures that are over 5,000 meters long. These Sea Kings are the real dominant creatures in the ocean. The smell of the mooing of the Sea King's manatees raised by Arlong is still unforgettable to Luen. These super huge Sea Kings should taste even better. Don't say that. These monsters are thousands of meters tall. Sanji's face turned green. How to cook this monster? Luen, please, don't fight them. Nami was like a cute koala, clinging to Luen and raising her pretty and pitiful face. All right. Looking at Nami, whose face was so pitiful and pale, Luen touched Nami's little head comfortingly. There was indeed no place to store these huge objects on the Mary. However, I must try the giant Sea Kings in the Calm Belt later. Luen's mouth curled up. And this sea area has other uses for Luen. Swimming through this sea, the capacity of the sea-born is increased many times more than in other seas. This sea was chosen as a nest by the Sea Kings, and it was the nest of giant Sea Kings. The energy of this sea was much stronger than that of other seas. Poseidon, one of the three ancient weapons, can control these giant Sea Kings. One can imagine how powerful the energy of the ocean is in the nests where these giant Sea Kings live. By using the Born for the Sea Super Gold entry, Luen can clearly feel the huge sea energy possessed by this sea area. And how to cross the Calm Belt is also very simple. Rayleigh once swam across the Calm Belt in her physical form, astonishing the world. When the time comes, I will have to ask Rayleigh what physical standard is required to cross the Calm Belt. Luen's mouth curled up. Zoro, Sanji, Usopp and Luffy were relieved to see Luen being persuaded by Nami. The look he gave Nami was full of gratitude. Fortunately, Luen listened to Nami, otherwise he would not be afraid of such a monster. Luen is a Logia user, and Haki is so strong. They can't bear it. Listen carefully. Once this monster sinks, we will paddle as hard as we can. Zoro, who was reluctant to row just now held the huge oar with cold sweat on his forehead and said to Sanji and Luffy. Luffy and Sanji nodded heavily and also held the huge oars of the Mary. Faced with such a monster that was over 1,000 meters in size, Luffy no longer tried to show off his bravery. Sniff. At this moment, the huge Sea Kings that was holding up the Mary sneezed loudly. The Mary, right at its nose. Luffy and the others howled and took to the air. White Gale. Luen's eyes narrowed and the smoke fruit ability was activated. His arms turned into several streams of smoke and caught Luffy and the others. Beauty, entangled by Luen's smoke, was placed beside her. Bye man, Luen shouted, and the smoke supported the bottom of the Mary, allowing the Mary to land smoothly on the sea. Luen, who is not cursed by the sea, can still use his abilities in the sea. Woo, Luen, that frog is coming. Before Nami could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw a frog-like Sea King rushing towards the Mary, and she panicked. Get lost.
Buzz. Holding Nami, the terrifying red and black colors flashed wildly in Luen's eyes. Woo. Cold sweat covered the frog sea king's body, and then it whimpered and swam towards the bottom of the sea. Luen. Skay. Luffy opened his mouth wide and let out a heart-wrenching roar. This scene seemed like something he had seen before. Just like when Shanks saved him. It turns out that Shanks was also using Conqueror's haki. Is this the time to talk about this? Row quickly. Zoro and Sanji picked up the oars and rowed madly. Luffy finally woke up from his dream and started paddling madly. With the frantic rowing of several people, the Merry finally returned to the storm. Although they were in the storm, Zoro and his companions felt extremely relieved. They collapsed on the deck, gasping for breath. Now you know why we have to go in through the entrance. Nami hugged Luen with lingering fear and yelled at Zoro and others who had been talking nonsense before. Nami's legs are still weak now. It's really fun. Let's go swimming in the calm belt next time. Luen hugged Nami's body, which was limp and boneless. Looking at Zoro and others lying on the deck, he laughed out loud. Don't be ridiculous. Zoro and Sanji are transformed into fang figures. Is it possible to swim in that kind of place? Luen, didn't you eat the devil fruit? Can you still swim? Luffy looked up and blinked. I'm special. Even with the power of the devil fruit, I can still swim. Luen's mouth curled up. Hey, gay. Luffy's eyes suddenly widened. Luffy thought that he would not be the only landlubber on this ship anymore. Luffy looked at Luen with great envy. As a pirate, Luffy cannot swim, which has always been his regret since he ate the devil fruit. I'm not kidding. Swimming through the calm belt will be very beneficial for your haki training and even your haki improvement in the future. Luen smiled as he looked at Zoro and Sanji. Although the two did not have the attribute of being born for the sea, conquering the calm belt with countless huge sea kings greatly improved their spiritual power. Even though they don't have the born for the sea entry like Luen, which can directly improve haki, it will still be of great benefit to the two of them in practicing haki and enhancing the power of haki in the future. This is also the reason why you can be called the king of pirates as long as you conquer the entire Grand Line. Conquering nature will also increase your spiritual power, and thus increase your haki. This is also one of the reasons why it is more difficult to upgrade demon fruit power to 2.0 than for a strong person who has not eaten devil fruit. Since I can't swim, I can't go to the sea and conquer nature. And during the Grand Line voyage, because they are landlubbers, they are more likely to feel fear and panic when facing the dangerous sea environment, which affects the improvement of spiritual power and then improves. Haki has increased difficulty. And by conquering the most terrible nature, the entire Grand Line, as the captain of the Grand Line pirates, you will have haki that dominates the sea. However, for other people, this process of increasing haki by conquering nature still requires training and fighting to finally increase haki. For Luen, who has the haki training cheat device born for the sea, he can directly upgrade. 014703125 Fei Lu 161,491,201. Zoro and Sanji were immediately confused when they heard this. They really want to learn haki. But swimming through the sea with a physical body is full of those monsters. Zoro and Sanji shuddered. Let's wait until they become stronger. How about it, Usopp? If you travel back in time, you will truly become the hero of the sea. Luen laughed while patting Usopp, whose face turned green with fear. I'd better practice some more. Usopp's legs were shaking. Ha ha ha. Seeing Usopp's look, Luen smiled. Luen is just a joke, they haven't awakened haki yet. Even Luen today still needs to practice more. Then Luen pointed forward. Soon, we should be able to see Upside Down Mountain. Luen's mouth curled up. Soon, following Nami's command, a huge mountain with no visible edge, blocked by clouds, appeared in front of Luen and others. Look, I see, Luffy yelled. So big. Usopp's mouth dropped open. That ocean current is really climbing a mountain. Nami hugged Luen's arm and exclaimed. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiobook to stay updated with our latest stories, and never miss out on a great listen.